species that survives, nor of the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ReEnvision 3.0, XLRI's premier conclave on digital transformation, sponsored by Urban Farm Produce. Today, I, Kala, and my co-host Yash are honored to host this event. We're absolutely delighted to have with us our distinguished guests, esteemed leaders from XLRI, beloved professors, and our wonderful batchmates joining us for a day filled with intrigue, learning, and conversations essential to build our digital future together.
We gather today under the compelling theme of data-driven transformation in the consumer world, a topic that certainly resonates deeply with us in today's rapidly evolving business landscape.
We look forward to intellectual exchanges and thought-provoking discussions. This conclave is a platform where the leaders of tomorrow grab the opportunity to learn from today's sought-after leaders. By tapping into their knowledge, we seek to expand our horizons and allow our ideas to flourish.
In order to kickstart the conclave, we will begin with the lighting of the lamp. Lighting of the lamp before the event is symbolic of the illuminating power of knowledge that today's event will manifest. We would like to invite Father George Sebastian, Director, XLRI Jamshedpur, Father Donald De Silva, Dean, Administration and Finance, and Professor Sanjay Patro, Dean, Academics, under whose guiding hands the event has been possible. To join us on stage for the lighting of the lamp, along with Professor P.C. Padan, Associate Dean, GMP, and Professor Sunil Sarangi, Co-Convener, Placement. We also request our esteemed panelists to grace us with their presence on the stage.
We request all of our dignitaries to please join us near the dais, please.
Thank you. We request our panelists to be seated after the photo, and Father George, Father Donald, Professor Patro, Professor Padan, and Professor Sarangi to be seated on stage, please.
I would like to welcome Father George, our Director, to share his thoughts on the significance of today's event with the students.
Good morning to you all. Our distinguished guests of the event, Dean Academics and Dean Administration Father De Silva, PC Pradhan, and Sunil Sarangi, and all our students body. Once again, I wish you all good morning. Your theme is very current and very necessary theme. as you have already pointed out, it's an adapting species which continue to survive. But there is also human tendency. You don't forget it, we call it locus of control internal and locus of control outside. The tendency is, they say no, locus of control should be inside. So whatever changes, we should not worry about it. Because we should be the change makers, not change adapters. Which is true when it comes to values and personal integrity. But when it comes to strategy and market participation, that is locus of internal control will not work. So one of the clarity is, pick up some of the strongest, well-known principle and you apply it at the wrong place. It sounds like intellectually you are talking about locus of control, but you are not talking about values. You are talking about responding to the market. Market is not going to adapt according to our strategy. So that clarity is very much needed. And the second clarity we always make a mess of it is, the world, there are two realms out there. The world of idealism and world of pragmatism. And the principles operating in these two realms are totally different. The principle, world of idealism, the basic principle is love, compassion. Okay, but in the world of pragmatism, the rule that applies is justice and compliance. Okay, so if some event is going wrong in world of pragmatism, then don't bring the principle from world of idealism and apply. Then you will mismanage both ways. And students also get confused. Suppose misconduct takes place, either by student or faculty or staff. Now misconduct comes under which realm? It's a world of pragmatism, not world of idealism. You can take something, but applying, you have to apply as it is a different world and different actors altogether. In a similar way, the third confusion we will make it the difference between problem and precondition. Or what they there is another word is precondition, predicament. If you look at it, problem and predicament, both will appear same because both gives us uncomfort, discomfort. Both create problem already used. Both create discomfort and uneasiness. So we might think both are one and same, and try to treat them as one and same, then we are in the greater mess. Now, what is problem? Problem is something which has solution. AC is not working, it is a problem. You call it a mechanic and correct it. Then the problem gets solved. Predicament, it's not a problem, it is a situation. You try to solve that as a problem, then you will create the situation much worse. For example, predicament, student and teacher. For a teacher, student is a problem or predicament. If you treat a faculty, a professor as a problem, then you will try to solve it. If you try to solve, then you will find yourself in a deeper trouble. So that's the reason for a teacher, students are, for students, teachers are what did they say? Predicament. It's nothing else. The predicament is you learn to live with it, learn to master it as the things go on. So never ever, first whenever there is a discomfort, ask the question whether it is a problem or it is a predicament. Predicament, then learn to live it. That's the only way you pass through it. If you consider predicament as a problem and a lighter way, the husband and wife, let's take wife. Is it a problem or predicament? It's a predicament. Don't try to solve it. Then you will end up messing up the entire situation. Okay, whereas the girlfriend can be a problem. So that you can deal with another way. So always remember three places where we misunderstand and not understand we have to redirect and evolve according to the situations. If we misreading the situations and analyze it wrongly, then our conclusion can go entirely wrong. Understand, when it comes to strategy, marketplace, we need to relearn, unlearn old things, relearn new things, re-envision, as we have given the title, and transform. But when it comes to values and integrity, the locus of control should be within. That time the market demands bribe is okay, so we will give bribe. No, now there you are compromising your essence. Essence is you as a human being getting compromised, which is may give you short-term relief, but long-term it is going to bring us not only you down, but also people around you. So once again, I take this time to thank you for organizing these events, taking troubles, inviting experts to address you. So I thank you for doing lots of work and continue to do that lots of work. And my best wishes. May God bless us all.
Thank you, Father, for your intriguing and humorous words. We will now like to invite Father Donald De Silva, the Dean Administration and Finance, to share his thoughts on today's event.
Good morning, one and all. I was very happy to see such a big, full house attending this conclave. And it's very important conclave. Digital transformation is the current and fitting topic to be discussed. I would like to sincerely thank all the guest speakers, the panelists who have taken their time out from their busy schedule to contribute and enlighten our students. It's a sacrifice from your side. That itself is a transformation. We used to say spiritual transformation earlier, and today's generation, if you ask, this spiritual transformation takes a second step, and what comes first is digital transformation because of this digital era, and in India especially, when Modi keeps on saying digital India, we have been seeing this in the last 10 years, 1 decade, how we have transformed the Indian society. It's not just in urban area, but in rural area, everybody is into digital mode. Everybody wants to be going digital. And that's why it's a very important topic. And our students are going to be in business and trade and profession, and they require this more than anybody else. Pandemic came, and that awakened everyone. We were used to internet from 1990s. That was a great revolution. Internet was made public and it was made available to all. And later, after 2007, we have seen mobile revolution, smartphones, and then now we are talking about, after pandemic, AI and machine learning. So who is going to be superior, the machine or the human being? Will we be driven by the machines, or we will drive the machines as per our requirement? So Father George rightly put it, problem and predicament. I think we are in that challenging phase where we have to together try to understand where we stand as human beings. Are we using machines for our purpose, or machines will be used and our integrity is lost, and human relations, human behavior, human culture, and all that thing we will lose. It's the biggest challenge, but we have esteemed panelists and speakers today who will enlighten us the good things and also the dark side of that digital transformation. And I wish all of you all the very best. And thanks to the organizers. It's a beautiful team and it's prepared well, and you put a lot of hard work, and I wish the organizers full success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father, for your thought-provoking points of views, which have certainly resonated with all of us. We would now like to invite Professor Sanjay Patra, Dean Academics, to address us.
Very good morning, a warm welcome to the Steel City and to XLRI. Especially this is an important year, this is a platinum, we are celebrating Platinum Jubilee, 75 years of XLRI's existence and contribution to the nation. Father George and Father Donald mentioned about the reason to adapt to the changes. There are, we said there are three kinds of companies. Companies that make changes happen, the companies that try to adapt to the changes, and the third, wonder what has happened. Okay, especially in the traditional days, one had a long time to respond, and you all know in the digital world, the winner takes it all. A product, the Zomato worked on a new product in India and it worked well, Zomato Gold. It is extended to 35 countries in the next 3 months, 2 months. That was not possible by a steel company or an aluminium company or a furniture Godrej or any other, whether it is FMCG or durables. You need to set up, get permissions, digital, everything moves on the air, the broadband. And that's the reason why India could catch up with the developed world. Otherwise, we had never a chance to move that much faster. You all will be doing Guru Charan Das, the book India Growing in the Nine. Yeah, that growth has happened because of the IT industry, the government, the sales department, customs department were not aware of an iota of the development, but billions of dollars of exports were happening. Much later, they thought of bringing that under the tax net and all. So therefore, we are thinking of adapting ourselves to this change. And difference between change and transformation. Change could be gradual, could be dynamically continuous change, could be a disruptive change. Yeah. And transformation is total change where we are prepared for a new world. We are prepared for a new set of competitors, for a new kind of customers who have very different expectations. We always discuss, even amongst faculty, people who joined 30 years back, 20 years back, and those who joined 5 years back. Yeah, the expectations are very different. You might be dealing with the Generation G and their peculiarities, or sometimes you will name it as tantrums. Yeah, but that's the real world. Companies may think of adapting to this transformation by deploying systems, technologies, picking up consultants to do that. But the issue is, what is the chances of success of this transformation? You all have idea of the success of ERP systems. The McKinsey study says about 30% of these transformation attempts are successful. Some others put it at 15 to 20%. Yeah, the more different variety of technologies that we deploy for the transformation, it becomes more complex. And I thank the organizers for inviting professionals who have been executing this change, both from the legacy companies as well as pure digital native firms. So I'm sure the discussions would help our professionals to learn from your successes and failures. Many times failures teach us more than success. Success is written everywhere, but it is a closed room discussion, the initiatives that we took, that worked, that didn't work. I'm sure a lot of light will be thrown on that, and by the end of the day, we are transformed to some extent. Thank you very much for coming over, and I'm sure our JM students and the participants, not just the participants, the faculty who attend will also benefit from the real life examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for your valuable insights. I would now like to request the dignitaries on stage to please be seated amongst the audience. Thank you.
So before we head into our first panel discussion, we would like to once again extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests. Your presence enriches our event and it is a privilege to have you with us. I would like to invite Father George on stage to present a bouquet to our guests. I would like to invite Mr. Ashish Ranjan from NBC Bearings to please receive the bouquet. I would like to now invite Mr. Amrish Khair from Tata Digital to receive the bouquet. Would request Mr. Ashish Pandey to join us to receive the bouquet from Dabur India. I would like to invite Ms. Ipshita Ghosh from Accenture to receive the bouquet. Thank you, Father.
Now I would like to invite Father Donald on stage to present the bouquet to our guests. I would like to invite Mr. Digvijay Ghosh from EY Parthenon to receive a bouquet. Next, I will invite Mr. Girish Dangayas from SK Finance. I now invite Mr. Nitin Dhingra from Hydra Limited. Thank you. Next, I would invite Mr. Ramasubramaniam S. from Collabora Digital. Thank you, Father.
I would like to invite Professor Sanjay Patro on stage to present the bouquet to our guests. I would like to invite Mr. Ravi Kumar from Exide Industries to receive a bouquet. I would like to invite Mr. Satyaki Mukherjee from SIAT to receive a bouquet. I would request Mr. Sunil Palrecha from Wisen Technology to please accept a bouquet. Finally, would like to invite Mr. Sushil Pradhan from MidCat Advisory to please accept a bouquet. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. In the words of Charles Darwin, it is a long history of humankind and animal kind too that those who learn to collaborate and improvise most effectively have prevailed. Our first panel topic has to do with this principle, but in 2024. Strategic partnerships and alliances, harnessing digital tools for competitive collaboration. With the burgeoning importance of digital platforms, such partnerships have become increasingly important to enable secure, transparent, and efficient collaborations that bridge gaps in expertise and market reach. Embracing digital tools for strategic alliances ensures sustained competitive advantage and growth in a rapidly evolving business landscape.
To share their treasured insights on this, it is our pleasure to present to you all our esteemed panelists. Our first panelist, Mr. Ashish Ranjan, the Chief Digital Officer at CK Birla Group's company, National Engineering Industries, NBC Bearings. Mr. Ranjan brings with him a plethora of experience ranging from business transformation strategies, building digital capabilities, and transformation teams to foster an ecosystem of partners to execute these strategies. Passionate about academia, Mr. Ranjan co-authored the book, A Modern Playbook of Digital Transformation, which sheds light on real-world experiences in executing digital programs. He also actively contributes to the entrepreneurial ecosystem as a member of CII Rajasthan Startup Innovation and IT Panel. Kindly join us in welcoming Mr. Ranjan. Mr. Ranjan requests you to join us. Our second guest for the panel, Mr. Girish Dangriyaj, who is the Chief Digital Officer at SK Finance, is a chartered accountant and certified digital strategist from Columbia Business School. He is a seasoned professional with over 18 years of experience in business transformation. He has advised many Fortune 500 global companies across 25 countries. In the past, he has worked with Deloitte, Genpact, Infosys, KPMG, and Accenture. Mr. Dangriyaj has been associated with SK Finance for the last 5 years and has implemented many technology solutions to drive the company's growth. Join us in welcoming Mr. Dangriyaj. Sir, request you to be seated on seat.
Thank you. The next panelist joining us is Mr. Ramasubramanian, who leads the data and AI practice at Collabora Digital and works with more than 50 clients, driving better human experiences through technology. He has worked with CXOs, boards of directors, and industry leaders on leveraging technology for optimal business outcomes. He is passionate about data and AI and building solutions in automation, analytics, and engineering. Please welcome Mr. Ramasubramanian. Thank you, sir. Our next panelist, Mr. Ashish Pandey, works with Dabur as Global CIO, CDTO, and CDIO. He has 18 years of experience working across India, US, and Europe, and has been involved in ideating and executing high-impact technological solutions in functional domains such as distributor management, supply chain management, marketing technology, and data analytics and innovation, amongst others. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Pandey. Sir, please be seated on stage.
With gratitude to our esteemed guests for gracing us with their presence, we would now like to invite our first moderator for the day, Amit Shaju, who is also a fellow batchmate. Before joining the program, Amit was a senior software developer at IBM and was a part of the Apple-IBM partnership for enterprise applications. His expertise lies in mobile application development and application modernization. During his time at IBM, he has held digital transformation journey of his clients using GenAI and cloud solutions with a focus on mobile-first strategy. Amit, over to you.
Thank you, Kala, for that wonderful introduction. So, good morning, everyone. I am honored to share the dais with such distinguished guests who bring their wealth of knowledge and wisdom to our discussion. So, without much ado, let's get started on our first panel discussion for the day: strategic partnership and alliances, harnessing digital tools for competitive collaboration. It's quite a mouthful, right? So, when I first thought of this topic, my mind went back to my early days in IBM, where as a fresh graduate, I got to join the Applied Partnership for Enterprise Services, as Kala had mentioned. So, Apple brought its quality hardware and user-friendly OS, and IBM provided the industry-grade enterprise solutions, and this became a formidable partnership. So, it was back in 2014, and most businesses were still using laptops and desktops for their enterprise apps. So this actually shifted that part, the enterprise mobility, from laptops to iPads, tabs, and mobiles. I'm sure that in your industry's careers, you might have been part of many such partnerships, transformative partnerships. So I would like to hear first from each one of you, like how is the strategic partnerships evolving now, and why is it so critical today in this digital age? Yeah, sure.
Audible? Yeah. So, I will just take a audience check as well.
Sure.
That's okay? Yeah. So, just show of hands, how many people having 10-year or more work experience here? I started with 10 as well. Yeah. No, not you guys. 20 years, 25, 30, not those. And 5 years and above?
That's the minimum requirement.
That's the minimum?
Requirement for the GS.
That's the minimum, okay. So good. So we have roughly 5 to 10 years work experience people here. And if I try to understand how many from manufacturing industries, services industry, IT services, and FMCGs, anyone? Banking? Okay. Any major industry which I have missed? Here? Energy? Okay. Great. So we have a 5 to 10 years of experienced people here from FMCG, manufacturing, IT services, energy, and banking, and automobile must be also here.
Yes.
Lots of automobiles which I missed. Maybe a few industry I have missed because I have limited knowledge as well.
We have few CAs, doctors, lawyers, and
Oh my God. My wife is a doctor.
defense.
That's great. So we've been speaking about strategic alliances and partnership, and first of all, why it's needed. That is the one thing which comes in mind. Why any partnership alliances is needed? It's because there is something in which one is good and there is something which other is good, and both don't have capacity and capability to bring the best. And that is where the partnership happens. It happens because it happens in countries, it happens between organizations, it happens even in life. Often we say that there is a friendship when there is no friendship. It's true friendship is where both are being benefited. Otherwise, one becomes a follower and another becomes a mentor. That kind of relationship is there. So yeah, if I look at my entire career, 18 years of journey, I have been part of many of those partnerships. When we are saying partnership, many a times we have a client and you can say vendor relationship with organization, but mostly I consider that as a partnership because both organizations are coming together to bring something forth. And I have seen consistently in my entire career that there is a definite need. Many a times you are doing something continuously over the years and you need others to see in that how best I'm doing it, what I'm doing about it, how best I can deliver about it. That is where partnership comes into picture. In your case of Apple and IBM coming together, Apple has like one of the prettiest hardware and the best hardware across. And IBM has one of the biggest technologies, one of the biggest things in autos. So similarly, I have also seen in industry, and you won't believe that hardcore technology companies, whenever they are also looking for an expertise, they go outside. By show of hands, anyone knows that how many companies Google acquire in a month? Any idea? Long ago, I was looking at Wikipedia, the company which Google acquired, it's roughly 4 to 5 companies in a month. So that acquisition is in a way partnership. They want to partner and they see a value and they acquire it right away. And that is how I see. If you will see that every organization has gotten into digital thing. Every organization. Abhi koi bach hi nahi sakta. It's practically impossible because the parents are over 60 years old, something like that. All parents, our parents are more than 60, most of us. And if they don't know anything, at least they know कि good morning जो भेजना है WhatsApp पे, भगवान की फोटो भेजना हो तो भेजते ही भेजते हैं, right? And they know how to do it. I have seen many technological intervention using just that simple WhatsApp. I remember that 3 years ago when COVID started happening, and I was into similar conversation, and I was with Spencer people. What Spencer people did, that app chalate nahi aata, there is a problem, people don't know how to do that. They simply executed everything on WhatsApp. Everything on WhatsApp, nothing. WhatsApp ka this, that's it. And things will get delivered. So that is how I see that. What was that? That was partnership, enabling people, right? So we always see partnership as two big organizations, two big countries. It's not that. It's everywhere. It's everywhere existing, and I think everyone needs it.
That's a really great insight. Like even when I was preparing for this, I always thought about partnerships between companies and companies. I never thought about it.
At home, you are partnering with your kids, your wife, your parents. It has to be mutually beneficial. It's strategic. We both are looking for each other. We both are looking at how we can do each other.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. So, see, I think increasingly, right, the topic here also is about consumer world, or how we can, as an organization, create value for our consumers. And when it comes to that, right, it's always a ecosystem play. So, for example, even if you come to a particular offering from the mind of a customer, at the time I receive that offering, say you get a Dell laptop, right? It needs to have that Microsoft Office already embedded into it. Right? It also needs a lot of other applications to work, right? Like Google Chrome and whatever other things that you need. So as a consumer, in my experience, I don't want any shortfall to happen, for which as a service provider, as a provider of products, I would want to have the partnerships and alliances, right? So we can look at it at 3 levels. One, I'm just a vendor. So I just go, I'm selling something like a commodity, and I'm not really, differentiating my offering. Then I become like stage 1, which is like a vendor. Second is, I'm actually providing something where over a period of time or because of my expertise, I'm adding something more in terms of value when compared to a vendor. Then over a period of time, I become a partner. So I make some sacrifices for the relationship. I do go the extra mile, and there is an element of trust which gets built over a period of time, right? Now the next level would be like an alliance. Now where you see that, when you fly, right, you have something called as a star alliance. Even if a customer in one plane, you have already taken the ticket booking, another plane, a service provider will actually come and offer the other person so that the customer experience doesn't get, spoiled. So ultimately, everything starts with the customer and ends with the customer. And as a service provider, I need to build this ecosystem of some vendors, some partners, some alliances over a period of time, right? Now, the key thing here is we need to be clear as an organization, what value am I bringing to the table? And that is extremely important, because if I define my value and there is another person who comes and adds another value, right, adds another dimension, the synergy will add that much more exponentially from the customer's perspective, right? So, which is why, great organizations always compete with each other, but they also know where to cooperate with each other. So you will see a Microsoft and Google competing on certain fronts, but they will also cooperate on certain fronts. And that is the era of competition, right? Where ultimately you look at it and say, how can I best serve the customer or the consumer? And for that, I will do whatever it takes. And I will align with whatever ways in which while I protect my interest, but at the same point of time, I know that, I know my role in the overall ecosystem, and I will play my role very efficiently. So that is where we are in this world of strategic alliances. And that is where, we are 4 panelists, right? Because he will add a dimension, I will add a dimension, like that otherwise. So essentially that is where, while we are kind of sharing the stage, but we are also adding value as an ecosystem in this matter.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. See, just to add on further to this, when I used to work in the consulting side of my career, and I used to work with my clients, I used to say you should always differentiate where you are good at and where you are not good at, right? So, what is your front office? What is your expertise? Where you have to really go out into the market and sell your product, make profits or make value addition into the market, or where you are not good at, which is your back office work, right? But what is back office for you could be a front office for someone else. Maybe when I'm a financial services company, but I'm not very good at all the technologies, I might partner with some other companies who are front office as their technology service providing, could be in any area, right? Mobility you talked about, there are some companies who does great work in mobility, there are some companies who does great work in AI side, some company who does great work in the analytics side. So you have to go and partner with them so that it's 1 + 1 you can become 11 and generate great value for your organization. So I think as an organization, as an individual, like what my other panelists talked about, it's all about you should know where you are good at, be focused on that always, and where you are not good at, get the right partner on board with you and make the partnership work, make it 1 + 1 11, and then go ahead into the market and do it. Second thing which you talked about is competition, right? This is a very great term which even I learned about 3 years ago in my course with Columbia Business School. So it's partnership not about the companies who are providing services and not part of your industry, is actually nowadays partnering with your competition as well. Like in financial services, you will see a term co-lending has evolved in the last 3 years in a bigger way, right? Earlier, one company used to provide one product. He never used to explore the other product where they are not good at. Right? But nowadays, you will see every company is partnering with other companies, even the smaller, and banks are partnering with the smaller NBFCs. Other way around, NBFCs are partnering with bigger banks. And together they are going into the market and providing services to the customer which they were not able to do it earlier. Because somebody has got a good capital, somebody might have a good hold in their franchise model at the ground to deliver the business at the ground to the customers. Right? So that's how you have to work, right? You have to see where the best areas you have with. Even if you have to partner with your competition, nowadays everybody is pretty open for that. They are going ahead and doing that and generating real greater values in the market. The second thing which I talked about, you talk about mobility, right? So see, specifically when you see India as a market, right? Nowadays everybody who is, I would say, less than 45 years of age is already equipped with a smartphone and internet, right? But beyond that, when you see they don't use any other technology, even in their mobile phone, typically you will see only 2 or 3 apps they are using, right? Which starts with maybe YouTube or Facebook or somehow Instagram and then ends up with WhatsApp. Right? So you have to also see that to deliver greater values to your customer, you don't like overcomplicating their lives. So do the partnerships and value addition to the market which is comfortable for them. Like you talked about WhatsApp chatbot. Right? So WhatsApp is now live for everyone. Everybody who is waking up in the morning, first thing they have to see, रात में कितने message आए थे, let me clear that up first, right? Or when they are sleeping in the night, they have to first clear up their WhatsApp to respond to everyone and then take it up. So it's becoming a life. So as a company, all of us already doing that. That how can we partner with the companies who can generate greater values onto the ground to deliver easier way and add lot more values for our customer onto the ground. Like nowadays, you will see a lot of companies delivering the entire services on the WhatsApp itself. Even the onboarding is happening in the WhatsApp itself, where you can go onboard a new customer, deliver the values. FMCG is happening quite a lot. In banking now you see people are applying for BNPL loan, unsecured loans, even nowadays secured loans as well on the WhatsApp. So overall I think partnerships is the life. I think beyond that, even if when you go back to the industries and you try to do everything by yourself, that won't work. You have to always find out where you are good at it, build your team, that's again your partners who adds up the knowledge which you don't possess, build your partner ecosystem, build your network ecosystem, which can help you further grow in your organizations. And of course, don't hesitate to even go to your competition and say together how can you add values onto the market. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. So, thank you to Excel and Father here, and also to the organization and the organizing committee. It's actually very well organized. We were able to come here very smoothly. And for me, it was like a homecoming. A neighboring town, Ranchi, is where I grew up. And Jamshedpur was the first place where I started working. So that's all really good for me. And strategic alliances, now coming back to the topic here, it has existed since very long. And I think Ashish, Ram, Girish, they've all put their points very well. I would just like to add two more here. One, anyway, the latest partnership that has come together to save the world, it's been around for last 1 week or so. Okay, I'll give a lighter version to it. So Deadpool and Wolverine, they are come together to save the world, and that's another strategic partnership you see. So this is already existing, and it will continue. So Avengers, Marvels, they are all coming together. Partnerships, people, entities, all that existed standalone, they're all now coming together for a greater cause. Digital transformation is another such cause. And when we started doing this digital transformation, we figured out that it's very difficult to bring all the skill sets within your own company. And even within one project, you need to have multiple skill sets. So you need to look out. And you need to outsource till the time you build your own capability there. Almost 70% of the organizations take external help in this digital transformation, and they build the ecosystem partnerships. And it's very much important because when we talk about digital transformation, and I think I mentioned that in my book as well, that's a word that is actually, that should not have existed. It's actually business transformation. So when you talk about business, it's the end-to-end value chain. And each and every element of the value chain is a specialization area. And it's very difficult to find one company, one individual as such who will have a, say, skill set spanning all across. Thus, the importance of strategic alliances, partnerships, etc. And as Ashish Pandey rightly said, the type of partnerships is what defines, or you can define it, the way it is, and there are multiple. So there's a vendor client, there's a product company, and then there is a system integrator, because many of you are from ITES. So SAP is a product company, while it also partners with the system integrators. Other examples, again, many of us are from Accenture, and yesterday we were just talking about it, that some data clustering has been done on the shortlist. You just search Accenture. Example of Accenture being in a long-term partnership here is Microsoft and Accenture, Avanade. So Avanade is an organization that has come up. Accenture executes those projects, those systems and applications, and both are growing at the same time. So you need to define the end objective. What is your end objective to get into a strategic partnership? And I think we'll talk about it further, Amit, as we move, that why or how can we measure the successes of partnership. That is an element that I think needs to be there, because ultimately, why do we do partnerships? Why did Deadpool and Wolverine come together? Ultimately, they're not saving the world, they're actually taking money from us, right? So they're all increasing the revenue share. So the larger goal is revenue share, and I think that is how companies are going about it. Thank you.
Just as we are on the topic of Deadpool and Wolverine, our fixed team is actually organizing a special screening for XLRI students. So maybe we can invite you as well. If you would like to join us. So next, like strategic partnerships. We have talked about strategic partnerships. So how are digital tools helping? I mean, you already mentioned about WhatsApp, but what are the other digital tools that are really facilitating these partnerships?
Can I speak about China ecosystem? Anyone been to China here? One person. So, okay. I haven't been to China yet. But whoever has been there, whenever I'm having conversation with them, it's like that they have the best use of technology everywhere. Best use. And if I speak about the ecosystem, how many of you are aware about WeChat? Everyone, right? So, entire China ecosystem is thriving on WeChat. That is a epitome of partnership which I see. You want to have cab service, you want to have payments, you want to do banking, you want to do flights, you want to do anything. That is over WeChat. And if you look at the architecture, that Baidu, Alibaba, and Zed. These three are the biggest ones. Alibaba, of course, is some problem they are going through. And WeChat being the backbone. And somewhere I also observed that India was also moving towards that direction. And when Paytm was evolving, that is the, I think, thought process. They were looking to get into WeChat model. And I think, of course, they were having Alibaba as investor as well. Yeah. So, we speak a lot about tools, products, and things. I'm from a consumer and customer industry, and as Ram was also mentioning, that in the end it's about that how we win. And why Wolverine and
To make money.
To make money. To make money. To make money is the task, and to forge alliances, which makes money, is the task. Now, if you will see the consumer-customer mindset, it is driven towards simplicity. It is not towards complication. If I start asking people that आज से तुम्हारा ब्रह्मास्त्र ये होगा, कुछ और, they were using something else, and I moved them, it becomes so difficult. And you know what? Now I am 43. Earlier my technological changes were very easy and smooth. Now I want my life to be simple because I want to focus on other things. And that is how I see people as well. That they don't want to invest their time into learning new things continuously. It is a challenge, to be honest. We do keep saying that we have to learn continuously, we have to learn, but habits are there. Habits are formed. It's not going to be easy. So for example, in an organization where conventionally people were using extension phones to call each other, they still won't be picking up mobile phones. Still. And I'm seeing that shift. I'm seeing that shift across, because reason I have seen it personally is because I have worked with multiple organizations during when I was being partner to them as well in my initial stage. So when we speak about products and services, we have to think about that. Are we bringing complexity, introducing complexity, or are we actually bringing simplicity? Just before coming here, we were having conversation that why digital transformation will even take place if people are not invested into that. If people see a threat, if they see transformation as a threat, if they see that their job roles are going to change or they are not going to exist at all, why would they even make it successful? So inherently, in entire world, everything is dependent on relationship and people. That is why I make it very, even from strategy, I was coming to family. The reason is that core value is people. It's all about people every time. So consumer, customer, they are people. You have to satisfy their needs. Now, if I am bringing technology flavor, why I am not making it simple? I will give an example. Any people here from analytics background? 1, 2, 3. So, analytics, when it started, people were saying that you give us data. We will create a model and we will give you a model and then you use that data. And you know what? It kept on failing. It continuously kept on failing. Then you know what? Second, so that was the first level of partnership. It failed. And by the way, in predictive analytics, how good a score of 50% accuracy is? Can anyone tell me? Is good or bad? Just at a starting point. Pretty good, right? So even people reaching 70%, I was having a discussion with Ashish. His forecast accuracy is 78% right now, and which is really good. Organizations are struggling with 71% accuracy right now. It's pretty good, but he won't be able to convince his board that actually it is good. It's better than what I'm doing here. So when those predictive analytics and those things were starting coming in, 50% and all those, there was no adoption at all. People were not using it. Partnership was there, it was not working. Then came the second step. Second step was that, why don't I tell you that this is the best data and you use it? And then you see what other results. That also happened. So data as a service started, that model started, that I will give you your kind of data and you go ahead and use it. That worked somewhere, that also didn't work at many places. Now a third stage came. Third stage is about that, let's partner. I will not only give you data, I will also run it. I will run it. I will do that stuff. And you know what we will be doing? We will be profit sharing this money. And you know what? It works. It works. So that is why, as I said, that friendship can exist when both people are mutually benefiting in the right way. And that is what in strategic partnership also it works. If it is beneficial at the greater extent for both people, you are sharing the equal pie. You are cutting it and letting the other person choose that which part of pie they want. So that's how I completely see. So product and ecosystem which we started about, if they are not simple, so as I said, you give the model and people are not able to use it, is useless. Some way you have to bring insane, humane simplicity to these things. That make people use that. Make it adopted. Don't complicate life of people with another app, another application, making them click to too many places. Make it very, very, very simple and rudimentary, and the world is simply not enough. You can get anything you want.
Thank you, sir.
So I'll add to what you said because you touched upon a very good point. So now from here, as we look into the strategic partnerships and how they have evolved, how do you get into the revenue share model? And that's where the servicization of it is actually the next partnership mode. Examples, again, you must be reading about it as well. Michelin, instead of selling tires, they are selling kilometers. The EVs, they're all running into what the end consumer wants. So even when, again, taking some example of the consulting days, we were not going only for, okay, we will just deploy this or do a go live for you and that's it. But you get into a partnership with the client where you own the business KPI and say that we are going to improve your KPI by X percentage. And that's the partnership that we are talking about today. Talking about tools and digital tools that actually enable it, yes, there are many. WhatsApp is the latest one that actually is enabling the consumer side of it and the retail side of it. And there are many innovations happening on WhatsApp today, and people are trying with even with Gen AI, chatbots, etc. Now, enterprise to enterprise, there are a lot of tools. You can choose what actually suits you. SharePoint, big file transfers, name it and you have it. So tools per se take the secondary place, and it's about the intent, it's about getting the partnership, drafting of the partnership right, starting with the why, the purpose correct. And that's how I think the partnerships can survive. You rightly said it's all about people. If you have the two bosses or the most powerful people in the two entities not aligned, your partnership is not going to work. No matter how strong the agreement you make, no matter how wonderfully the team is operating, the partnership won't survive. Nation to nation, another example. So, tools will take a secondary place. There are tools, and the tools will keep evolving as per the use cases that you actually start to deploy for the benefit of the consumer. And this consumer could be either within the enterprise or outside the enterprise. But that's my take on the tools side of strategy.
That's a very interesting perspective.
And can I add one thing? I just recalled. So I remember in 2008 or 2009, Satya took it over, Microsoft. Right? Around 2013, sorry. Yeah. And prior to that, there was a huge issue of Microsoft products being used in Apple ecosystem, if you will remember. And the initial one of the decision which Satya took, that he will make it available on Apple Store and he will try to monetize it, and that's it. And they get into a partnership. I remember somewhere 4 or 8 billion USD was generated because of it. So now battle, like you are battling for years about that and all those things, and they are competitor because one is Windows, one is Mac, entire different ecosystem. They're competitor, they got together. Both are making money. It's the end of the day. Wherever money is involved, say Sapiens, how many people have read Sapiens? Great. So in Sapiens, one of the chapters is dedicated to money, if people will remember. Yeah. So if money is involved anyway, it doesn't care about religion, it doesn't care about political differences, it doesn't care about ideology. It's in the end, it speaks and it gets things done.
In fact, when we were having that conversation in the breakfast, we mentioned that pricing was the main issue, one of the main issues with getting digital tools.
With the Watsons, right? Yeah.
See, just to add a little bit further on that, how do you select the right partner? So typically, whenever we talk about any transformation, new initiatives, first of all, that has to be linked to the larger organization goals. Because many a time what I see is a lot of people come up with the ideas, but it doesn't correlate with the larger organization goals. So only when you start with the larger organization goals, then your idea will be more accepted, you will have a lesser change management issues onto the ground to for the adoption side. So you will be able to implement. The second piece is that when you are the kind of area you want to impact and you are impacting in the organization, or what kind of tools or what kind of area that is impacting. So typically when I classify tools, I classify two different buckets. Is it my system of records, so from which we are going to do all the external reporting, audit, regulatory compliances and everything, or is it my system of engagement through which I am engaging with my customers, with my employees, with my partners and all that. So on the system of record side, you always need best of the breed, proven partner into the market. So let's say when you are going about in banking, core banking systems kind of a thing, or a loan management system kind of thing, you always need best of the breed partners. But when you are talking about engagement systems, right, that's where you need a lot of innovation. And the kind of partner you need is someone who can bring that innovation onto the ground. So again, WhatsApp we talked about, a lot of innovation happening onto the ground, where people are building pods, people are building applications, but front end it works only on WhatsApp, where customers are more comfortable with it. Second is if you're bringing something, let's say for your partners, in financial services, these are DSAs, in FMCG, these are your dealers, your dealerships or to the different market. You have to understand what kind of technology they are comfortable with, what kind of processes they are comfortable with, and then bring the partners who can add that value so that adoption is not an issue. like the Dean was talking about, many digital transformation initiatives fails, right? There are more failures than successful initiatives onto the ground. And that's only because end to end it has not been thought through. Sometimes you select a wrong partner, sometimes you select a wrong strategy, or sometimes you don't actually work on enough on the change management, even if you put the right product onto the ground, but people are not engaged. So your people partnership doesn't work onto the ground. So work on all these areas, of course, we'll see a lot of success onto the ground.
Yeah, just want to add one point. You see, actually, when you look at the customer, from a customer's perspective, right, they would like to see organizations experimenting. So that culture of experimentation, and sometimes some products succeed, sometimes some services succeed, sometimes they fail, right? Like if you take Amazon, right, we know that they had some substantial failures, like they had that Fire tablet which didn't fire, and they had many other things, right? So the way I think about it is, when it comes to your customers, they actually are very, I would say, open to innovation, open to co-engineering, open to look at new ideas and walk the talk with you, right? Be partner and see how that innovation succeeds or fails. But what they don't want to see is when an organization is not willing to, think of new ideas or not willing to go that extra mile. And they also understand, these days customers also understand that when you do a co-ownership, a co-engineering, value gain sharing kind of models, right, there would be failures and there would be projects or initiatives which may not go the right way, right? But having said that, we always need to look at what is the journey of the customer and what are the touch points and what is the relative value which gets created at the various steps in those touch points, and are we willing to be innovative in those touch points, right? If we put these three parameters, then all the other things will get sorted out. Because what they would like to see is an authentic partnership. And when you have that authenticity in the partnership, it means you go and say, this is what we tried, sometimes it succeeded, and then you succeed, like even you do 10 things and you succeed in 2 initiatives, your returns would be more than compensating for your 8 failures. And that's a very important mindset to take to the customers.
Thank you, sir. Very insightful. So, we talked a lot about how to use WhatsApp. And I think we have a guest here who has just won an award for the best use case on WhatsApp chatbot in vehicle finance. So, Mr. Girish Dangarich, would you please share your insights on how you came up with the use case and what issue it solved?
See, as I talked earlier as well, when I see my customers, right, you have to see first that what kind of things they are comfortable with. Typically, customers on the ground likes a lot of simpler things. Nowadays, you also see they are getting very, very impatient. You cannot actually do a lot of experiments directly with customers. Typically, one thing if they've told once, they don't want to tell it again in the organization. So you have to start leveraging whatever data you have to provide best of the breed services. And they want everything with a very, very limited clicks. So even if you give them a digital interface to the organization and clicks are more, it's very hard for them to navigate through and all those things, they won't like. So when I see our customers onto the ground, I see that every customer is on smartphone, because our customer largely belongs to the rural India. But beyond WhatsApp and YouTube and couple of applications, they don't use any other application. Even if when I try working with some of them that can be bring in, let's say, an app for you where you can use, we didn't get a lot of positive response. And that's why we thought, why don't we give them the service on the WhatsApp. One interesting thing which we have built, which is really, really successful, it works in the local Indian languages. So typically when you go to the market, NLP engines, all of them claims that they have translation into the Indian languages, but when you practically try to go and use them, you see a lot of flaws over there. The X thing is meant Y, and your customer will not be able to understand those things onto the ground. So what my team interestingly done is that they have worked with many customers across the states where we operate, and they've actually understood their languages, and whichever the NLP is not working well, we build our own dictionaries onto the ground in all the 6 languages where my customer belongs to. And what it does is, first it hits our dictionary, the way the language customer understands, and then the other standard words, it hits the other NLP engines, and then it provides service to the customer. And because of that, about 60 to 70% month on month our customer service automatically handled by bot 24/7. So although our company has grown multifold in the last 5 years, but our customer care team is not increased that much because of the bot who is working in the background, and because the smaller things, understanding the customer and building up a solution which actually customer wants, not the complicated one, best of the breed one which we want to implement. So I think the one key learning which I had is, whenever you work with your partners, your team, they always think that, okay, let me bring in the best of the breed thing, best of the complicated things, and then only you will be able to succeed into the market. But actually the things are other way around. If you start always from the customer, even the simpler things works onto the ground really well, and you will be able to generate a lot of value onto the ground. So that's a case study which my team has submitted to the panel, and panel really liked it, and that's how we won that award, right?
That's really inspiring. I'm sure my batchmates are taking notes.
This is the basic hypothesis, that you have a hypothesis, you go to consumers, you ask them questions, you validate, and then you build a prototype over it, and then you deliver it. There is a consumer journey mapping and opportunity solution. You guys know consumer journey mapping, opportunity solution tree. Everyone here, product strategy and all those. Now what happens that once people are out of college school, they forget. So don't forget that. That's what I wanted to say.
To borrow your words, simplicity over complexity, that works best. So Kala in her introduction mentioned that we have an author amongst us, Mr. Ashish Ranjan. He has written a book called A Modern Playbook on Digital Transformation. We would really like to hear from him a few extracts or a sneak peek to his book, and what actually motivated him to write this book on digital transformation. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Sumit. Thanks for bringing this up. Now, this book is also an interesting story, and I was again talking to Ashish Pandey today morning about it. It came out as a strategic partnership.
You and the Mr.
Yeah, exactly. So, Amitabh Mishra and I were amongst the first batch of CDOs that were recruited from Vedanta in 2017 approximately, that time. And that was the time when I was also doing my PhD. I was pursuing my executive PhD, which could not get completed. So, but then, yeah, the transformation, the amount of work that you need to do for the PhD, the paper writing, the research, etc., thesis, the SLR preparation, all of this. So that was going on at the back, and I was doing it time and again with my new role. But all this content made me realize that I think writing a book is easier than completing a PhD. So I approached Amitabh Mishra, and Amitabh had come down from US to take up this role. He was really good at storytelling, writing, and stuff. And I said, Amitabh, look, I have an idea, and content is there almost. We just need to stitch it together. We need to weave it in the form of a story. And did not take much time, but then we were both sold on it. So the partnership got strengthened right at the beginning. And we went about it. We said, okay, let's give it a try. And it was anyhow in one of the bucket list items. And, you write a book. Okay, how it came about and what is it about? So it's actually a story about how do you implement digital transformation, more so from an Indian context, and what exactly is digital transformation. And it takes the perspective of a CDO there, and this person has taken up a role in an Indian corporate, and the way digital or the global corporate works, the Indian corporates work a little differently. And that's the subtle nuances that we have tried to bring about in this book. Plus, it is actually a parable in leadership. Because this role of a chief digital officer or a chief digital information officer or a chief technology officer, what it used to be and how it has evolved today, I see that you not only need to know your domain, so you need to have a domain knowledge, you need to have the technology knowledge, you need to have managerial skills. And when I say managerial, it's administrative plus leadership, definitely. And today, digital is taking boardroom positions because businesses cannot survive without technology. And any work that we do is on the base of technology. So, and again, why so? Because the ecosystem is changing. Going back to Father's words of today's morning, so locus of control, what is in our control and what is not in our control. So this part now has gone beyond our control. The ecosystem has changed so much that businesses cannot thrive without changing themselves and without adopting this, the digital side of the business. And when you do so, you actually need to evolve the skill sets within yourself. You need to undergo the transformation within yourself as well. Uses of technology, multifold. People have been used to working in a certain way. Pen, paper, Excel, manual way of working, the traditional way of working rather. And now you suddenly move them to a modern workplace, which is actually working only on systems and processes. And this is the story. How you weave together the people, process, technology. At the same time, look into the culture and mindset, because what we don't talk about is the culture and the mindset in organizations which are greater hindrances to any transformation story. And the book actually focuses on the cultural and the mindset aspect as well. The writing style is taken from a book called The Goal by Eliyahu Goldratt, and that was a book I read 20 years ago when I started my career. And the writing style very much, the theory of constraints is where I learned from this book, and that stuck with me. It is very lucid, almost non-technical. You won't get a lot of technology in there, but it's a storytelling, it's a story writing that we have tried to do, and then explain technology and explain the world of digital. So that's the book.
Thank you, sir, for sharing that inspiring story. And I'm sure that I would recommend the book to my batchmates as well. So, moving on, as you mentioned about the importance of digital transformation, Mr. Ram, Collabora Digital is actually helping clients in their digital transformation, especially in the BFSI sector. So, could you please give us some insights in order to that?
Sure. So, this is very interesting because banking generally is the first adopter of technology, and banking is a high trust business, right? It's one of the very few businesses where people take their hard-earned savings and then they give it to somebody saying, please keep it in trust, right? So it's a kind of a noble profession, and they are really at the forefront of technological change and customer journey. So from that perspective, when you look at what banks are doing today, there's been a sea change, right? If you even go back maybe 15-20 years and you had to check your bank balance, and I'm sure most of you would not even know the process of going to a branch and making an entry in the bank passbook, right? My father used to send me, I used to stand for 20-25 minutes, and they used to give me a token. I used to submit that token, and then they used to make the entries manually, and then I would know what little money my father had, right? So from that time to now, looking at your bank balances immediately on your Google Pay, to your Phone Pay or any other account, or doing mobile banking, right? This whole change has happened, and if you look at it, there are so many processes which have changed, and if you look at the overall banking value chain, right, and you can split that into specific chunks like, say, know your customer or KYC, or your entire customer onboarding process, then your processes around lending, processes around payments, processes around, looking at account closure, the whole value chain. Digital transformation has happened in each of these stages. Right? Now, the key thing, I always look at it in terms of what is the customer experience, right? Because anything you do, if it doesn't enhance the customer experience, then obviously the adoption is going to be a challenge. Right? The second thing you look at is how scalable it is. Right? So when we had 10 years ago, when we said every Indian should have a bank account. Now, that is a good thing, and obviously financial inclusion is a very good thing. But just imagine the amount of scaling up which banks had to do in their back end to really scale up. Because if you look at it commercially, if somebody has a 500 rupees balance in their bank account, the bank is actually making a loss on that customer. Right? So when you are actually saying we scale up, right, then there is a huge IT backend cost which needs to be done, which means it needs to be done in a very correct and clever manner so that you don't end up making losses at a customer level. The third thing is also as you scale up, right, and as you maintain the experience, how are you going to keep the empathy, which is a very fundamental fact of banking, and that is basically if somebody is not able to repay the loan, or if somebody is not able to make the payment on time or whatever, how are you able to still provide that human experience or that human touch, right? And I feel these are the three areas where digital can really help a lot. So the customer experience, the scaling up, and the financial inclusion, as well as the whole human empathy and the content, right? So from there, so there are solutions which include newer touch points, like say the mobile phone. Now mobile phone is a great help in terms of being able to reach out to your banker or use an app to log in, etc. There are also other platforms like business correspondents who actually are able to go to the deepest of the rural areas. And how do you enable that business correspondent to be digitally equipped so that they can provide a better banking experience, right? Then there is this whole thing around catch them young. So you can actually provide bank accounts to children at the age of 10, 12 so that they understand financial, fiscal prudence and financial responsibilities. So there is a lot which we are doing as a part of this whole BFSI transformation, right? See, this is also a ecosystem play, right? I always like the word ecosystem play because we have had 5G, right? We have had big data come in. We've had a lot of other facilitating policies which have come from the government. So we have had a lot of things come together which is really helping this whole digital transformation in banking, right? Are we still the best in the world when it comes to digital banking? Not yet, right? So you see in the West that there are now banks which are just opening, like Revolut or Atom or a few others who don't even have branches. Now these days are really digital. They're truly digital. We are still brick and mortar as the size of the country and the maturity of the country demands. But at the same point of time, we actually are really scaling up our solutions. And if you just see the progress which has been made in the last 15 years, to see what you can actually you will see going forward, it is just phenomenal. And as Collabora Digital, we are part of the journey, and we are part of the ecosystem. And I'm really hopeful that when some of these days come and sit as panelists, right, the kind of changes which we would have seen in banking would be even more phenomenal.
Absolutely. Actually, we were discussing today in the morning about India stack as well. The implications.
Yeah. So I think just to add two things which played a very, very important role in terms of digital transformation in banking sector. One is the JAM Trinity, which is the RBI term, right? So Jandan account, so almost every home now got a bank account available with them. Everybody's got an Aadhaar available with them, and now the Aadhaars are linked with the mobile phones, right? So with the three put together, now actually you can onboard a customer, right? Very, very intelligently, even remotely. In India, video KYC solutions are very much prominent and available these days. And the other India stack solutions which are available. So recently, we've seen account aggregator, which played a very, very interesting transformative role. So now, see, getting a banking access to assess any customer's creditworthiness is very, very important. Earlier, that used to be a very tough job. Like you talked about 15 years ago, you would go to the bank and then do the printouts of your bank statement. Even nowadays, if you ask any customer, they have to go to either a bank or to their mobile app, download and send it to you. But now with just one OTP, you are able to access the bank statement of any customer and underwrite them. That played a very, very important role. You've seen the NPCI solutions for repayment, NSCH, NSCH activations through digital signatures, Aadhaar signature. That played a very, very important role. It's now very easy to enroll any customer and get your EMIs back very, very smoothly from the customer's bank account. So all of these areas, especially in BFS industry, the way government is enabling all these tools onto the ground, and all those tools are very, very robust. All the account aggregator had some issues, but now it's evolving. It's very, very stable because a lot of banks has to upgrade their infrastructure to support that kind of services. But as a financial services company, we see that has already gone a long way. Underwrite a customer, it's getting easier day by day. Even customers are getting impatient. So if anybody who is thought of applying the loan onto the ground, they actually don't need money after 10 days, they actually need money yesterday. So that kind of attitude now customers are having. If somebody has, let's say, has thought to get a commercial vehicle loan today, he's already made plan in his mind that from tomorrow onwards where I'm going to drive and how I'm going to earn money out of this. So as a financial service provider, our role is that how can we quickly underwrite that customer and disburse the money, and that's where the India stack is playing very, very important role. You are able to do KYCs digitally, you are able to understand their bank statement digitally, you have access to all the used vehicle data through RC, you can able to verify those things digitally. You also have the insurance details coming out digitally. Even nowadays, you're getting that what kind of offenses they have made by driving vehicle onto the ground, so that data is partially available digitally as well. So all the data, which is through India Stack, is really, really helping, and I think shaping the future and actually delivering the greater value and faster value to the customers onto the ground to come.
Just wanted to add one thing which I feel will become very important in the coming days is alternate credit scoring. Right? See, all of us are on social media. We actually leave our digital imprints across, right? This is a very great way of being able to provide lending solutions to people who might not have the typical formal, records like say an income tax return or salary slip, etc. And you will see that there is a lot more data science which will come into play, where it will be an analysis of the bank statement or just sheer analysis of your Google Pay records, etc. Or even the withdrawals which you make, or there will be many ways of your spending patterns, etc. And which would really help instant credit disbursement. And these are the ways in which like take Bajaj Finance for example, right? The way they have grown. These are the innovative ways of assessing credit, which is going to be the next level breakthrough using data science in the space of banking and analytics in the space of.
True, sir. And speaking of all these loans, I just got remembered that our fee payment is coming up next month. So, moving on to Mr. Ashish. Dabur is a brand that is close to the heart of every Indian. I think most of us would have had Dabur Chyawanprash at least once in our childhood, willingly or unwillingly. Should we ask them to raise their hands? Anyone who has had Dabur Chyawanprash in the church? I have asked the wrong person.
a picture of this. Raise it. You raise it.
But jokes apart, Dava has carved its own space in the FMCG sector. So, how is artificial intelligence and data analytics coming out in the FMCG sector? What role is it playing?
It's a very tough question. I will tell you why. We were discussing just beforehand also. So, it's a topic close to my heart and very kind of misused, abused across world right now. Everyone is trying to bring Gen AI. So, AI was there and many organizations and people were already there and then Gen AI came into picture. Now, again I will go to my back hypothesis. It's not a hypothesis, it's proven simplicity. So if you are able to bring simplicity using the same AI principles in everywhere, then it will make remarkable difference if you are actually making life of people easy. And across industry, so I think 3 months ago, 3 or 4 months ago, I went to one of the speaking engagement in Pune, Indian Express speaking engagement, and it was about use cases in generational AI. You won't believe that there was around 150-200 odd people in the audience, and I have a habit of doing show of hands, so you must have seen it by now, right? And there is a reason. I get to understand how people are and what they are looking to hear and how they are placed. So I did the same thing there, the show of hands even before starting the topic, and I asked that how many of you have actually started using Gen AI? Out of 150-200 top industry CIOs, only 3 people raised hand. 3 people. And they too were at the POC stage, not at the full rollout stage. And this is when 2 years have been passed that Gen AI has came into picture and there's a huge buzz around it. NVIDIA has become the biggest company because of that element. So when I speak about AI, when we speak about Gen AI across industry, right now I'm working with Dava, previously I was with GSK Consumer Healthcare. I have done a lot of work in analytics and AI as well. What I have seen that these are investment teams. You have to invest, and it's not one-time invest. You are not going to get returns immediately. So whenever an organization brings in strategic partnership, of course, because most of the organization don't have these capabilities in-house, you will have to bring strategic partner. And you know what the challenge is? That strategic partner is having the best of technology stack and background, but they have many a times less understanding of business. Then you know what kind of conversation happens, that okay, what do you want? And you know what the organization says to strategic partner, you tell me what you have done. No one tells each other anything. It's a supreme catch-22 situation, supreme catch-22. And that is what I have seen consistently, be it in digital transformation, be it in AI. There's a consistent thing that let's do something in AI. Okay, बताओ क्या करना है? आप बताओ आपने क्या क्या किया? So keep circling around. The places where I have seen it successful, is where it was very clear from day one that this is not going to be a one-time activity. We are going to invest in it consistently over a period of time, and we want to see it getting mature. बच्चा आपके घर में जब रहता है, when you have a child, गड़बड़ कर रहा है, आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो एक दिन में ठीक हो जाएगा. You don't do that, right? You invest continuously, and that is how you have to nurture whenever you are getting into these wide spaces. And that grit, that you can say entire determination has to come with leaders. So that is what I have seen. It's detrimental. It's again people, not AI, not anything. It's people who are at the core of everything. That if you have decided that I will make it work, and it will only work if there is money.
Yes. The final objective is to make money out of this.
So whenever I am having conversation with strategic partners, I say that I only work around 3 areas. Either I make money, I save money, or it's LFR. LFR is legal, fiscal, regulatory. मुझे मजबूरी में वो करना ही करना है. I don't have an option around that. So those are the 3 key principles where I pick up my programs and projects. And fourth is where I get when I'm done with these 3 is that how I can enhance life experience of people who are associated with.
Thank you, sir. And while we are at the topic of generative AI, I think we had a discussion in the morning regarding LLMs. Currently, we are working on LLMs and VLMs. And Mr. Ram had told the idea of SLMs, which is basically small language models. I think that will again change it from complexity to simplicity.
I think we will have to have a discussion about that.
Would you like to give your take on that?
Yeah, see, I think mega trends play over years and sometimes decades, right? So when think about this, like the internet is going to be, the next level breakthrough using data science in the space of banking and analytics in the space of.
True, sir. And speaking of all these loans, I just got remember that RP payment is coming up next month. So moving on to Mr. Ashish. Dabur is a brand that is close to the heart of every Indian. I think most of us would have had Dabur brush at least once in our childhood, willingly or unwillingly. Should we ask them to raise their hands? Anyone who has had Dabur brush in the childhood? I should have asked. I have asked the wrong person. Take a picture of this. Raise it. But jokes apart, Dabur has carved its own space in the FMCG sector. So, how is artificial intelligence and data analytics coming out in the FMCG sector? What role is it playing?
It's a very tough question. I will tell you why, because we were discussing just beforehand also. So, it's a topic close to my heart and very kind of misused and used across the world right now. Everyone is trying to bring Gen AI. So, AI was there and many organizations and people were already there and Gen AI came into picture. Now, again I will go to my back hypothesis. It's not a hypothesis, it's proven simplicity. So if you are able to bring simplicity using the same AI principles in everywhere, then it will make remarkable difference if you are actually making life of people easy. And across industry, so I think 3 months ago, 3 or 4 months ago, I went to one of the speaking engagement in Pune, Indian Express speaking engagement, and it was about use cases in generational AI. You won't believe that there was around 150-200 odd people in the audience, and I have a habit of doing show of hands, so you must have seen it by now, right? And there is a reason. I get to understand how people are and what they are looking to hear and how they are placed. So I did the same thing there, the show of hands even before starting the topic. And I asked that how many of you have actually started using Gen AI? Out of 150-200 top industry CIOs, only 3 people raised hand. 3 people. And they too were at the POC stage, not at the full rollout stage. And this is when 2 years have been passed that Gen AI has came into picture and there's a huge buzz around it. NVIDIA has become the biggest company because of that element. So when I speak about AI, when we speak about Gen AI across industry, right now I'm working with Dabur, previously I was with TSK Consumer Healthcare. I have done a lot of work in analytics and AI as well. What I have seen that these are investment themes. You have to invest, and it's not one-time invest. You are not going to get returns immediately. So whenever an organization brings in strategic partnership, of course, because most of the organization don't have these capabilities in-house, you will have to bring strategic partner. And you know what the challenge is? That strategic partner is having the best of technology stack and background, but they have many a times less understanding of business. Then you know what kind of conversation happens, that okay, what do you want? And you know what the organization says to strategic partner, you tell me what you have done. No one tells each other anything. It's a supreme catch-22 situation, supreme catch-22. And that is what I have seen consistently, be it in digital transformation, be it in AI. That's a consistent thing that let's do something in AI. Okay, बताओ क्या करना है, आप बताओ आपने क्या क्या किया. So keep circling around. The places where I have seen it successful, is where it was very clear from day one that this is not going to be a one-time activity. We are going to invest in it consistently over a period of time, and we want to see it getting mature. बच्चा आपके घर में जब रहता है, when you have a child, गड़बड़ कर रहा है, आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो एक दिन में ठीक हो जाएगा. You don't do that, right? You invest continuously, and that is how you have to nurture whenever you are getting into these wide spaces. And that grit, that you can say, entire determination has to come with leaders. So that is what I have seen. It's detrimental. It's again people, not AI, not anything. It's people who are at the core of everything. That if you have decided that I will make it work, and it will only work if there is money.
Yes. The final objective is to make money out of this.
So whenever I am having conversation with strategic partners, I say that I only work around 3 areas. Either I make money, I save money, or it's LFR. LFR is legal, fiscal, regulatory. मुझे मजबूरी में वो करना ही करना है. I don't have an option around that. So those are the 3 key principles where I pick up my programs and projects. And fourth is where I get when I'm done with these 3 is that how I can enhance life experience of people who are associated with.
Thank you so much. And while we are at the topic of generative AI, I think we had a discussion in the morning regarding LLMs. Currently, we are working on LLMs and DLLMs. And Mr. Ram had told the idea of SLMs, which is basically small language models. I think that will again change it from complexity to simplicity.
I think we will have to have a discussion about that.
Yeah. Would you like to give your take on that?
Yeah, see, I think mega trends play over years and sometimes decades, right? So when think about this like the internet moment, obviously there will be challenges to adoption. There will be phases of difficulties in adoption, and then there will be smaller waves where the first wave happens, when the first wave of adoption happens and people see the benefit. So this is, so we saw that in internet then led to ERPs, and then from ERPs we saw more the next wave in terms of maybe blockchain, and now currently we are seeing this whole thing around LLMs, etc., generative AI, etc., right? But like Ashish rightly said, see, these things need to showcase ROI, right, return on investment, and also these things need a lot of change management, right? So there is, it's going to be the mega wave as it happens. There will be smaller waves and smaller phases where these adoptions will happen. So this whole thing around LLMs are like your foundational models, right? So they actually are built with billions of parameters. Like even the 7 billion parameter is considered to be a small model, which means think about a 65 billion or a, those are the kind of large models. And parameter is, if you look at a simple, equation, right? Parameter is one of your x, y, z kind of thing. So many things actually get considered before, a prediction is made by an LLM. So essentially, one of the key trends I see in terms of adoption of generative AI is, you don't need an LLM which will cater to banking, which will cater to airlines, which will cater to all the other domains, right? We will have what we call as SLMs, like Microsoft OpenAI's Phi is one good model. There is Haiku from I think Claude, and then there is GPT 4o mini, which has come up. So these are SLMs which are domain specific. So you would have, say, something specific to banking, and within that specificity, it's easier to train on a particular task. So if it is, say, screening a document, right, or if it is, say, reading a signature, right, then these are specific tasks which the accuracy would be better, the performance would be better, and the cost would be very, very less when compared to using an entire foundational model, right? So this is one way of taking your capability of generative AI to do specific tasks. Second is, the big trend which will happen is, computing on the edge, right? So if you look at manufacturing, there is so many IoT sensors which have already been deployed, and if you go to a factory today, even when compared to 10 years ago, you will see just every machine has, hundreds of sensors, and even a car which comes out today, right, it has something close to 2000 sensors when compared to, even 5-7 years ago where maybe they had 10 sensors or 15 sensors, right? So we are at the age of edge computing, and that trend will only, increase. And we will see that generative AI at the edge using smaller language model will really be the next wave of growth, right? Because if you look at it from a value chain perspective, it is pretty simple, right? One, you need to collect the data. Second, you need to process the data. Third, you need to action the insights gained through processing the data. Now, this is the simple three-step process, right? Now, from that, whatever methodology helps you to get to the data better, process the data better, act on the insights. Say, for example, if a sensor reads that your engine is overheated, now what is the action, right? The communication to the person who is driving, or if it is, maybe next level would be even communicating to the service center. Those are the things which are getting refined. So from that perspective, fully agree with what Ashish said. It is going to take some time. You need to show the ROI, but I feel that specific use cases will come up first, and then once the specific use cases start building confidence, then enterprises will say, okay, now I see value in this. Now I am willing to make a bigger investment. I am willing to change my entire shop floor using, say, sensors or IoT or whatever it takes. And yesterday I had an interesting discussion with another panelist, Nitin, where we spoke about two factories within the same group. One was performing at an efficiency of 35 to 37%, same capital investment. Another factory which is now following Industry 2.0, or they are at an efficiency of something close to 75 to 80%. So basically what he's saying is they are now as a group thinking whether we should continue the other factory and move this extra production, which means they will save something around 3,000 to 4,000 crores. So these are the potential of adoption of digital transformation, but it will take time. It has taken them 7 years to reach here. Like that, Gen AI, when we have this conclave in 2030, you will find that there is going to be a lot more adoption of Gen AI across multiple use cases. And see, the other thing I want to quickly highlight is, see, there is an enterprise adoption and then there is an individual productivity. So if you look at it and do what Ashish does, if you do a show of hands, how many people have used Gen AI as, say, ChatGPT or Perplexity or all of you, right? So what has currently happened is, see, GenAI, OpenAI makes almost $7 billion of revenue from their B2C segment, and they make only $3 to $4 of revenue, $1 billion of revenue in their enterprise segment still, right? Now, it is a different matter that the valuation of the stocks have increased, to $600 billion of extra value has been generated, but only $10 billion of extra revenue has happened. But when these trends kind of merge in the long run, you will see more companies making money, more people will become comfortable with GenAI. When this workforce goes into the industry, they will find a lot more knowledge management tools based on GenAI, analytics solutions which are based on GenAI, automation solutions which are based on GenAI. And you will find that, by 2030, you will find that people, 70-80% of the workforce will be using some form of GenAI as a part of their day-to-day work, right? Now, this is the overall transformation. It could sometimes happen faster, sometimes it could happen slower. That I'm sure nobody can predict with any degree.
Thank you, sir. So before we open our floor to questions from the audience, one last question to each of the panelists. So what advice would you give our budding business leaders of tomorrow to take home today?
This time. This time it's very tough.
I know it's a tough question to summarize and give advice. But I think the one piece of advice, actually two things I would like to tell you. Number one is, not every time complex things adds value, right? So lot of times simpler things add value in the enterprise, so keep that in mind. And always tie that to the end goal. So whatever is being discussed in the boardroom, if your work, your project, your transformation idea is adding up to that kind of discussion, of course, the things will get successful. The second piece is on the governance, because a lot of time we talked about many transformation projects fail. Many takes a lot of time to get adopted at enterprise level. Many get successful in terms of build, but people not adopted onto the ground. So governance plays a very, very important role. So from the point you think about the idea, you select your partner, and when you are doing the actual execution and even the post execution on the adoption, there are various governance tools. You will, of course, must have read in your curriculum, and you can see a lot of online stuff as well. But keep applying those governance tools, transparencies with all the stakeholders during that course of build and implementation. And of course, you will see a lot more success onto the ground, and you will be able to add greater values to your organization which you are going to work with.
Right, giving advice is the toughest part. Okay, most of you are between 5 to 10 years of work ex. And the next that you will enter, the advice is, again, we are talking about technology, so look at technology from a business mindset. So it's all about ROI, money at the end, and fit for business and fit for purpose. That's how at the moment we are looking for technology. We're not running after technology that, okay, this is a trending tech, so let's go ahead and adopt it. We are looking for technology that can be fitting our business and then impact business in a positive way to move either the top line or the bottom line. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
So I think any advice given is a waste of time. Right? So you have to realize yourself. But I can give you a couple of thoughts. Right? So one is talking from a personal experience. Whatever I learned 20 years ago is pretty much irrelevant now, and it's just what you keep learning over a period of time and continue to, more than facts, how you think and how you are able to analyze a particular situation and the people's reactions around you. I think that's what really matters, because contexts change, but the fundamental principles or the first principles of thinking, the first principles of analysis, people management, I think that's the real learning, right? One needs to refine as you go along. The second thing I would say is, as you get a lot of knowledge, you tend to become cynical as well. And please keep your, the mental side of, because essentially what happens is you face a lot of decisions, and typically, people tend to become less optimistic as they go along in their careers. And I've seen great leaders, and I'm grateful to them because they've told me, and I've tried to, internalize that, is keep the optimism going. Right? There is a lot of positive change which is happening around us, and we are all, we can influence that and become, contributory in our lives. So I think these are the two things which I would say. Look at first principles, think how to learn better, and second is, keep the optimism and the positivity going in your lives and your relationships. And even when you look at any organization, people will like to interact with positive people. People would like to interact with forward-thinking, forward-looking people. So these are the two things which I would recommend.
और absorb करने की कैपेसिटी है कि okay, great. Actually, I have been extremely fortunate. That's how I will say. Extremely fortunate. Why? Because I have really, really good managers and leaders with whom I have worked. Even if I speak about my friends, really good people by heart and by design and whatever they are doing right now. So, what I feel that whatever is surrounding you, you should not miss that. You have to seek active mentorship. So you have to ask people, you have to get guided, you have to get mentored. And the best phases of my learning has been when I have been close to someone like that. I can still count it like in my hands, my mentors, and they have greatly influenced my life. So two things have greatly influenced my mentors and whatever I read. That is something which one should never stop. And whatever you are learning when you are being mentored, don't forget to give it back. You have to. And I think we are into an educational institute here. It's all about giving it back. So these two things have been very, very crucial and important to me as well. And I actually work as an active mentor as well. I do free mentoring to startups, and it's not for their benefit. That is what I see in that relationship. I always say that in the relationship, both have to be benefited. When I am working with them, I am forcing experiments. That have you tried this?
It would invest more, and that would add to their value proposition. I hope my question was answered. Yeah, sure.
So if I understand your question correctly, it is about that an organization is mimicking what is already in the market, they are copying it, and second is about that when that investment is getting into some results, you want to bring in more investment. Yes, these are the two parts, right? So coming to the first one, mimicking. We said the mimicking word. Is it good or bad?
Actually, when you are trying to incorporate a solution that is actually battle tested, they have the feeling that this will work more, right?
So you are having better solution, and or you are copying a better solution. Not able to get it.
Sometimes organizations want to copy a better solution, but but we know that this might not work for this particular product. And
Okay. So it's all about, as I said, my basics are very clear. I will keep getting to the basics time and again. One is to be very sharp in storytelling. That is something which we miss as leaders, as people, and in these schools and elsewhere also. We get to study a lot, we get to analyze data a lot, and then we are not very clever at storytelling. So first of all, you need to have convincing ability. So if you know that you are right, you have to convince this to people. Okay? Yeah. So, first of all, the storytelling has to be very sharp. So, forget AI, forget technology, forget Gen AI even. It's about that how you sell it. And when you're selling it, you have to back it up with the right kind of data, not the entire list and everything. You have to make a statement that I'm going to create this much of revenue by this time, or I'm going to save this much of money by this time. If you don't have that, forget about bringing in new value. So that convincing storytelling has to be that. That is the only thing. That is the only way. You can't prove it elsewhere. And you need to have again allies. So we are speaking about corporate body. बिना ally के कुछ नहीं होता. How many times you go into a meeting where you start discussing about things and where you are looking for all kinds of approval and all those, and then you are not getting approved, you get out of that meeting. यही होता है ना. उस मीटिंग में आपको जाना ही नहीं था. उस मीटिंग में even before getting into that meeting आपको इंडिविजुअली एक एक बंदे के पास जाना था, उसको पहले अलाइन करना था, फिर मीटिंग बुलानी थी. आप मीटिंग में सरप्राइज लेने के लिए नहीं गए हैं, डिसीजन निकलवाने के लिए गए हैं. आपको पहले अलाइनमेंट करना पड़ेगा. ये सब भूल जाते हैं, वहां पे आके सरप्राइज होते हैं. What is said about courtrooms? It is said about courtrooms that a lawyer is not supposed to ask those questions for which he doesn't know answer. That is how it's similar case here as well. So first of all, your storytelling, and second is about that if you get that storytelling right or wrong, I really don't know. Second is about that you have to continuously back it up with data. And data, not in a detailed format. If someone wants to get deeper into it, then you should have ready. But you have to tell it in a very short form, this is going to generate value. And even before starting these kind of things, you have to have commitment from your leadership. If you are in a corporate business model, इसमें 1 साल 2 साल 3 साल लगता है, आपको करना पड़ेगा. आप तुरंत एक्सपेक्ट मत करना. और हर 3 महीने में, even after that, every 3 months you have to remind them कि मैंने बोला था, टाइम लगता है. भूल जाता है. बोलने के बाद भी भूल जाते हैं. You have to tell that मुझे अगले साल बजट चाहिए जाता है. I will tell you my story. मुझे अगले साल बजट और चाहिए. मैं हर 2 महीने बोलता हूँ, अगले साल 10% नहीं है, 20% जाने वाला है. हर 2 महीने में I keep reminding. That is why I am doing it. That's it.
this was great.
I just want to add one point here. See, I think all of you, right, if you have some time, just read the book Hit Refresh by Satya Nadella. I feel it's one of the really interesting books which has come up in the last 20 years. Here he talks about when he was asked, given the opportunity to apply for the CEO role, right, by Bill Gates. He basically went and he spoke a lot about the culture, how things are not empathetic at Microsoft at that point of time. And just imagine, right, the easiest and the safer option would have been that I just go and say everything is fantastic, we are a great company, we are doing so well, etc. But he basically said something is fundamentally wrong when he was giving the CEO interview, right? So at some point of time, right, it is these kind of courageous conversations which will help you be seen as a true leader, right? And after making your thoughts felt, even then, if you're not being given the right, opportunity, if you feel, I think it's a great idea for a startup, right? You should try to go outside and prove. But having said that, I think where people feel and where I feel people hesitate is they don't speak their mind. And you have to do it in a nice way. Like he said, you need to bring in allies, you need to plan ahead, etc. But at the same point of time, it needs courage. You cannot back away from a courageous conversation and then, feel victimized.
One thing which is very important, courage is needed, courage at the right time. I'm being very honest here. You have to find the right mood cover. Even in the boardroom, you have to pitch it in the right point at the right time when things are. You have to bring topics, you have to close topics. Navigate करना पड़ता है. घर में कैसे करते हैं मम्मी पापा से? मूड अच्छा है मांग लेते हैं.
Thank you. This was actually really very insightful. Thank you so much.
Hello sir, my name is Kunal and I have background in IT. So when we are talking about data driven or digital transformation, that has made the markets highly competitive. However, at the same opposite side, we have the ROI also. Like adopting this technology will actually give us ROI or not. So how we are managing this fine line where we have to be highly competitive as well as we have to take care that we are not over investing in something which will not give us the benefit. So how we are taking such decisions in the industry? Yeah, especially sir from the banking only I got one question that after adopting the GAM, now we have seen the banks are coming to our doorstep. If we give a request, 3 banks will come to open the account to our doorstep. So this has made very competitive market. So from that only question came to my mind.
See, you are right. Competition is there, and customers are now getting more and more aware about different products and services which a lot more organization offers to the market. So first is what was explaining is to understand your customer. Do you really understand your customer, their persona, their behavior? For example, there is a certain set of customers who first goes to the online platform and then searches for the service and then lend to you as a company to deliver the services. There are certain set of customers who always go to the word of mouth. They first talk to their friends, especially in the rural area when you talk about that this is, you have a loan किससे लो, right? That kind of question comes in. Or आपने किससे लिया है पहले, services were good, can I go to the same company again? So you have to first understand that from where your customer starts that journey. The second piece is that how can you give them the service? There are some customers who are always want service in the digital footprint. They don't like to interact with a lot of people. There are some customers who want somebody comes to my home, do me a doorstep service, and then take the journey forward. And there are some who are willing to come to your places to avail the services. So you have to also understand that what kind of mindset they are into it, right? And then accordingly build your solution and services. The third aspect of the ROI when you talk about, it's all about doing the small pilots. So there are, if you're working on a system of engagement kind of a solution, I'm not talking about record kind of a solution, but on the system of engagement, you have to keep doing a lot of small pilots, and those pilots should not be a conference room pilot. Those pilots should be an on-ground pilot. You should go work with your customers, sit at your front office, talk to the customer, go to their home location, and work on those small solutions. Keep getting their feedbacks and keep pivoting. There are some solutions which won't work. You keep them part of the failure mode, pivot, and then move back again. Some solutions which they really like, then ask for further investment from those solutions, and then take them to the next level. So that's how the things are being built onto the ground, and that's how the solutions are being built onto the ground.
So let me ask a counter question, right? Are 5-star hotels more profitable, Dabas more profitable? Dabas? You will never find a bottle of water in a 5-star hotel can be sold at 300 rupees, right? So there will always be customers who are willing to pay you a premium if you can enable that premium service, at any point of time, you will always find a set of customers who will, if you can show that you are better than any other offering in the market, whether it is in terms of service, which is, you will always get customers to pay that extra for you. And I have, as I interact with a lot of CEOs, right, people always have this conundrum around, I cannot price more, But I have worked with a couple of CEOs where they say, pricing is not the problem, value creation is the problem. If I create value, rest assured, I can sign on a paper and tell you, customers will pay, right? That is something which you should take away from this.
He's so right that even when I'm getting into those kind of conversations, I'm happy to pay premium, I want to get premium stuff. Everyone, I think everyone here, I believe, is of the same thought and mindset. So yeah.
And sir, another perspective was that about competition. Adopting technology has increased the competition as well between the industries and the organizations. So there, how you are managing the competition of adopting technologies, where suppose one organization is taking the niche and he is going ahead, how you are taking decision in that sense?
You know what, Ashok, right?
Kunal.
Yeah. So, Kunal, many a times you will hear a response like that there is no option, you have to go to technology way and all those things, yeah? What I feel that every organization is different and it's a choice. I value common sense more than technology. I'm a CIO CTO for an organization and I have spoken very less about technology till now. So actually what I always feel is that it's more about common sense. Many a times we are looking to solve something with technology. It is solvable through mundane common sense, nothing else. And now you have to be competitive in the environment. You have to understand if that is your forte or not, if you are a technology company or not, if you want. So let's say that you have 100 rupees in your bucket. That is your entire spending pattern of the year in technology segment. You have to choose carefully. You have to choose carefully that if I want to be a leader in some area where I want to do technology, and do I want to park 1% or 2% of that 100 rupees or not? I can't do 10%. So these are the choices. Many a times you do benchmarking, and when you are comparing it with the industry, you get to see, so benchmarking is done usually on the scale of 5. So let's say that there is a business function in your organization, and you scale it with your competitors, and you find out that you are somewhere at 3.5. Your competitor is at 4, and you have to make choices. Should I do 0.5 increase with kind of money and so, and will it be giving me results? So those are the considerations that competitor is doing. Does it make sense for me or not? Not just for the heck of doing it.
Thank you.
So as much as we would love to continue this conversation, I'm sure that our second group of panelists are equally excited to carry forward with their discussion. So the key takeaway that I feel we had from this discussion is that, before coming here today morning, I was thinking of concluding it like something like leveraging digital technologies is not just an option, but it's a necessity. But after having this conversation, I feel that the key takeaway is we should concentrate on simplifying things. Like, why do we need generative AI when we can do it with WhatsApp? And people should always be at the center rather than technology. So with that, we conclude our first panel discussion. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear guests, for all your wonderful insights. I'm absolutely certain that if any of us get a chance to watch Deadpool versus Wolverine in the coming week, there will be a small voice in the back of our minds reminding us that it's nothing short of a digital collaboration. Thank you for that. Well, jokes apart, that was a wonderfully engaging deep dive into picking the right collaborations across organizations to leverage each other's functional capabilities to the extent of what, like they said, cooperation between rivals. I feel like the insights we just received, Kala, are ones that will help us shape our mindsets as we go into the workplace after XLRI, as we try to keep the optimism and positivity going.
Absolutely, Yash, I agree with you on that. A sincere thank you to each and every one of our incredible guests for their deep insights and kind words. Please give them a huge round of applause.
We would now like to invite Anshu ma'am, our corporate relations officer, to present a memento to our guests as a gesture of our gratitude. First, I would like to invite Mr. Girish Dangayaj. Sir, please join us on stage, please. Mr. Ashish Ranjan, please join us on stage. Next, I invite Mr. Ashish Pandey. And finally, Mr. Ramasubramanian, please join us.
Alright, thank you so much, ma'am. Before we move on to our tea break, request everyone to join us for a quick photograph session outside the Learning Center, post which we shall break for 20 minutes for tea and we should be back for the next panel. Thank you so much. Across North America, Europe, Middle East and Southeast Asia, excelling in digital transformation, opportunity generation and delivery of technology services, client innovation and talent development. Having spent about 17.5 years at Accenture, he is now leading digital strategy and transformation at CIAT, where he is responsible for creating and delivering the digital vision that will bring in competitive differentiation and sustainable value and growth. Join us in welcoming Mr. Mukherjee. Sir, we request you to be seated on stage. Our next panelist, Mr. Ghosh, works with Ernst & Young as a partner focusing on consumer goods and retail sector based out of the Gurgaon office. He has 16 years of work experience spread across consulting, e-commerce and Asian market. Mr. Ghosh brings deep functional knowledge, a unique breadth of experience, a strategic view coupled with a passion to learn and excel, and a strong people and process mindset. Kindly join us in welcoming Mr. Ghosh. Request you to join us on stage.
Our third panelist, with over 2 decades of experience, Mr. Nitin Dhingra is a seasoned leader in data-driven digital transformations. A mechanical engineer and an MBA from Emeritus University, Singapore, Mr. Dhingra embodies a unique blend of technical acumen and strategic insights. His expertise lies in crafting the digital DNA of large-scale conglomerates, an accomplishment highlighted by his leadership in more than 200 groundbreaking digital initiatives across the value stream of organizations. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Dhingra. Thank you. The next panelist joining us is Mr. Ravi Kumar. He is a business-savvy digital transformation leader with rich experience in FMCG and manufacturing. Amongst his strengths are comprehension of new age technologies and the ability to align them with business objectives. In his career of over a decade, Mr. Kumar has set up the analytics practice at Asian Paints, led the sales transformation for Johnson & Johnson, and enabled digital transformation at Pidilite. Now, as the Chief Digital Officer, he is responsible for driving the digital agenda across all divisions at XLRI. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Kumar. Sir, please join us on stage.
Thank you, dear guests, for gracing us with your presence. Now we would like to invite the second moderator for the panel onto the stage. Madhumita Rajkumar is our in-house behavioral scientist. Intrigued by the promising blend of economics and psychology, she pursued her master's in behavioral economics at the University of Warwick. After graduation, she has worked in the niche field of persuasion and behavior change, working with a myriad of clients, including UNDP. Her goal is to leverage her behavioral science expertise and the business acumen gained from her MBA to drive business transformation and innovation. Madhu, over to you.
Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you for the very kind introduction. So while we were preparing for the conclave, it was just a very typical evening. I was scrolling through my phone and I was window shopping. I was not particularly looking for anything, I was merely killing time. But before I knew it, suddenly I had added like quite a few things to my cart. A yoga mat, a lip balm and lots of coffee. And in between I even saw this one pop up for an iPad. And somehow I convinced myself that, I need that to take better notes in class this semester. So how did I end up there? How did we all end up here, right? Because these are situations that we all can relate with. So to answer that, I have 4 gentlemen with me on stage who are stalwarts in the industry of data analytics. Today, we will pull back the curtain and explore how data analytics as an industry is using insights to talk about various insights in the, I'm really sorry. So today we're going to pull back the curtain and explore how data analytics is transforming the consumer goods and e-commerce sectors. So we will discuss how it helps businesses understand consumer preferences, predict demand, and also personalize experiences in ways we never thought before. So this industry is piecing together a giant puzzle of who we are as consumers, and they're getting really good at it. But then again, analytics isn't just about predicting what we want to buy next. It's reshaping entire industries. It's driving innovation. And it's fundamentally changing how products are designed, manufactured, and distributed. And on that note, my name is Madhu, and I'm ecstatic to welcome you to the second panel at ReEnvision 3.0. We have an incredible lineup of experts here to share their insights on all things data analytics. Thank you for joining us, and let's dive right in. Alright, so my first question is open for all of the panelists. So as leaders in the consumer goods and e-commerce industries, each of you have harnessed data in various ways. So to start our discussion, can you share with us a significant way in which data analytics has transformed your business operations?
Am I audible? Yes. Thanks, first of all, thanks XLRI team for calling me here, quite humbled and privileged to be with all of you here. Now, coming back to your question, see, data, the erstwhile days, data was something which was not that critical, and the decisions that were done with the lag of, let's say, 1 day or 2 day back data. But now COVID became a catalyst, and now everything is decided on the fly. Like you would need data right away. What is your sales numbers? CEO would want it right away. So the hunger has increased a lot. And the analytics or the data also has come up. There are so many sophisticated technologies which are being worked. And for us, we developed the data lake on which the entire silos of data is culminated into one single spot. And from there, the decision making data goes to the CEOs as they want. So this has been a shift for all of us, that instead of N-1 we are giving it live, and the use cases of course that is being discussed just sharing my thoughts.
Thank you, thank you.
So maybe I can.
Yes.
So it's a misnomer usually that when you are in the consumer goods industry, it will be only about consumers, the end consumers and their behavioral patterns, which is also a big part. But it's also a lot about what you also said, how the product is designed, how efficiently, how it is supplied, how it's manufactured. And to that effect, for example, in R&D, we have used AI and data and AI to significantly cut down trials. So for example, I'll give you a simple example of die design. So when you do tire treads, all of you would have seen a tire and tire treads. So the tire tread comes out of a die through a machine, through an extruder machine. And typically there are 60 plus parameters, material parameters, there are 15 plus process parameters that you need to play with to come after almost 25 days with 3 trials, and with so much of rejections, right? So how do you do it one shot with machine learning, predicting the die profile and cutting short the timeline so you improve the speed to market? That could be one. Secondly, in manufacturing, a lot of cases around efficiency increase through descriptive and diagnostic analysis, but also through a lot of linear regression or polynomial regression techniques, which you use to identify the causal effects of what is causing some of these behaviors, and then you cut down these behaviors to improve your efficiency. Similarly, in supply chain, where we have already done is in demand forecasting. Again, we have gone with univariate. We are trying out multivariate. We don't know how it will be successful, but at least it has given us significant improvement in terms of our demand forecasting in supply chain. Coming to marketing, one of the key focus areas in the consumer space, when somebody comes to, let's say, our website for our data, right? I mean, you would probably want to understand their preferences. So how do you know a consumer preference by looking at their mobile number and the name? Is there a better way you can stitch the data with public data sets? Can you take out more insights by collaboration with other data sets and intelligently, for example, if CEAT had to tie with Satyaki, is there a way CEAT knows whether I would be loving a beach vacation or a mountain vacation? Can they target me with specific targeted campaigns and visuals that I would be attracted to and be more, I would see more personalized to my, my personality and my likes. So these are things, so personalizing things, etc. Also, and how do we do that? That's another area we have got significant benefits. So I would say it's not just in the consumer related space, but in the entire spectrum, right from design to the consumption point.
I think the impact of analytics and data cannot be overemphasized at this point. I think where most of the companies are today is everyone recognizes it, and they are in the various maturity curve as far as their usage of data is concerned and application of that is concerned. I'll give you 2 examples to bring that to life. Some of you are from FMCG business, you work there. So you would know that 80% or 70% of the business is still done through mom and pop stores, which is spread across the country, which is approximately, give or take, 12 to 14 million number of stores. And any given company will have a large field force going to these stores every day to take orders, and then there's a distributor fulfilling orders. So let's take an example of a probably a 1,000 crore company or a 2,000 crore company would have anywhere between probably 1,500 field force on the ground, between 1,000 to 1,500. Every day, 1,500 people going there taking orders. And as a stat, 30% is the kind of attrition on an average which you'll have here for this kind of workforce, which means every 3 to 4 months you have 1/3 or a large part of your people moving out on an ongoing basis. how do you ensure that there is a residual knowledge within the organization? Because by the end of year or end of 2 year, your entire field force would have churned, or large majority of it. How do you retain a residual workforce? So many of the companies such as Mondelez, Unilever, Dabur, Marico, I mean all the leading CPG companies have come to this whole concept of must-sell lines. So there is a sales force automation. So back when we started in our careers, those were more something which was just coming into fashion, where you would carry a handheld device to take order. Some of these people will have the sales force. Now obviously you have smartphone, and that's far easier now to just do it on that. But the whole point is, how do you dumb down this whole experience so that you are not dependent on the person to apply intelligence? And even if that person is the first day on the job, that person knows that, okay, in store A, I have to sell these 10 SKUs because those are the must sell lines. And in past, they have sold 14 units in 1 week and so on and so forth. That information is all there for that person to act upon. I mean, imagine the kind of effectiveness improvement which comes about, because if it was not true, the amount of time and effort it takes just to train people, bring them up to speed, and then get the basics on the ground is phenomenal. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is, the say Flipkart. I'm sure I don't know where you did your shopping from, but let's say Flipkart. Flipkart on an average every day ships out 2 to 2.5 lakh shipments across India. Any guesses how much time on an average it takes for the shipment to reach a consumer? 4 days, yeah, that's ballpark right? 3 to 4 days, sometimes it's slightly worse off. So at any given point in time, if today there is probably 4-day worth of shipment out there in motion, so 10 lakh worth of shipment out there, how many of you do returns after receiving goods? 25-30% at least. That's a typical industry average. So out of all the goods received in the last 7 days, 25% would also be in the market coming back. So just imagine the amount of shipment out there at any point in time, and Flipkart has to track, trace, respond on a real-time basis, because God forbid if they take your return and don't send the money in your account in few seconds, you will kill them on Twitter. Right? So how do you respond to this? You cannot do it at a manual level. You cannot do it at a, just the big old ways of working. And analytics, etc., becomes literally your, the blood vessels and the bones on which the organization is built. It's not a good to have and, good to do sort of a thing.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think, we cannot emphasize more that data analytics impacts business in the most significant way today. It is to an extent a competitive differentiator, I can say, between two players in the market. And it is a boardroom discussion today. And all digital strategies start with data and a discussion on how the company would end up using data to differentiate itself in the market or launch any digital initiative. Right? So it impacts every business. Now, since she asked one significant way in which it impacts our business, so Excite, like Vijay said, is B2B, B2C. So we sell to a distributor who sells to a consumer. Right? So this entire sales cycle, if I have to take, starting from customer acquisition, right? You have to appoint retailers in the market. You have to appoint distributors in the market. You have to find white spaces. All that is data driven. On a map people can see. So if you are the regional manager for, say, Bihar or West Bengal, right, you can see literally on a map which districts, sub-districts, talukas, villages, what is the potential, what have you not tapped today, or what have you not covered, and what you are covering, and how much potential you are leaving on the table for the competition to come in. Right? Because there are so many small players in this country. Okay, the battery can be assembled in a very small roadside workshop also. So you will have players who are not even 10 crores to players like Excite who are 16,000 crores. Right? So all this, so I talked about customer acquisition, then conversion. Right? So how much effort or visit is required to convert a particular customer. Right? Like he said, there are 1500 odd salesmen in the market, right? You have, say, a salesman can do 10 visits, so you have 15,000 visits at stake every day. You have to ensure you are razor focused on every visit being productive. Right? So we have matrices like what ratio of visits are productive versus non-productive, and how do I convert non-productive into productive. Productive definition being I have to get an order in that visit. Right? You also start analyzing which outlets, irrespective of the visit, whether you visit them or not visit them, will give you an order, because there is so much pull in that market. There is no other player in that market. Customers come and ask for a battery. Exide is only present there, so you need not visit that customer also. Who responds to promotion or incentive and who does not respond to promotion and incentive. Right? So that is conversion. Then comes retention. Right? Will he buy from you next month or not buy? So there is a predictive model which is trying to identify who will buy, who will not buy, who will drop sale, in what range will he drop sale, will he not buy motorcycle, car, will he not buy inverter, what will he not buy. Right? And then that recommendation goes to the sales guy to ensure that he is able to retain that customer. So cross sell, upsell, next best product, next best offer, everything that you can imagine in a sales cycle is driven by data. Yeah?
Yes, absolutely. I think it was like really fabulous to hear about the broad spectrum of applications that data analytics has. Right, on one hand we have like sales and marketing, how exactly are we going to be pushing that product forward? And on the other hand, we also have applications in inventory, supply chain management, and product design as well. So I think we have like a large playing ground to really deep dive into each of these elements. So as we take this conversation forward, I think it's also essential to acknowledge some of the basics, which is the data in itself. So here we have to think of data as the fundamental raw material as such, which is powering all of these decisions, right? So in this context, I'm curious to know, where do you typically look for valuable data? And what kind of systems and tools do you have in place to help you capture the data that you need for your further analysis?
Right. Maybe I'll start with the consumer data, and obviously there are various types of other data, enterprise data, and so on and so forth. So consumer data broadly can be categorized into three groups: first party, second party, third party. All of your first party data is essentially the data which you consent to giving to any organization. So for most of us, Facebook, Instagram, Google know everything about us, right? It's their first party data. We have consented to give it to them, and likewise you might have given it to some other company. Then second party data is essentially where you have access to a data set via your intermediary or a partner, right? And then third party is mostly like the cookies that we often consent to, which is unknown, with residing with a completely third party, which you are essentially accessing through an intermediary in itself. So the typical case being, as a marketeer, I want to find out who are the people who are looking for trip to Kenya, okay, and I want to sort of present back my offers and trips and etc. etc. I will have a tie-up with Google and such third-party publishers and data companies who have that access and this information, and I'll use that segment anonymously, obviously, but I can target those campaigns. Right? So, how many of us would have experienced any one of these? One, obviously, look for a trip and start getting emails on our mails. Okay. Go on Amazon and browse through some product, and suddenly when you get on your Facebook feed the same product coming up, and so on and so forth. Okay, and so on and so forth, right? You would get notifications on okay, you left this product in the cart and all of that. So those are usually all first party data, because that kind of response usually cannot come on a third party, second party. Yes, to be honest, travel and tourism companies are significantly ahead in this, financial companies as well. You look for one civil score and then you get a flurry of mails asking for loans and so on and so forth. So they have very deeply integrated the third party infrastructure, but usually that's how it is. Now, the journey for most companies, the true wealth is in the first party data, because that's your data. You can reach out to them directly through CRM, mails, WhatsApp notifications, your app notifications, many of which, especially app notifications, are free because it's your app. For a WhatsApp and email, you still pay something. CRM comes out to be significantly cheaper than running an ad on YouTube. So that's why one would tend to not prefer to do all their ads through a Google or a Facebook or so and so forth, because that's a more expensive media. But obviously, starting on day one or even 100 or 300, not many companies have a huge amount of first-party data. So they do rely on second-party, third-party, and so forth. So to your question, how do you go about building this first-party data? Because many of you would have heard about how Google is talking about third-party cookies being dumped and you cannot. Any of you have heard this? No? Okay. Do read it up. It's important because for most of the CPG durables companies who spend a huge amount of money on marketing, suddenly they will go blank because they will not have the same kind of data being captured or provided to them when they were running the campaign. So hence the rush to create first party data and all that. But it's complex, right? Because what do I need to know about first party data is the first point of starting. So knowing my phone number is just the beginning. Maybe knowing the type of phone I use is another attribute. How much data I consume every month could be another attribute. Where do I live? What are my current interest areas? Where do I usually go for shopping? Location information, so on and so forth. Right? And imagine if you were to ask someone to, okay, you sit down and you tell me all of this. One, nobody will give you all of this information, right? Second, it's extremely bad CX, consumer experience wise. It's very, very bad. So what most companies do is they will have either one tie-up. They will work back with Google, work back with Facebook to enrich their data as much as they can. That's where very hardcore data analytics comes into play. To create something called a golden record, which basically integrates, stitch together all the different ad IDs into a singular information. And then, with the last 10 years, I think there's this new department which has come to be, which is the growth hackers or basically your growth engineers, you may call it, or things like performance marketeers. Their job is essentially to get people to come back on their platform again and again. And what they do is they will, every time you get the consumer to come back, you try and get a little bit more about the consumer. Okay, so you can, next time you come in, you can say that, hey, if you have a so-and-so, if you fill us tell us the month of birth, we will give you 10% off on a birthday. Okay. Or you go on Myntra, it will say, last time you purchased size M, you had to return. Are you sure size M is what fits? So it invites you to give your precise size because that's important for them. So as a company, you will think of what are my most valuable information and you will find a way to incentivize consumers to give that information so that you can give better experience back to them and be more personalized. Now that's a painstakingly long process. I would say it's something you can do in a hurry and get on with it. But the impact and value is the real impact. Why do they do all of this? The cost of transaction or acquisition varies dramatically for someone who you know fully versus someone you do not know fully, and dramatically to the extent of saying 50% to 70%, which can make your P&L look very bad to extremely good. Okay, and that makes a huge amount of difference in income. So hopefully that gives you an answer on.
I just wanted to add to, I think he explained very comprehensively how do you take the first party and the third party. Just to add to some of that, the complexity is, even though, again you raised an important point, the third party cookies are being disabled. I think that's the whole reason that is driving this change, because the question is, when you come onto your website, even if you ask them 5 pieces of information, either they will not fill it or they will just exit. So it's also a customer experience with how much less questions can you invite them to fill up something, right? We have tried, and it can only be done through A/B testing. There is no critical way to know, you have to try it out, right? But there comes the problem which I think Digvijay was mentioning about how do you tie up with the Googles and the Facebooks. And even, so for example, if you have a platform like a Salesforce or a Adobe, you may take a, let's say for us, we have a customer data platform where you have so many attributes that you can add. they will probably give their mobile number and name and the vehicle model and make that they're having. But when you parse that data, they are not, Google is not going to return the data at a line item level. They will only give you data at a cohort level. And that becomes the challenge, because there is no way with all the data privacy that is around that you can know who Satyaki is. Because you would not know my business affinities, you would not know my social affinities, you would not know my dining preferences, so you would not know how to incentivize. But they will give you broad cohorts in which the data could lie. And then it is up to your creativity putting all those things together, for which there is no 1 + 1 = 2, it is 1 + 1, it could be 5. There comes your creativity. How do you stitch? Some of them can be stitched, but some of them is also based on inferences. If this is the broad cohort, then how do I send my campaigns? Right? And you try them out, because at a line item level, they don't return the data to you because of privacy issues. So that is one part, as we need to be cognizant of the actual challenge on ground. But the other form of data that comes from manufacturing or from supply chain, a lot of that comes through IoTs, wearables, right? And your question was what kind of platforms or tools, right? I think it's also about not just the source of data, but do the companies have an architecture to build the data pipeline, so that from the source of the data to the place where it flows through a pipeline and then you store the data, have you been able to cleanse the data? Because a lot of data is also garbage. So is there a mechanism on the fly? Are you able to do real-time data cleansing, data transformation, validation, and in a format which is consumable by the data scientist? So do you have the scalable architecture in place is the other important thing to be borne in mind when you design these solutions.
Yeah, thanks. I think very well articulated by both the gentlemen. So this first party data, second and third. And third party data is getting phased out now. Earlier we could do the targeted marketing campaigns basis the personas of the people. But now in absence of these things, it's like selling a lipstick to a 60-year-old man. Doesn't make sense. But we don't have now the targeted data. So first party becomes your very critical database. Now my double click on the first party would be, since we have already heard from the eminent people around how to manage it, but the second is the authenticity of your first party data as well, because there are multiple sources which will be collecting the data and they will not be talking to each other. A typical example could be, let's take any person's example. Let's say, gentleman, your name Kushal Day. Now he, let's say, goes in and books for a credit card. He will be getting calls from their lead management software team that Kushal buy this, this. And once he onboards himself, he may be fancying and he may say, my name is Kushal D. Right? Now these two systems will not know the same person is there, and he'll be frustrated when someone calls him Kushal sir, linking a credit card. He'll say, I've already had this. So data, first party data also needs to be very well stitched, and the like architecture was mentioned. The quality of the data has to be created like this, and that's where the Vijay just briefly mentioned on the golden records. That has to be there, and what we do is something called master data management, where all these records, whether it is Kushal D, KD, Kushal D, whatever he has given, but there will be an identifier like a phone number or an email, then it becomes a unique person's record, and that is how the MIS and other thing from the first party data will be managed. So that is one thought. And second is, when we were starting, there was a mention of how huge data collections are done now these days. But what is the meaningful dissemination of the information from that is also very critical. We'll be sitting on petabytes and zettabytes of data, but when it's converting to decision making, so then probably the teams might be struggling. So coming back to what was mentioned, that at the time of data architecture, you need to see what is the data that will cater to the decision making, what is the KPIs that I would want this data to give, and then decide what data I'll be collecting. It's not necessary to collect every data and just sit on piles of data. It will insanely increase your infrastructure cost, plus many other challenges. Yeah, that's it from me.
Yeah, maybe I'll summarize because most of the content is covered. So, see, now to go back to her question, where do you look for good data? Honestly, we don't have to, because so much data is inherently getting generated today. We don't have to look for any source for data. Everything has been digitized and a lot of consumers have actually come online, right? And even your internal data today is getting generated automatically, like some of them explained. You don't have to explicitly key in lot of data today. The fact that you purchase something has generated a data point for me, right? Now the most important responsibility for practitioners like us are twofold. One is whatever data is existing in the organization, how do I leverage it to the best potential? What do I do to cleanse it up? Right? Now it has multiple layers. One that Nitin said is about correcting the master data. Right? So you have to basically put in place frameworks or systems which allow you to continuously improvise your existing data. Right? For example, in Exide I can give one strategy that we apply is crowdsource. Okay. So earlier this responsibility of cleansing or accountability of ensuring that every customer data profile is correct and 100% valid was with the central team. Okay. We said this is not the most efficient way of doing it, let's decentralize it. Right? So the extreme of decentralization is let every consumer own his own data. Right? Which is what now the DPDPA is also saying. You show to every consumer what data about him I have and let him himself decide whether it is correct, not correct, and let him correct it if required. Right? The next best that you can do is the person who is in the most close contact with that customer is owning that data point. Right? So if I am the one who is dealing with Kushal daily, I know the maximum about Kushal. Right? So I should be made responsible, not a central team sitting in HO. Right? So that is one strategy that we deploy, that decentralize everything, crowdsource information to ensure whatever internal data is there in the company is in the most cleanest form. The second philosophy that we as practitioners need to do is every data point that gets captured automatically or explicitly has to be cleaner or has to be better data rather than big data. So the endeavor is not to get you to fill long forms the moment you come into a transaction, right? The endeavor is I keep collecting very small nuggets of information on every touch point that you have with me, right? And that is very implicit. Also to ensure that whatever data is getting into the system in any of the apps or any of the portals or platforms is accurate to the extent possible, because today there are ways and means of doing it, right? So if you are entering a PAN card, there is an API which is available to validate whether that PAN card is correct, not correct, right? Same with GST, phone number can be validated, it is correct or not correct. So you cannot have a situation where you have customers with phone numbers as 9999999 10 times, right? Because either your applications are dumb, which are not understanding this at the place of entry, or you don't care about your first party data like this, right? So our endeavor is twofold. One, making individual stakeholders accountable for the data that they own and to ensure it is in the most cleanest form. Second is build in frameworks and principles whenever a new application is designed or rolled out to ensure that the data that it collects at every touch point of the consumer is validated automatically without having to torture the customer to input everything. Right? These two principles we adopt.
No, absolutely. Because I think, for at least for all of us, we always feel like, you know, all of the companies have a lot of data that they're sitting on. But it's really nice to hear about, you know, all of the challenges and all of the work that even goes behind collecting all of this data. So as we progress further in the conversation, I would like to now shift our focus towards one of the most powerful uses of data analytics, its potential as a diagnostic tool. So businesses, as we know, leverage data analytics to identify potential problems within the businesses and also potential opportunities as well. So So in that light, can I invite the panelists to talk about how you leverage data to understand how your business is performing?
So, one of the ways, I mean, there are multiple strategies you can devise, but I'll talk about a few things that we have done. So one is data mining tools. Okay, so let's say you have a lot of these companies operate on ERPs today, right? And there are standard data mining tools that are available that can actually sit on top of it. Okay, they can extract it. They have ready-made extractors. They'll pull the data. They'll give you KPIs, and they'll probably show you through the data cubes where the opportunities lie. Now, this strategy works where you have a standard ERP and there is not too much of customization that has happened, because then the extractors work very well. And these data mining tools also tell you, so there's a standard data mining tools that give you. But often that may not give you the best of benefits. So then it becomes, you have a custom solution that you extract the data, and then through EDA, so what you call is exploratory data analysis. It's those of you, if you are data scientists, you probably understand that there are statistical methods and techniques available like EDAs and stuff like that. Then you draw the plots, the patterns, you identify the cause and effect and relationship between data to understand what is causing what, the causality effect, and identifying where the opportunities lie, where you can tweak some of these to change. So what kind of X's should you change to change the Y? So these kinds of data science techniques are available today, and mostly everybody is on cloud today. Whether you're on Azure or you're on AWS, you would be operating on either a Redshift or some other platform you would be operating. So generally the data scientists would put something on the cloud and they would run this. So platforms are there. I think platform is really not the issue. Platforms are available, that is really not the challenge, the platform is there. So technology is really not the challenge. The challenge is really the data availability and knowing what to do with that, what kind of analysis to do. That is the more difficult part, not the technology availability per se, right? Because cloud makes it available at the click of a button. Right?
So, I mean, as a consultant, I think the step one for us is diagnostics. We start with a diagnostic, and see that at a principal level, and obviously when you're working within an enterprise, your diagnostic, I think what you mean by that is understanding what my business needs on a day-to-day basis. Right? So typically diagnostic comprises of two axes. One axis is external, how you're doing vis-a-vis others, how you're doing vis-a-vis your own performance. These are the two things. In my experience, the biggest gap which is there today, and which is in spite of all the data, technology, everything being available, and I'll refer back to what Ravi was saying, the data sits and it is available. The gap is we don't connect data. So I'll give you an example. So if, for example, availability, on-shelf availability is the single biggest KPI for any brand. That's the hygiene. If I have 100 products for a brand, I have to be there available on the shelf. If I'm not there, then I have no chance of sales, correct? So that's hygiene. Let's say today I have 5 products which are out of stock, and there could be various reasons why. So there will be a set of data dashboard which will say, you know what, top 5 of your products or 5 of your top products, whatever, of contributing value of 10% is out of stock today. That sits in one silo. There is a person looking at it. Then he will, whenever he gets time, he will write a mail to the platform counterpart and say, please raise a PO. The platform counterpart will say that, hey, we have already raised a PO. That was a week back. You have not supplied. Then by the time this has happened, which is 2 days later, he would send a mail to supply chain and say, where is my supply? And the supply chain guy will say, you know what, we sent it, but there was some issue with the truckload, so it's got delayed, but we'll send it tomorrow. Okay, now that happens, and eventually once it reaches the warehouse, they say, you know what, you sent me wrong MRP product. So now this is not applicable, it will all go back. I'll raise a fresh PO, and you redo this cycle again. So you lost 2 weeks. Now, all of this is a very objective information available in your system. Do you have a PO? It's on your ERP, it is there. Against a PO, there is an MRP or a batch or that information, it's there. Why can't you stitch it all together, and instead of saying that, hey, you know what, there is 5 products not available, you can have an information 5 products not available, 2 of which is in transit, 3 where there is an issue on price mismatch and you have to fix it. So you've moved the needle from discovery to action. And that is the biggest unlock that can happen. And what I think today where we are, most companies are, is in the discovery phase. We leave the discovery to the individual. They will look at the data, they will draw some inferences, then they will think of action, and that's where the gap is. You minimize that and you get a significantly more efficient company than the one who's not doing it.
Absolutely correct. I'll just go one level back because it's not difficult with the advancement in technology to collect data. It's not difficult to visualize it, and anything that you feel is possible is done. In this world, it's very difficult to say no, because anything can be done, and we see examples all around. Now, what we typically do is, at the time of initiation of the things itself, we decide that what is it that will make this particular application or the thing deemed successful. Let's say, take an example of a Salesforce automation application, wherein our sales executives, they are supposed to go to a dealership, take the orders, and then push it back to the distributor management system. This is how any B2B system would work. Now, at the start of application, there would be hundreds of things that we are capturing, and the data could, we can pile up the data. But we discuss with the business users that what is it that you'll see as a KPI out of it. Is it the PJB plans? PJB is the number of visits they have to do in a specific location on a specific day, and they are given such things from the system. So whether it is the PJP plan adherence, or is it the number of orders, or what kind of information is required, this will give us the data points that we need to collect. And the objective of data is always to do a decision making. So once we are clear that what is the data objectives, we decide the KPIs, and then it converts to decision making. It helps us in 2 ways. One is definitely the decision making, and second is whether the application is deemed fit or not. At times there could be challenges of usage, people are not using it, or any course correction that needs to be happened. Then again these KPIs are referred, and this is how the entire construct is, to convert the things into a meaningful decision making while being cognizant of what data we are collecting and not overburdening things.
Yeah, I think, see, there is one old framework which says descriptive, predictive and prescriptive, right? That is one of the ways to look at it. The other way, and how it has transitioned with time, is earlier we used to have, and we do have today also, what Satyaki explained and Digvijay explained, a set of reports and dashboards, etc. for people, right? I think what is changing and what has changed now is analytics as such is more embedded into your daily work or ways of working, more to make it more actionable, rather than you having to go look at something, infer it, diagnose it, and then try to devise some action plan or strategy. Lot of it is nowadays embedded, and you get it by default into your different apps. Like a salesperson, I don't see in Excite any salesperson today analyzing sales. He doesn't have to actually. Okay, he doesn't have to spend any time looking at any report. Whatever he needs is so embedded into his app. For example, which stores I have to visit today, right? It comes to him, and with a rank, with a reason why this particular store is on rank 1. Because he was buying X amount 2 months back, he had stopped buying, he's cut down on range, so you need to prioritize this store. So all their so-called scorecards or performance metrics are not just mapped, but put into some action into their respective apps or platforms that they are using. So typically this so-called diagnosis is for very few people in the company, if you ask me. It's typically a central team who tries to either build new products or who is trying to really devise a new strategy. Rest everybody is just a consumer. So the large part of your employee base, maybe 90% of your employee base, will only be a consumer or beneficiary of this analytics.
In a sense, like analytics firstly helps us like understand consumers better, like and their preferences, but at the same time it also like helps you ship products in record time, as we heard about some of the examples in supply chain. So as we progress the conversation further, we all know that diagnosis is not the only role of data analytics. It's also there to help you define the strategy and also implement them for actual change within your businesses. So I would like to start a segment with perhaps one of the most well-known applications of data analytics in marketing. So I'll first direct this question to Nitin sir. So how do you leverage data analytics to drive decision making to enhance customer centricity at Hindware?
Well, that's a very interesting question and has many dimensions to it. Let's first understand why data, like I was just referring before. So there are three kind of decisions any company would take. First is a very strategic decision which involves the likes of CEOs, MD of a company, and then there will be tactical decisions which the middle management will take, and then finally there will be decisions which the junior management will take. Now, what happens typically, and again COVID became catalyst that everybody was in under of data, that all these decisions earlier were sequential, but now there is an overlap. It's taken live. Let's say if I want to increase the portfolio of an organization, then the senior management earlier was supposed to take that decision which portfolio to be added, middle would take where the production will be done and how it will be done by juniors. But now there is a Venn diagram that everybody is there and you need the decision that time, but the data availability is not there for whatever they would ask for. And if you take a wrong decision initially, that will go for a cascading effect. So what I want to emphasize was that these kind of decisions are there for which data is required. Now coming to your point, how we develop this customer centricity is it should cater to all these segments, whether it is customer or is it our own people or someone else in the ecosystem, so that this data can be used and reused whenever the decision makings are done. Let me take an example here. We were the first one to launch IoT chimneys. If you wave a hand, then the chimney would start or it will switch off, because your hands might be, you want to keep them dry and they may not be dry and you don't want to spoil the chimney itself. So by wave of hand you just do it, and there are sensors that collect data. Now how does it affect customer that you are taking data? The customer would get an advantage that whenever their chimney is about to get a downtime, you can do the cleaning through a mobile application. So it's a usefulness for the customer. Now, having said that, we also are selfish of the data to do our research, to do many other things. So while the customer is getting this, we are also taking this data. Our service agents would get a CRM alert in case there is about to downtime or a periodic maintenance that is needed. So you are giving something to customer, and you are taking something from your things as well, and then maintenance engineer could contact them, or there could be an auto alert on their mobile phones. While doing this, there would be these people from R&D who would constantly watch the performance every 3 seconds or every 15 seconds, whatever are some of the key parameters. That data would be come to the cloud with anonymous things, and of course there is the consent of customer for such things. Now the R&D person would do a constant check whether such things are an input for a further enhancement in the design. And finally the sales and other people would see some other parameters for it. So customer centricity was managed with the fact that all other stakeholders also gain, and hence the overall 360-degree is increased. And just to correct that.
So like you mentioned, it's not just about selling the product, but also inputs that you could use for designing it and making it a lot more consumer centric. So I would also like to loop in Digvijay sir. So we know that e-commerce businesses at this point have mastered, ensuring great consumer experiences for all of us, be it personalizations, recommendations. So on that note, can you throw some light upon how e-commerce industries leverage data analytics to, to really improve upon marketing and sales outcomes?
Great. I mean, that's a great question. So let's start by first understanding why is it important. Right? So what am I trying to achieve? And the holy grail of all of that is usually conversion. Next most important KPI is cost of transaction. Right? So which is essentially, I mean, cost of transaction in terms of money spent in marketing. Right? Because if I every time get a new consumer, on an average, new consumer will be 3 to 5 times more expensive than an existing consumer. Doesn't make your P&L, sustain that kind of cost. So, and conversion, why? Because if I'm getting, so again, show of hands, let's say, Flipkart will be having few million visitors every day. What do you think is the conversion on the website or the app? 10%. Greater than 10%. How many feel? Okay. Greater than 5%. Usually it's less than 5. It'll be about 2, 3, depending on which category you look at. Mobiles will be in 1, 2%, fashion slightly higher, CPG slightly higher, that sort of thing. So what does it mean? You have 100 people coming in, only 3 of them are transacting. Right? And you have to get those 100 people, you have to ensure that you're not spending a bomb every day. You're getting at least 90% of your users are repeat users. Preferably organic users, they come on their own, like you did on your own, right? And if they are not, at least they're coming through your CRM channels and so on and so forth. So the problem to solve is how do I get them to transact, right? And that is where knowing what a consumer wants, recommendation engine, all of these have come to, because every time I'm doing something, some action on the app, it's being noted, and that allows to make that app more intelligent and the experience more intelligent. So to take some examples, what does it mean? For example, in many of the fashion companies, particularly Zara is famous for its recommendation. So what they realized is that, people when they're looking or browsing through products, they are looking for a look. They are not always, so there was a time when this whole augmented reality and virtual reality was a big, you create your own avatar and see how it looks, etc., etc. While it stayed, but I think a more longish term trend has been that you want to see the look. You want to, let's say if someone is looking for women wear, you want a top, bottom, shoes to go with. I had a very interesting conversation where someone said that I start with the shoe and then decide everything else. Very non-intuitive for a guy, but so be it. So people want to look, and then they want to sort of go through it. So that's an insight. Now where should you put it? Should you put it on the home page? Should you put it on the category page? Should it come as a recommendation? Should it come to me? Or should it come to a woman? So those are the parameters with which you will decide. If you go to buy a device, will it make more sense to show EMI first, EMI options first? Will it make more sense to show price offs first? Will it make more sense to say that, hey, no questions asked, returns first? It varies by every individual. So the ideal situation where we will hopefully reach, we haven't reached there, where every page looks different for that person, because my preference for a mobile phone purchase is different from, let's say, the person sitting next to me, and my preference of purchasing fashion will be different from the person next to me. And ideally, all of these parameters could be changed and altered basis my persona. There are some real-time challenges right now, which is first-party data. How quickly can the app change and things like that? So we are not there yet. But I would say we have moved significantly ahead in configuring the homepage experience, configuring how when you're going through different stages, what nudges to give you, what product recommendation goes well with, usually purchased with, this does not go well with your past purchase, which might have some linkages, let's say, and things like. So they've understood over time what has led to returns, cancellations, cart addition but not conversions, and they've tried to peel off one by one, problem at a time. So again, long answer to a short question. I think it's a work in progress at best, you can summarize it as. It's never done.
Can I add a little bit to that? Can I? So, as you rightly mentioned, it is a work in progress. So there are some offerings in the market. Like for example, if you use the personalization engine of Adobe, or if you use the personalization engine of, let's say, Salesforce, depending on which location you're logging from, or which part of the website you actually browsed, the content that you see gets dynamically altered. So if you have logged in from Hyderabad, they'll detect your location. Maybe they'll put a Charminar. If you have logged in from Kolkata, maybe they'll put a Victoria Memorial, right? Or two, pots of Rasgulla and whatever. I mean, I'm just saying, right? So to make it more attractive to draw your attention, whether you are browsing, let's say, the apparel section of the website, then all the things that comes according to that, right? And then what you do, they give you analytics. So Adobe, if you take an Adobe product, they would actually give you analytics, where all you clicked, which all pages you went, where you dropped off, so that when you enhance, again, it's not foolproof, but you get at an aggregate level, where all you dropped off. There are, tools like Hotjar. If you use, you can actually analyze at which stage of the whole user journey you dropped off. And then you can change those nudges, the sizes of the clicks, the buttons, and you would see a lot of places, right? You clicked on something and you can't get outside the page, right? And probably just after 3 seconds, you are able to do that. So there are a lot of those techniques, smart techniques people use to nudge to get you there. So maybe it's work in progress, but again, never complete.
One example just I remember I'd like to add is Footlocker. Would you guys know Footlocker? It's a big retail chain in North America now, going to be launched in India very soon. So Footlocker at this website where they sell, primarily they sell Nike. And so what they realized is, again, conversion challenge, and what they realized is that people go down looking for the product details, etc., and then somehow they are lost and they are not to exactly this point that, how do you come back and how do I add? So simple hack they did. Add to cart stayed as a sticky button right on the top. Doesn't matter where you scroll, you can always see add to cart. And that made about, it improved the conversion by 20-30%. Just that simple one change. Now, obviously in your early days you will come up with more of those big changes, but just imagine it, that's a very small change, it's nothing major. Just make it sticky.
I think it's also called like these very subtle nudges that you make in the decision environment, right? So the way you position the various options that are available to the consumer really also influences the way that they choose. So it's really nice to hear about how data analytics can even leverage such subtle changes to bring about a lot of change. So on that note, since we have discussed quite a few applications in marketing, getting consumers to buy more products, it also reminds me of the conversation that I had with Satyaki sir last night. So we were discussing that, for the audience, for all of us, marketing and consumer behavior is probably one of the top of the mind applications that we can think of when it comes to data. But there are also a lot of other areas within the back end of a company that leverages data to improve their outcomes. So sir, can I invite you to share some perspectives outside of marketing as to how data analytics can help improve process outcomes or any of that sort?
So let me pick up a use case in R&D. And I'll take a real example of what we have done in SEAT. So for example, when you launch products, right, typically the marketing team will tell you, okay, I need a tire with this kind of a wet grip. This should be the rolling resistance. This should give the fuel efficiency of so and so. So they start with outcome parameters or performance parameters. And then from the performance parameters, you would go backward to say, what would be my physical properties of the tire? So what would be my Mooney viscosity? What would be my tensile strength? Right? Those are more physical parameters. Now consumers are least bothered with that. You and I are least bothered with more of the manufacturing, the R&D guys will talk about that, right? But then the question is, what should be the recipe that you should sign up to that actually delivers these characteristics? So it's a reverse problem. If I give you that this is the kind of performance characteristics I need. How do you trace back and tell me what kind of material, so with an existing set of parameters, material parameters and process parameters, you'll be able to produce the given characteristics, right? Now, in a traditional sense, all of this is being done using trials and errors. You would know, okay, if I use this grade of silica, my hardness will go up. If I use this grade of whatever crude or a particular additive, this would go down. So you have some directional sense. And therefore, it takes a lot of trials, and these are costly trials in the market, right? Because for all you know, you will not get the product. You will have to do thrice, four times, right? And each one of them have a cost. It may be a sunk cost. So the question is, how do you increase the speed and at a lower cost? Because everybody is trying to do that. So that's where you take a lot of data which is there with your own labs in you, because every company will have an experimentation and a lab. Using the data, it may not be complete, because when we tried starting doing, we found it was a biased data. And for whatever reasons we couldn't understand, it was that when we did the EDA in the terms that your data scientists would use when you do an exploratory data analysis, we found it was a biased data. And therefore we had to take some of the data from public sources as well, like PubChem, Zinc. These are some of the public sources of data. Some part of that you can take. Again, it's not all of them are useful. Combine the two, your internal data and external data, combine the two, and then arrive at a regression algorithm that will tell you the causality effects, and then from the performance characteristic, and we could actually cut it down the whole timeline by more than 25%. So those were, and so basically we could reduce the number of trials. We are still not there yet. It's still, the models are being fine-tuned. We have still not achieved that thing that we want. But this is a unique thing, at least at the back end. How do you do even in product design and discovery?
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with a different perspective as to how we can leverage data analytics. Now, I would also like to loop in Ravi Kumar, sir. So here we understand that analytics can be used to monitor and respond to various market trends. So on that note, we wanted to understand how do you leverage analytics or digital transformation more broadly to understand, predict, and address the upcoming demand for EV batteries.
Okay, I wish I had the answer to that, because you could actually use it to a lot of business advantage. So see, to answer that straight, it is very difficult, and I think nobody can say with whatever 100% certainty that this is how the market will pan out, right? But still, as a company, for future trends, we need to invest and obviously select certain things. Like if I talk about battery chemistries, if you are reading, the old one was called lead acid, now there is lithium ion which is coming up, there is sodium ion, and even within lithium ion there are so many, right? There is NCM, if you know, right? Then there is LFP, right? So these are different chemistries or combinations, and we have to bank on certain trends. Now, the way to do is exactly the same any consumer goods company does, right? So we look at the drivers. So drivers typically for the battery demand is the kind of vehicles that get consumed or produced, right? So we have a forward-looking so-called metric, right, which tells me that these are the kind of vehicles, right? SUVs, as you know, in India, the share of market has really gone up compared to hatchbacks or sedans that we used to have, right? So we have a lot of data around what is getting manufactured or sold by the OEMs, right? This is publicly available data. Then you have data of external global countries who have really advanced on this EV trend, right? So what is working in similar demographics, similar road conditions, similar kind of situations in other countries, anticipating that a similar trend will work here. right? It may not pan out. There is probability associated with it, right? So certain countries have, like Thailand, if I understand, has very high share of swapping business. Okay. In India also it has worked very well, but majorly for three-wheelers. Okay. To some extent for two-wheelers which are used in commercial applications, etc. Right. So we obviously collate all this data from both external sources as well as our own teams. When they are in the market, they basically capture market potential data at certain granularity, etc. Based on which there is a hypothesis which is built, right? That this is where the market is headed to. However, again the timeline of it is very difficult to predict honestly, right? You definitely get some direction into what is getting more traction versus what is not getting so much traction. But by when will it break that threshold, right, to make it a meaningful business? Because businesses need scale, right? If you are setting up a production line for a battery chemistry, you need a certain scale to make it profitable, right? When will that happen is still a bet or a intuition, right? Because it is dependent on so many external factors, how the government policy will be, how much incentives will be given, how the current set of vehicles which are already there in the market, how much time will they take to phase out. If you already have a vehicle, whatever the government policy may do, whatever incentive may do, you will not move from that vehicle, right? Because you've invested in that vehicle. So there are honestly so many variables. We can at best improvise on the so-called intuition, right? We have not, or I think nobody has figured out a recipe to correctly predict the market trend on what will work and what will not work.
Yes, I absolutely agree, because at the end of the day, it's still a prediction, right? We still have to include all of those external factors to really see if it's going to work or not. Yes?
Maybe if I can take a slightly different take, not from the battery industry, which is more complex. It's a B2B component to a B2C product. But let's say if you look at CPG companies, it's relatively more straightforward in that extent. Most companies will attach a NPD or a new product development innovation contribution to somewhere between 5% odd to incremental top line next year. Any guesses how many of the innovations succeed out of 100? So greater than 50. How many fields? Okay. Greater than 30. Greater than 20? No? Less than 20. So basically your chance of getting 5% means you have to just try so much harder, right? And usually for any NPD, the investment is far more because you don't have any manufacturing efficiency, you're creating small batches, you're putting a lot of marketing behind it, and all that goes away and you get 5% revenue with 80% failure or more, like everyone's saying. This is where I think data is one critical factor. It's not the only factor, and I completely agree with Ravi. There is no predictive way of saying this is the product which will do well, but at least it has made it slightly more scientific. So what many companies are doing, they're mining search trends. What are the people looking for? What are the need states they're looking for? So if you're from eastern part of India or southern part of India, you would be familiar with Horlicks. Any of you? Yes. Okay. Now I know you guys are fairly young, but let me say when I was growing up, there was one variant of Horlicks. That's it. Right? There was Horlicks and that's it. There is no other variant. Then by the time I was a little older, there was a junior Horlicks. Now there is a women's Horlicks. There is a women's Horlicks for pregnant women for general usage. Then there is Protein Plus. There is some variants. Why is it like that? Because if you think over the period of time, people as consumers have become more demanding. Our choices have evolved, life stages have evolved. We find we want product which is fit for us. So there is an increasing thing about micro trends. And how do you predict it? Like protein is a big trend today. So unless you get it from search keywords and the increasing, because that will not show in results and values today. But if people are looking for protein, that means there is interest. If I have a product, maybe I can capitalize on it. And that is a key way in which many of the CPG companies, digital companies are going about. It's a fast fail approach. Look at the keywords, what are the search trends, what are the insights, can I launch small batch products and see if it works or not, right? So that's an interesting way of going about it, at least from a CPG perspective.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists for sharing with us like a diverse type of application pool for data analytics. So initially I also mentioned that these gentlemen are the stalwarts within the industry. So of course with that title also comes with it several awards and accolades that they have collected over the years. So now in this segment, we would like to hear some of the stories behind some of their successes that they've had in the industry. So I would like to direct my first question towards Nitin sir. So under your leadership, Hindware recently bagged the Technology Excellence Award in Industrial IoT Implementation for Construction Manufacturing at the Technology Excellence Awards 2024. So can you take us through some of the solutions and behind the scenes of this award?
Thanks. Well, that's a testament to the technology, but the actual contribution or the actual area where we focused and got the solution was from the people. And I'll tell you the case study how it happened. Before that, anyone of you has worked in production setups, manufacturing setups? Significantly low, but yes, still we do have people. So I think some of them can correlate. When you go typically to a shop floor setup, then there are three personas. One is a production person, the second is a quality person, and the third is a maintenance person. Today, in absence of the data which is captured through sensors, I'm talking of those companies where it is not, and we were not when we started this journey. Thing is that it's very critical to show what is your utilization of machines, and a production person is supposed to be owning that. What is the downtime that a machine is having? A maintenance person is having that KPI, and documentation of all this is a quality person's thing that he'll pass it from shop floor to the top floor, all the data. In the conventional ways, it is done through a logbook mechanism. Someone will document something on the logbook, they'll go to a machine, they'll document the statistics of machine. It could be the temperature, frequency, current, whatever are the parameters of machine. And also to document from what time to what time machine was active, what is the total number of SKUs which were produced on the machine. All those things will be documented, and similarly documentation will be done by maintenance person for this much of time the machine was idle or not in running condition. Now I tell you what the challenge is. You go to a shop floor production person, they'll give you some X percentage of efficiencies. And Ashish, I think you can correlate all these stories. Then you go to, they'll be having some targets, let's say 95% efficiency or something. Now that efficiency goes for a toss, let's say it is 92%. Slicing, dicing happens, and they'll say, talk to maintenance person, machine ready nahi thi, main kya karta? What can I do? It's not my fault. Go to maintenance person and see my logs, everything is ready, but if they are not working properly, what can I do? Their workers are not efficient. If 5 minutes is the cycle time, they may be taking 7 minutes, what can I do? And when you go to workers and you say ki boss tumhari efficiency kyun nahi hai, they'll say see, I was working throughout the day, what can you challenge on me on this? So there is no documented record. That is what I am trying to say. Quality person becomes a sandwich. Iski sunenge ya uski sunenge. There will be a sandwich between the entire show. Now what brings in as a interface with technology is the sensors. What we tried was machines were equipped with the sensor or the PLCs that the machine had. All the data was culminated into a central location on the cloud. Now all the parameters like what is the machine uptime, downtime, the reasons why it was not working, the efficiency of a worker, whether they were making 5 parts per minute or 6 parts per minute, whatever it is, and the parameters like line efficiency, equipment efficiencies, all of it was captured, and then it was passed on from a single source of truth. If the efficiencies were less, then the Pareto of defects were also there. The Pareto of the downtimes were also there, whether the machine was down or the person was not working, idle or a downtime thing. And then the single source of truth, not coming from a logbook or any other interface. The second was if the quality was not good, then the reasons of the Pareto of the defects for that, whether it is a blowhole or some chamfer cut or whatever it is, the Pareto of defects were also documented from a system rather than a book interface. So what converted was, and I'm talking of one of our faucet plants, was that almost like 34% was the significant cost avoidance from the manufacturing of the commodity, and we use brass as the commodity there. So this was huge, and it was unexpected for us also. It was a pleasant surprise. And then when we became greedy, and there were many other experiments that we did for the predictive maintenance, for the utilities, whether a machine which is taking 5 kilowatt hour energy has significantly moved to 7, then what could be the reasons for this? Is it a downtime, or is it the end of the life of machine? So all of this was analyzed. Now this is the good part. But why I said it is because of the testament of people. Because the acceptance of such things with the people is the biggest challenge. It's not as easy as I mentioned you. I just mentioned for the sake of it, but the challenge are huge. I'll give you one example which didn't happen with us, but I was sitting with one of the CEOs and they mentioned, they said that when operators are working, then there is a break that is given from 2:45 to 3 p.m. for a tea. People would leave at 2:30 and come back at 3:15. So what they did was that you have to. The reason should be मेरी घड़ी में तो ये time आता है, मैं क्या करूँ? So all those things. Then they put a big watch there. That we are respecting this. So they said कि मैं तो Indian Standard Time से करता हूँ, आपकी घड़ी Indian Standard Time से नहीं चलती. So what they did was they synchronized it with the Indian Standard Time, and minute to minute they followed it, and then there were efficiencies changed. The point I'm trying to say is technology can do its part, but people are the biggest challenge. You have to handle it with very caution, because they can make or break the equation. Specifically where you have a legacy of decades, people's resistance can come in a big way. You have to tackle that, you have to be innovative, and like Rome was not built in one day, so all of it will happen step by step progressions. You'll have to build your minimum viable products. Like for us it was that we will capture the line efficiency, equipment efficiency, and then we'll go to the defects, Pareto thing, and probably when time permits I'll speak more on what we did on the quality sides, AI vision types things and predictive analytics, but that was not the first thing, because we have to first take people into confidence, get a buy-in, and then move to the next steps.
Absolutely, I think that was a very unique use case there, and I don't think anyone in the class would have been able to think of and come up with such a unique application. And I also agree that it's not just about the technology, it's also about the synergy between technology and the people as well. And on that note, it also reminds me of another conversation that I had with Satyaki sir last night, where we discussed how people need to be willing to accept the change, accept the transformation that data analytics and all of this brings to the table. So on that note, we also know that SIAT's Halol factory is the only facility in India to have been recognized as the Lighthouse Factory by the World Economic Forum and McKinsey. And thus, SIAT has joined an elite list of factories that have been recognized worldwide as frontrunners in the 4th Industrial Revolution. So I'm sure this change must have included the incorporation of data analytics, digital transformation, and all of that. So could you take us through the journey that got SIAT the certification and the work that went behind all of this?
Yeah, so this was an interesting journey that, so how did we start this whole process, right? So the first thing that we started was what to change. The first and the most difficult question was what problems to tackle in the first place, right? There are so many problems. If you go to so many people, they will have their own versions and own views of what the problem is. So at the very beginning, we merged, and I'm going to compress it just to make it a little succinct. We started with 4 problem statements. 1, cycle time. 2nd, throughput. 3rd was energy consumption. And 4th was scrap. So we said, these are our KPIs, these are measurable things, and these are what we will go after. Because ultimately, how do they happen? We have our top line KPIs, bottom line KPIs, and then from the KPI tree, we have a KPI tree. From the KPI tree, we identify these are the top KPIs we will go after. Very good. At least we had data, fortunately, we had our top level data. Therefore, we could know if this is my baseline today, I'm going to cut down, and this cut down, how much I'll cut down is a pure top level decision. This has got no logic behind it. I mean, it's a leap of faith in the beginning. Okay, you may succeed, you may not succeed. They'll tell you we will, eliminate by X percentage. That's how it started. But then the question was, if this is what you want to achieve, from which part of the factory will you achieve it? Which line? Which process? Which machines? Where is the opportunity? Now, the top level will only give you the indication. But then we realized that unless we did analytics, and when we mean analytics, it's literally along the entire line to, okay, so let me take a step back. While we were doing this, there was also a view that was coming from people that, look, this is where most of the problems lie. So it's not that nobody knows. Intuitively, because people have operated in the past, they will have a sense that, look, this is where your problems lie. They may not be able to back it up with data always, with a stratification always, but generally it's known. What you don't know is that scientifically the most important part to attack, or it is just a gut feel based point of view that is coming out. You would not know that, but at least some top 4-5 areas you would know. So then we said that you can't start creating analytics all over the place. You have to start with some funneling. So we started the funnel based on the guidance, but then we had detailed stratification to understand where does the problem lie, which machines. For example, in a tire, you would start with mixing, then extrusion, then building, curing. It goes through a process. So which process will I attack first? Is something that we started building analytics over there. Now, the first stage had got nothing to do with AI. It was just getting data in the right stratified form, understanding where the problem lies. Because there we had to target. So how do you know what to target? And that starts and it's pure descriptive analytics, nothing more, nothing fancy, and in the first stage. When we got to know where the problem lied, then we started understanding why the problem was there. And it was purely, and still there was nothing digital over there. I mean, the dashboard was the only so-called digital thing. But then it came to pure lean techniques, eliminate. Starting with eliminating what is waste, what is not right. Still digital is not in picture, okay? You are doing purely a process-based analysis, people process technology, understand why it is taking more time, why there is a throughput issue. Maybe somebody will say there is no interlock, both things run in parallel, the material is not there, purely understanding the process. Once we eliminated, then we started optimizing the process. Even up to here, there is nothing called digital. After you have eliminated and optimized, then starts the rest of it, then you start actually the digital part, where do I bring in digital intervention? So when we talk about digital, the first thing to remember is not just apply anything that is there into your process. The first thing is to understand the domain, the process, where the problem lies, and in the specific context, what needs to be there. And then as he was mentioning, then comes the whole Pareto. I have the entire set of reasons there. Then you understand from the Pareto what are the top contributory reasons that is causing it. And then once you know what are the top contributory reasons, then you start thinking, which one should I prioritize for the maximum impact? Now, if we hadn't done the analytics in the first place, we would not have known where is the most impact coming. Because for a lighthouse certification, when the World Economic Forum guys will come, they will ask you not just about the innovative approach, they will ask about your ROI and the impact to business. Without that, the whole certification will fail. Right? And forget the certification, that's also not the right way of working. ultimately forget the certification. If my CEO had to ask me, I have to just give a justified answer. And as the previous panelists were saying, it's all about money at the end of the day. It's all about impact to top line and bottom line, right? So even if I leave at the certification for a moment, we have to know, unless we have got the data, what is giving me the maximum returns. So that's where we started then applying top down what kind of technologies. However, we also started bottom-up ideation, which we are doing as hackathons. Because ideas have to come both top-down as well as bottom-up, right? Top-down can be data-driven, but bottom-up could be, I am facing a day-to-day challenge every day. No data captures it. You do not have IoT at every step to capture every step of the problem. So a lot of things, if you tap into your people, again what you were saying, if you can build that culture, and it's a cultural thing. Because parallelly, a cultural transformation has to go that it is my thing, and you award and reward people for thinking the digital first way. So you started, hackathons, awards for not solving it, but for giving the most impactful idea. So unless you start rewarding people for the most impactful idea, forget the solution. I may not know the solution, but have I given the most impactful problem? And you reward that. Then people feel I will come, and there are a lot of people who can tell you what the problem is, they don't know what the solution is. But even that needs to be rewarded, right? And then we had an internal team of data scientists and engineers who were then parallelly working on the problem solution. And they were like a lot of fear. Okay, what if we go wrong? What if the solution doesn't come through? Because as somebody was saying, right, not all the solutions that we do actually come through, right? You may fail. So it was also about taking away fear from people's mind. So there's a lot of cultural and performance-wise, they were saying what will happen to my performance, because we had two data scientists, we had given them business targets, because this much of KPI you will have to achieve. So they said, if the CapEx guy does not release the CapEx and the IoT doesn't come, how am I held accountable for that? Because it's a procurement decision. So all kinds of questions would come, and then you have to manage internally the people as well from a management perspective. So in a lot of this, technology takes only this bit. It's also about process, KPIs, analytics, ideation, the process, how you identify it, and then comes what innovation do you bring? And yes, there is a big element. So are you bringing in an innovative approach? So yes, we did get visual analytics. We did get use cases on deep learning. We did get that. And the journey didn't happen in 3 years. For deep learning, you will never finish it in 3 months. The journey was already happening. It coincided with the timing, right? We were bringing it, and it coincided because we have to show the innovation as well, right? So yes, and then we brought in things like emerging technologies like AR, VR and stuff like that. We brought in. So there has to be an element of innovation in how you solve the problem. So all of this put together, the impact that got created was very high. Essentially then what we achieved was 20% increase in throughput, 15% reduction in cycle time, about 25% reduction in the energy costs, which was more towards the sustainability thing, and I think 42% reduction in scrap. It's all in the public domain as a part of the case study, but it was a long journey that we went through.
No, that was very inspiring to hear about all of the work that's gone behind the certification, right from just understanding what the problem statement was, figuring out the KPIs, and also seeking to integrate innovative approaches there.
Yeah, and two other things I missed out. So if you are going for a lighthouse certification, they will also look at what kind of data architecture you have put in place. So we have to put in, so even from PLCs, from data, from sensor level data, IoT level data, through SCADA systems, through MES, and how does that OT data and IT data merge together at some point, right? That entire architecture using, and we were on AWS, so we had to work with AWS to create that architecture. They would also see whether you are working in an agile model. So implementing scrums on the shop floor. your scrums have to run, your sprints have to run on the shop floor. So it was a huge internal change management that went through, and honestly speaking, without business intervention, without top level sponsorship to say we will drive this would never have been possible. It's never only digital team doing it. It's always with the business and with that sponsorship and support.
Thank you so much, sir. I think over the course of the last hour and a half, we have aptly inspired the cohort here at XLRI. So on that note, I would like to open the floor to questions from everyone. So if you would like to ask any of the questions, please feel free to. Yes. Conclave team, can you help us with the mic, please?
Hello. The thought which intrigued me in the first 5 minutes of the session was the use of AI, as Satyaki sir has told, in the trials and testings that has been happening. My name is Ujjwal, and I have worked for 5 years. I have a 5-year work in Mahindra & Mahindra, where I was working in the automotive division of R&D. So I can understand that how can a data be extrapolated to have predictive analysis of any trial or testing being performed in R&D. I am curious to know how AI is enhancing it further in the organization.
You mean for that particular use case, or?
In any use case we are testing a trial, because we are having many data points we have, and we are extrapolating to have it predicted for for making it more efficient.
Correct.
But it is just the data and data analytics that we are doing. Correct. But can we use, as you said, like AI, you mentioned AI. So how are we using AI, or how AI can make it for us better?
Very good question. So when we started doing this, what did we actually do? There are a lot of X's, right, variables, and you have the Y, which is your outcome function, right? Okay. And essentially what you will do is you do a regression analysis, right? And you do enough feature engineering to understand, because with raw data, you may not have enough features. But then you do feature engineering and then you plot them, right? You start with EDA, you understand whether the data is a balanced data or an unbalanced data, right? You also look at the plots to understand whether it's a biased data or an unbiased data. If there is bias, then you would go and change or you make it more normalized data. And then you do the right feature engineering to ensure the right features, not just what the raw data gives you, but the right features. And then you get to the Y, which is the output function. And then you test first with your training data, but then with your test data, right? And then you check whether the test data results and the past data, they are actually coming close. So that's how in any testing mechanism you work.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for this. Any other questions?
Hello sir, I am Shubhendu, and I have experience in data engineering and have worked with TV networks as well as automotive industry. So when we are talking about continuous data validation, it might have come to be an easier process, but where you had given an example that you are not able to associate the data which comes through Google, right? So it is a case of classic data enrichment. So sometimes what happens is that it depends on users' needs. For example, if you are running a recommendation engine, you have to continuously harness what is this guy navigating to, right? And sometimes it is about demand forecasting, where at the end of the week, maybe you want a new demand forecasting, or like some company might trade off between cost and time, and they might say that it's okay, we can do it in 1 month or so. So it all comes down to, is it real-time active listening, or is it like plug and play event based? You can, I don't want to use jargon in the front of word, but like a cron job, what you used to do in a 1 week or so. So the trade-off is between two things. Either you are taking too much time to do a small thing, or you are investing a lot to get the thing done in, this means in one time, or keeping it active for a long amount of time, right? So it all comes down to the business needs, I understand that, and what kind of business questions we are adhering to or asking. So I just want to know what kind of business questions are we looking which actually take a lot of time or take a lot of resources which incurs a direct cost, and you would like to address them, and you would hope sometime that it could come at a lower cost or at a lower time, and it would actually help us thinking about solutions that could happen in a smaller amount of time and would impact business in a positive way. I hope my question was clear.
See, like Nitin said, you in a way answered your question saying that it is finally depending on the business decision or the impact of that decision, right? That you decide whether this demands a real time and more processing and more cost versus a cron or a batch job, right? Which can wait for 24 hours, right? So, see, different businesses have different priorities, right? So, if it is a financial implication, for example, right, some transaction is going through. Now, if that transaction fails real time, it needs to be known real time, right? You can't wait for 24 hours to tell the customer that your transaction failed and therefore you can do it tomorrow or whatever, right? It has to be done real time. So even that additional delta cost for that kind of a financial transaction is justified. Same is the case for frauds or something, say some money is getting siphoned out of your bank account, etc. It will need real time, right? Having said that, there are business decisions, like you said, forecasting, right? It can obviously come to you tomorrow. There is no need or typically there is no so-called business need to give a forecast to you in real time, right? It is, by its nature, it is a forecast. So it will have whatever probability of error, etc., right? So it can come to you next day also. So it is always business case specific. And those questions are asked as to, after getting this information, what is your next action? Now that next action actually determines whether it needs real time or it can be batch.
So maybe I can add to what Ravi was saying. It's a good question. I mean, yeah. So let's say worker safety. Okay, field worker safety. And you are observing through a video camera that there is an unsafe movement happening on the shop floor. And you want to give an alert to save that individual from facing an accident. Now, you do not have, so on one hand, it's a costly affair because it's a real-time data streaming. It's consuming your data bytes. Your costs are escalating, right? So the cost of the projects will be higher if it's a cloud consumption base. On the other hand, a single accident will pull down your sustainability index, right? And therefore the question is, what's the business priority that is taking?
And cost a human life.
And cost of a human life, and the negative publicity, the publicity that goes along with it, and the claims and abroad. In India still it is okay if it happened abroad anywhere. It would have been a catastrophe. The penalty and whatever you would pay for it, that's phenomenal. Apart from the fact that it goes in some of the mandatory things, it goes to your annual reports and stuff like that, which can be very damaging, right? But if you look at the demand forecasting question, right? So let's say before, every company would do a 3-month forecast, then they will revise it, make it 1 month, and then there is also a method where you do demand sensing. So you would do probably demand forecasting before, but then you would continuously take feedback and you would modify based on week. That's what you call demand sensing. Because people may want to do a multivariate forecasting may not work. So people say, I will do a direct demand sensing. It's a feedback loop that you give and then you try constantly evolving, right? So a classical example, an ice vending machine. Okay, the moment, so what this senses, the demand for an ice vending machine, and this is not for here, but I've seen this somewhere. If your temperature rises, then the demand for the ice vending machine also goes up. So they are not only doing statistical forecasting based on month, but they're also taking a feedback from weather patterns and data, and that's how they're continuously monitoring and then tweaking their demand patterns. So it all depends. The frequency is all dependent upon the business case itself. Does that answer your question somewhat?
Just add one more flavor. First of all, you can sit down, we are not punishing you. The thing is that I'll take two examples. One where real time it's required and the absolute infrastructure, technology, data, everything has to be spot on. We are also manufacturing glass jars. So where you put your dry fruits or liquor bottles and many other things. So in that, on a typical cycle, there will be a conveyor belt on which these glass jars or bottles will be moving. Let's say at the rate of 150 bottles per minute. Humanly, if there is any error, you cannot detect by eyes. You would need a computer vision, AI algorithms to do such things and then do. It is real time and there is no other exception to it. I mean, you have to do it real time because any defect that comes has to be thrown out of the line and only the good product should pass on. So this is the real time thing that we have to do. Again, whatever needs to be built has to be built because there is no other solution. One other thing that using AI is on the production planning. Which SKUs to be created at what level? So suppose we are making 100 different categories of product. After A, B should be produced, or after B, C should be produced, or after A, C should be produced. There is a definite science that goes behind it so that we increase our efficiency and productivity. And there is again a machine learning which supports us. This is done only once in a month. So things can wait for that, on every 20th of every month we'll run it and we can complete it by 20 seconds. So this is not absolute critical. So depending on the use case, it's
here. First of all, thank you for coming to Jamshedpur. That's not an easy thing to do on a weekend and doing these sessions. So I've had some opportunity to work in the analytics space before, so immediately would appreciate and value the kind of response they're getting. So I have two questions. First question is, I don't know, within your current businesses or your prior experiences. So if in your organization you have a D2C and a traditional channel, right? So what kind of data integration challenges would you have seen or would you possibly foresee in that situation? That is the first question. The second question is a slightly more philosophical question to what Ravi and was saying, which is like, in some sense, we are using analytics to dumb down decision making, right? So it is the equivalent of a teacher saying you don't need multiplication tables because you have calculator, right? Now, is that in the longer run something that really what we want? Because the salesperson not doing that kind of an analysis is not going to grow as a salesperson, right? So in what stage do you look balance between dumbing down versus really adding intelligence to that person?
I'll answer the second question first, right? So, see, like I think you also told, it is always a balance. Right? What I talked about dumbing down decisions was what you have to do like a clockwork every day, right? And I think in that same comment I also clarified saying it is about 80% of the people in the company who are expected to do the same job every day, again and again. Right? Which is what you don't want too many uncertainties with, right? You want that to happen at the most efficiency and to ensure that people productivity, cost, etc. is minimized, more around cost efficiency, right? Now at the same time, like in our sales team itself, they are expected to map lot of potential data. I also talked about that use case, right? Where for every outlet they map what other brands they are selling, what categories they are selling, in what quantity, right? Plus at what price point they are selling. He is supposed to apply a lot of intelligence to ensure that data is captured with the utmost accuracy and it also is getting captured comprehensively, because incomplete data also that can lead to lot of wrong decisions later on, right? So it is always a balance that you make between what are his jobs that you can eliminate the effort involved, right? He need not analyze his data every day to see what he needs to visit, to see what he needs to sell, to see whom he needs to sell, where is he on his target, lot of effort in traditional companies also goes in so-called data collection and diagnosis, right? So it is a balance, to answer your question. I think your first question on D2C versus B2B, right?
Yeah, B2C versus, yeah.
B2B, right? Yeah, traditional channel, right? So what happens in the B2B is lot of data that is captured is actually transactional. Right? We are not so much concerned with the behavior or with the way he is responding to lot of things, etc. Right? Because it is a B2B transaction. He buys something from me and then he sells it forward. But in D2C, I am more concerned with the journey. I am more concerned with, is he responding to my offer? Is it responding to my recommendation? Is he, what is the satisfaction level he is deriving out of the transaction that happened? Therefore, I look for NPS, I look for his feedback immediately every time the service is delivered. Was my delivery on time, not on time, all of that. So there is a lot of behavior data which comes along with the transaction data, which may not necessarily be true for B2B all the time. Right? So apart from that, I don't see too much of a difference in the way we acquire data, because the expectation nowadays, even in B2B, is don't ask us to explicitly enter lot of data. Right? Because they are used to using consumer apps also. Even a dealer uses Flipkart, Amazon, all of that for his personal behavior, right? So he expects from the company that I should not be made like a clerk or a data entry operator to enter all the say billing data that I am selling further. It should be inherently captured based on whatever say barcode scanner or QR code scanners they are using, like it gets used in a retail store, etc. And automatically you pull it from my billing software, right? So yeah, I don't think there is too much of a difference in the way we acquire, but what we acquire and the kind of compute and the so-called the machine power that we have to deploy is very different, because consumer scale is very different. Right?
Actually, what I want to ask is, there is some knowledge that you gather. Supposing you are not having a D2C business at all, right? So you are having a traditional marketing channel where you have distributors, stockists, etc., and then you reach the customer. So there is a there is a set of knowledge that you gain through different methods from that market. Now supposing you are also now going to have D2C in the same business, and as a company I am having two channels now, right? So there is an opportunity to be able to cross-pollinate learnings and etc., right? So how does it happen or does not happen, or is there some challenges that you see?
Yeah, I'll take this one. See, one has to understand, as per my limited knowledge, there are three different channels. Two you mentioned, B2B, second is D2C, and third is institutional sales, where you sell bulk, like in our case it could be the Rahejas or the builders. Now, these three are totally different and independent use cases, because your end customer is different and their personas are different. Let's take one by one. B2B, it's distributor. It's a B2B pure transactional sale where distributor and at times dealers, right? So their persona is totally different. In B2C, who is it? It's the end consumer, like all of us here. They are the ones. And in the institutional space, it will be the builder. They will be purely interested in the, probably the deals that you can give discounts and all. Now, the data expectation in all of them would be totally different, because when it comes to B2B and I'm, let's say, sales executive, I'm entering a dealership. I should know the past experiences that I had with this dealer, what is the SKUs that are selling very frequently in the market, hot selling things, and the possibility of selling this cross-sell or a upsell to this person basis some of the past records. And if it is, let's say, a low-performing dealer, then it may not be a sales executive but a customer care center. So the expectation from dealer is different, and again the data would come into picture, analytics will come into picture, like it could be geotagged. As soon as you are about to enter, you get a nudge about the details and your purpose is done. When it is a D2C, well, I'll go back to something that was mentioned as a customer data platform. Then every digital footprint that the consumer is putting has to be analyzed very categorically, whether they stayed for a particular, more than a threshold number of minutes in one of your SKUs, can you give a pop-up and just nudge them to buy that? Is there a loyalty thing that you can create? In the past they bought something from you and again they are looking for some other product, so you give a nudge to them, basically loyalty thing. Or you carry the digital footprints, and when they go to, let's say, a B2B channel, then their omni-channel experience is continued. You are still looking for a geyser, and the digital footprints are with the company, and as soon as the person gives the phone number in a dealership, then the executive would know what the past thing was. But again, the customer here is the end consumer. So those are the critical digital footprints, whatever they have left, you need to analyze it. The third one is the institutional sales, where the biggest thing is about the leads that they are giving to you. Let's say the 1,000 bathroom unit that has come, where at what time they will be maturing, and what is it, what is the percentage of discount they would want from you, or some other parameters. So again, the data capturing would be around the leads when they start moving from prospect, suspect, and then to the final consumer. So these three would be the different things that is done. Where I could see the convergence is, you see which are the SKUs that are running, and we talked of multivariate analysis. Is there a feature in your product which is cannibalizing the previous ones, or is it giving you the premium? Because then if it is a premium product or a premium feature, then across 3 channels it will be sold. But there will be few convergence, but I would say from my limited knowledge that it is independently taken care of.
So I'll give you an example of cross-pollination. I think you were specifically asking about that. So in CPG, so give you an example, when Ole was launched, if I'm not mistaken, they realized that a lot of Ole is sold in some pockets, particular wholesale markets in UP and Punjab. Right? And that was very surprising because it's a premium product. And back then it was more premium than what it is today possibly. So affordability will be low. The very similar experience happened with another DTC company. When they launched their product, they saw that 70% or 60% of their transactions are coming from tier 2, tier 3. Now, the difference between the two organizations was, one was DTC first, so they observed it immediately. 60% of my transaction is from tier 2, tier 3. The second one was a B2B company, I would say, because back in the day it was more B2B selling that was happening. This information was not captured. It was an anecdotal information. What it meant was in Punjab, in UP parts, where there are farmers who are very well off and are extremely well aware of the brands. They are seeing the brand ad on television. They are looking, they have the money to spend. So the difference in the strategy was the digital company was able to immediately tap into that. When they thought of their distribution, they thought of those markets first, vis-a-vis when the other company, which was going B2B first, did not. So to answer your question, the key gap in a B2B value chain or information chain is the sell out. I know it went into the store, I don't know if it was purchased or not. I can only deduce from it. In DTC, you have all the information. So typically, DTC information feeds into B2B, and the way to use it is how you place it, which untapped potential, introduction of new products, all of those are the relevant use cases.
There are retail panels that Nielsen runs, which
I mean, we are in open forum, so I would not strongly disparage them. But okay, just to put a number, how many stores Nielsen covers in the Nielsen panel in a CPG company?
Not even 1 lakh.
60,000.
So that Nielsen is that's why it's called the panel, right?
No, but the problem with that is it's good at a statistical level. You want to take decision at a national, state level. It's not good to capture any micro trend. 60,000 stores. There are companies who have gamed the system. The sales teams who know exactly which stores Nielsen goes. They will ensure their product is visible. Their NDWD will be off the chart. They're great happy. That it's.
Yeah, sales guys are too smart. They easily game that. So to answer your question was specifically, are there cross learnings? Yes, the cross learnings are definitely there because D2C, like you rightly said, just feeds into or enriches your B2B, right? When I'm using B2B data, what am I doing? I am forecasting, I am predicting churn, I am giving product recommendations. Typical use cases I am telling in an FMCG, right? These will only improve with B2C data. So there are definite learnings. It is not that if you don't have a D2C channel, you can't do all of this. You can obviously do it, but you can do it at a segment of one if you have direct D2C data. That's it.
On that note, I must unfortunately pause this conversation for the moment, at least here on stage. We can definitely connect on these set topics offline as well. So first I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to all of our panelists, Satyaki sir, and the other panelists as well. So as we move forward, let's carry with us the understanding that data analytics is not just a tool, but rather a cornerstone of modern business strategy. So thank you all for joining us and for your sustained engagement. This is Pani 2 signing off. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madhu. Well, the gamut of experience our esteemed guests brought onto the panel discussion has definitely been refreshing. We have gotten a view on how the e-commerce value chain is driven by data, underscoring the role of analytics as a driver of efficiency in the industry. Further, within the CPG industry, it has been interesting to see analytics' role in driving brand extension strategies, thereby helping legacy brands stay relevant. Despite the fact that many of us have some experience in working with data, I'm sure each and every person here was left with a little bit intrigued and enlightened.
A big thank you to our esteemed panelists for their truly insightful discussion, and thank you so much for leaving us with a lot to ponder. We would like to request you to gather in front for a photograph. From the audience, we would like to request you to please applaud them with a thunderstorm. Thank you. We would now like to invite Anshu ma'am, our Corporate Relations Officer here at XLRI, to present a memento to our guests as a gesture of our gratitude. First up, we would like to invite Mr. Satyaki Mukherjee. Next, Mrs. Digvijay Ghosh. I now invite Mr. Nitin Dhingra. Finally, I invite Mr. Ravi Kumar to accept the memento. Sir, please. We will now move into a lunch break. Before that, apologies, 1 second. Right, so please gather outside.
Vignesh, are you there? Can you guys join us here at the front, please? The first few rows. There's plenty of space, guys. Come at the front. I'm sure you would want to hear these insights much up close. Please join us. Krishna.
यहाँ तो हो रहा हाँ हो गया
ठीक है, इधर ग्रीन लाइट जलता है, फिर बंद हो जाना। हाँ, ये लूज था, बंद हो जाता है।
Hello everyone, I hope everyone's settled after a hearty meal. So let's get started, everyone.
Hope everyone is energized for the next panel discussion. Yes. Let's start.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, beloved faculty members, and our dear batchmates. Welcome back to the third edition of ReEnvision 2024, XLRI's Digital Transformation Conclave, hosted by the PGDM General Management Program at XLRI, Jamshedpur. I would like to introduce you to my co-host, Mayur Raina, an application developer with over 5 years of experience in building web applications at Infosys and later at CTS Healthcare. He has also been a part of the Toastmasters Club and served as the club secretary.
And she is my co-host, Akansha Shekhar, a versatile professional with over 6 years of experience. She has worked as a tax analyst at EY, a content strategist at various advertising agencies, and most recently as an incubator manager at the Indian Institute of Science. In the morning, we dwelt on the need for strategic partnerships and alliances in organizations to leverage cutting-edge technologies like AI, blockchain, and data analytics for competitive advantage. We further discussed how the consumer tech and e-commerce industries are rapidly evolving because of technology.
Data analytics is the future, and the future is now. Every mouse click, keyboard button press, swipe or tap is used to shape business decisions. Everything is about data these days. Data is information, and information is power. Our subsequent discussion revolves around leveraging data analytics for marketing, an exciting exploration on how the ever-changing role of data analytics is transforming marketing strategies, enabling businesses to create highly targeted campaigns, enhance customer engagement, and achieve higher conversion rates through personalized and data-driven insights. Without further ado, we would like to welcome our speakers for the evening. May we request Professor Giri to welcome the guests. I would like to welcome Mr. Vikrant Bhargava from Infosys. I would like to invite Mr. Bhargav Datta from Century Ply. Thank you, sir.
Now, I would like to welcome our first guest for the evening. I would like to welcome Mr. Sushil Pradhan, ED and COO of MidCat, a leading Asian risk management consultancy organization. With over 33 years of operational experience, for the last 12 years, he has developed extensive expertise. Sorry, I'll start again. I would like to welcome Mr. Sushil Pradhan, ED and COO of MidCat, a leading Asian risk management consultancy organization. With over 33 years of experience, with over 33 years of operational experience, for the last 12 years, he has worked on hands-on troubleshooting in Iraq, Asia Pacific, Africa, and distressed regions of India. He has been an invited speaker in influential security forums in India, Dubai, London, New York, Dhaka, Manila, Colombo, and Beijing. He created an industry-acclaimed unique service that provides risk intelligence and information services to over 100 multinational clients. Mr. Sushil has been conducting threat vulnerability risk assessments for data centers across regions, including Asia Pacific. With over 22 years of military service, he was decorated for gallantry in counter-terrorist operations. He led multinational groups in a UN peacekeeping mission in West Africa and was a trainer for international UN peacekeepers both in India and in Germany. He was also awarded the UN medal. Mr. Pradhan is a certified scuba diver, trekker, rock climbing enthusiast and hobby cyclist. He likes to play squash, basketball and swim for recreation. Please welcome Mr. Sushil Pradhan.
Please join me in welcoming Ms. Ipshita Ghosh, the Managing Director at Accenture Technology India, leading the customer function and cross-platform advisory. She collaborates with dynamic teams to leverage technology, driving strategic initiatives that redefine business landscapes. With a 2-decade career in business and technology consulting, ma'am is passionate about reimagining customer experiences and leading large-scale business transformations. She has been a trusted partner for clients across diverse industries such as retail, automotive, and healthcare. Known for her commitment for innovation, ma'am continuously seeks to deliver value to clients. She also champions an inclusive workplace and leads the Women in Tech consulting initiative at Accenture, aiming to break barriers and empowering women to pursue leadership roles in technology consulting. Please welcome Ms. Ipshita.
Now, let's welcome Mr. Vikrant Bhargav, the Chief Digital Officer at InMoffice. Mr. Vikrant is responsible for digital, product, delivery, and customer success verticals. He has leadership experience in digital ops, DevOps, AI ops, SRE, and service management. He is an INSEAD alumnus, part of Advanced Leadership Batch 2020 Top 50 Talent at Airtel. His key strength is to drive quantified value by converting ideas into products and doing it in the fastest possible time using metric-driven models. He has a diverse experience ranging from startup to large corporates, product to engineering, and strategy to operations. He has a knack of bringing substantial benefits to organizations. Mr. Vikrant has built AI ops competency from scratch, which led to engineering outages reduction by 85%, delivering KPIs such as self-heal cloud coverage, operations by 72%, self-heal coverage of customer care journey by 81%, and NOC resources reduction by 87%. He has led one of the world's fastest ServiceNow deployments in 6 weeks. Please welcome Mr. Vikrant Bhargav.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Sunil Palrecha, Chief Digital Officer, Vice and Technology. Mr. Sunil is a global technology and marketing leader with over 22 years of proven track record in building and scaling businesses in tech consulting, tech products, e-commerce, and analytics. As a business leader, Mr. Sushil has worked directly with CXOs to drive digital transformation projects and ensure profitable growth in companies across the Americas, Europe, and India. He has served various businesses in the roles of Chief Marketing Officer, Vice President. He has a great sales and marketing skills, which has helped organizations to generate exponential sales pipeline. Ability to lead multi-location teams, implement best practices, and execute plans across geographies. Mr. Sunil is a graduate of VJTI Mumbai and a postgraduate alumnus of IIM Calcutta. Please welcome Mr. Sunil.
Now, let's welcome Mr. Amrish Kher, Chief Business Officer at Tata Digital. An enterprising turnaround distribution professional with over 23 years of in-depth experience, Mr. Amrish has been able to impact multiple insurance business portfolios across the country. He possesses strong collaborative and influencing skills and a high business acumen. Moreover, he has helped build new businesses within the organization and helped acquire significant market share and best in quality metrics. Mr. Amrish has unique experience working across distribution and manufacturing organizations within the insurance sector, and his knowledge spans all insurance lines. He serves Tata Digital as Chief Business Officer, which is aligned with the insurance domain. He is a fantastic leader who is extremely humble in his approach while dealing with his partners. He is a tremendous coach and mentor who believes in creating synergies through win-win partnerships. His business acumen is par excellence, which is the X factor in taking the top and bottom lines of any organization to significant milestones in testing times. Let's welcome Mr. Amrish Khel.
Finally, let's welcome Mr. Bhargav Datta, Chief Digital Officer at Century Ply. He is a digital and analytics leader with wide experience in setting up data science capabilities across industries, covering functions of manufacturing, supply chain, logistics, operations, sales and marketing, commercial and human resources. He has worn multiple hats, including that of a digital transformation leader, new capability development leader, data science and analytics COE leader, people manager, business analytics consultant, and product development leader. He has experience in executing programs and assignments with business heads and CXOs across geographies, such as the US, Europe, and Asia Pacific. Please welcome Mr. Bhargav Datta. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guests for honoring us with their presence. We now invite our moderator to take over.
The cohort's powerhouse of energy, Preeti Rawat, is an economics graduate from Hansraj College, Delhi University. She brings with her over 5 years of experience in consulting, growth strategy, and marketing analytics. Her varied professional background ranging from transfer pricing at EY to spearheading direct-to-consumer go-to-market growth at Bolt, a leading electronics startup, has equipped her with the ability to develop innovative strategies in a rapidly evolving market. Additionally, her tenure as lead at a marketing agency gave her the chance to deep dive into creative problem solving and strategic thinking. Over to you, Preeti.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Mayur and Akansha. So good afternoon everyone, I hope you all had a good lunch and welcome to this exciting panel discussion on leveraging data analytics for marketing. I'm extremely humbled and feeling great to be sharing the stage with our esteemed panelists who bring a wealth of experience in digital transformation, data analytics and also scaling businesses. So to start things off, let's look at data. Data is the source of everything that we do nowadays, from especially marketing, from personalizing your entire product journey to even recommending and developing targeting campaigns, and also then consequently leading to increased engagements and conversion rates. So let's dive deep into our discussion and explore these exciting possibilities. And to kick things off, let's begin with a question, and this is open to the entire floor. And how crucial is data analytics in today's marketing landscape? And can you all share some examples of how data analytics has transformed the marketing strategies that you employ these days? Anybody can just take it up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, on.
Better? Okay. So I think first of all, huge privilege for me to be here representing not just Accenture but also XLRI and GMT. Fun fact, it's been a rush of memories from the time I entered campus last night. Fun fact, me and my husband went through GMT together And I've been messaging him since yesterday to make him jealous. So, I can literally, I'm taking a little bit more time, but I can literally see myself on the other side, it doesn't seem like too long back, with dreams in my eyes thinking whether I can make it to the other side. So, very, very happy today to be here. Okay, so I'll get on to the question that you asked, right, and I'll start with the personal situation. Pre-COVID, we actually bought an apartment. It was, a little bit on the smaller, a small size apartment with a few plans that we had in mind. COVID came about and it completely changed what we needed. I was working from home, my husband was working from home, my son was doing his schooling from home, and we realized this will not work out for us. We decided to sell it off. We actually built a home which we thought would be more suited. But even today, while I was in the previous sessions, I continued to get calls saying we are an interior designing organization. We would like to help you to plan how you would want to go about the interior designing, etc. And I'm sure all of you get bombarded with so many of these messages which are not relevant to you at all, right? And that gets you thinking, and we get totally irritated. But crux of it is, I think at the core of marketing strategies, as we say today, is relevance. To be able to understand the wants and needs of individuals at that point in their life. And that, of course, changes so fast today, right? There are so many external factors. And not just that, even our needs are evolving. So while I was studying at XLRI, I might have been interested in certain beauty products. Today, these guys are possibly pitching anti-aging creams to me. So these are all evolving needs. So, jokes aside, I think it's very important to be able to understand your customers or consumers, as we say, understand their behavioral patterns and be able to go to them with very, very relevant messages that would make them take that decision at that point in time. Now, not getting into too much more on, I think we'll have detailed discussions on how we devise such strategies, but maybe one example, and again, I come from a tech consulting background, so I'll bring in examples of how we've seen some of our clients adopt these kind of strategies, right? And I'll start with one of the beauty products companies, a large one in Japan, and how they went from having this product-centric to a customer-centric to what we call as a life-centric approach to coming up with these messages and being able to engage with their consumers. And as you might have guessed, you really need to have the consumer at the heart where you are, and we had some discussions before, right? We spoke about the CDP or the customer data platform where you really need to understand the trends, their patterns, what purchases they are making, how is it that you can interpret, how do you run predictive analytics on top of that to be able to predict the kind of churn that you might expect, what is it that would be of interest to them. So your offers are personalized, your recommendations are personalized, and you're also able to carry forward that relationship to create what we call an experience continuum. So that is what we had this company really doing, and then evolving these relationships so that you end up creating brand advocates for life and you don't just focus on one transaction or one sale at a point in time. I think with that, I'll stop for now. I'll let others add to it.
I think, am I audible? Yeah. On a lighter note, you had added so much data into my introduction, I thought I might not speak about data for the next 30 minutes. But I think before I start the answer to the question, I just want to set a little pretext. See, we are into B2B SaaS space. And when we talk about data for a B2C and data for a B2B has a completely different connotation altogether. Right? Right from the time you make an intent to purchase till the time you actually make a purchase, the cycles of B2C vis-a-vis the cycle of B2B might be completely different. And that has to be seen in lens when you look at data for an organization like us. Now, I think answering to your specific question, if you are looking from a purely marketing lens, if I break it down into top of the funnel and mid of the funnel and bottom of the funnel activities,
The top of the funnel activities in terms of marketing starts with us in terms of creating the right awareness, right? At least identifying the right purchase intention from the potential customers. And that is where, as you talked about, lot of the recommendation engines, especially driven by the social media analytics, right? There are platforms today which gives you analytics. Let's say if somebody searches for our organization, if somebody searches for our platforms, right, we can get a real-time feeds of them. Now the point is, from a top of the funnel part, how do we make use of that data real-time and ensure that we drive engagement through that is something which we look at the top of the funnel. And by making use of all these technologies, in last year-on-year, we have been making almost 70% year-on-year growth in terms of various engagement matrices that we drive across our marketing ecosystem. Now, as we move on towards the mid of the funnel activities, that is where the personalization content, especially in the B2B space, has become extremely important. Now, what drives the personalized content? It is about the behavior, it is about the choices, it is about what time the person likes to read the content. So you would be amazed by the fact that even when you send the content to the potential customers, you also assess at what time there is the highest possibility of that customer reading the content. Friday 6 to 8 p.m. is the time where the read receipt are the lowest. If people don't like to read it. Now if you send your newsletter on Friday 6 to 8, would you read? No. Your open rate will dip down. And that is where exactly during the bid of the funnel activities also, you need to continuously assess the data and see how are you doing, your customers are assessing the content or not. And then ultimately then you move to the bottom of the funnel activities. That is where all your CRM analytics, like what are the buying, if you're targeting a specific persona, right, specific type of audience, what is it they bought, what are the typical commercial parameters, what are the complete negotiation parameters. And then when you assess all this data, then ultimately the purchasing decision is being made. So right from top of the funnel till the bottom of the funnel, there's a data layer which comes into play at every layer and ultimately which helps us to convert these activities. Now talking at some of the matrices which has helped our organization, I think engagement metrics I talked about. Our lead conversion rates, because our content is highly personalized, we have seen a 30% improvement in our lead conversion rates also. So same time last year, we used to convert, there's a term in marketing you would have read, from IQLs to MQLs and SQLs. So IQL to MQL conversion, for every 100 we were converting 30 marketing qualified leads. Today we are converting around 39 marketing qualified leads just by the use of the data. There's no change in the process at all. And that's how the efficiencies are being driven across the value chain of the marketing.
Yeah, thank you. Before I start, I would like to thank the team here for arranging a really awesome session, learning a lot. Now coming to the topic, I have envisioned we kind of do two types of work. We are primarily have our own products as well as we do tech consulting. So I'll take first example of working on our own internal products. It's primarily into B2B segment, and the areas we kind of want to delve in is kind of using analytics for email marketing, which is one of the ways we kind of work, getting the databases of the prospects, meeting at events, etc. And then how do we improve the conversion rates for them, create more contextual emailers based on the location, based on the interest areas which is there on the LinkedIn. We have a pretty good sales team, inside sales team who get all this data. And we have integrated HubSpot and Google Analytics so that we know how many people are coming on the website. So primarily in B2B, the most important is not the sale, right? Click to sale. It's more about trust, because B2B sales are typically more than $10,000 or worth more than that, right? So the focus for doing an email marketing, coming to the website, would be either for lead generation or for people who have already bought. It would be, are they kind of working with the right company, and will they be able to support? So that is one of the areas where we work. Now working in my past experience for one of the e-commerce company, where we did is used marketing analytics along with offline media, which is focus group. And so I kind of give you an example, because when you're doing only online with, let's say, an Adobe AEM, you get the click-through rates on the website for different locations, what are the heat maps, etc. But you don't know why a person is dropping. You just know data, right? So it has to be done. My experience has been more around using the data along with real experience. And for this, we kind of had a 40 people focus group to go through the same similar mechanism where they are doing a particular shopping experience and then asking questions after that why they did not drop. So kind of connecting both the dots kind of gives a much better user experience and inputs to the marketing team and finally improving the conversion rates. Right. So thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I think first and foremost, thank you to everyone for the management, the student committee for inviting me to this conclave. Honestly, honored to be here with this distinguished guest and between all of you. I mean, because some of these forums, while we try to enlighten with our experience, I think it's more a learning experience equally for us. So thank you so much for this tonight. Now coming to the question raised, I think pretty much I run a B2C business and of a very interesting category, which is insurance. Where I had read many years back in my B school that insurance is never bought, it's always sold. Okay, and you know, in my current job, it's the other way around, and I need to figure out a way how to create a consumer to buy insurance online, which has never been a favorite product, and you will not find too many successful use cases across the globe. So that's something that I do for a living across the Tata Digital ecosystem. Tata Digital, for some of you who might not know, is we own the Neo app, the Tata Neo app that we have, and we also have our subsidiaries, which is Tata Chroma, 1MG, Big Basket, and Tata Click, which are subsidiaries under Tata Digital. So for me, it's about cutting across all these ecosystems as well as Tata Neo app to drive innovative products. Referring back to the question on marketing and data, I think clearly one can't survive without another. So it's and since I run business, it's a daily activity, I would say, that I need to run through with my team to say that what are we targeting and what is that we're expecting back. Okay, so I think a lot of people spoke about B2B sales. In B2C, clearly it's just two metrics that you have to track, which is your CTRs and your CBRs, which is your click-through rates and your conversion rates, essentially. And between this and before this and after this is what you need to manage everything from a marketing standpoint, from a data standpoint. And you know, we've been testing out pretty much every day. So one of my fellow panelists in the previous section did ask, you know, what are the CBRs? Are they in 10%, 15%? It is not. You know, so every day we learn something and every day we try something. But yeah, there's a winning formula. If you really ask me, we've tried to formulate saying that, you know, you try to put 5 things in together and you make a winning recipe. And you have to be exceptionally good in all the 5. It's not one either of the two. And while 2 components have been mentioned about clearly marketing and data, I would also say the consumer value proposition has to be extremely strong, which will survive irrespective of anything, because then digital is a medium. The second thing is, of course, the product journey, and of course so product journeys, of course, I know I heard a lot of product enthusiasts over in this group who want to build products. I know everybody believes that if you build a strong product, rest everything will fall in place. It doesn't work like that. So it has to have all components: product builder, right journeys, of course, right consumer value proposition, looking at the right data, whom are you targeting, what time are you targeting, what are you targeting him with, the right marketing strategy in terms of what are you showing, where are you showing it, what communication are you using, what timing are you using, everything, how much can you really hyper-personalize it, how much can you retarget it. I think each and everything has to be thought through. And last but not the least is, of course, content. I mean, there's a lot of content to consume for all of you through various mediums today. And that's where the discovery part starts. So actually you start holding the consumer from discovery till the conversion, till the after sales kind of a setup. And that's why I keep saying that, you know, all the 5 need to be looked at very, very closely, especially referring to both the marketing and the data piece. I mean, from a use case basis, I can clearly tell you many. I mean, just highlighting one of them. So we have within the new app, if you would see, we have something called as curated for you. You know, that's straight calling you out. And that's something which clearly we've seen higher CTRs coming through, because the consumer does believe that, you know, this is curated for him. Of course, if you were not to give him a valuable offer, the possibility of you losing him over a period of time is also high. We do a lot of CRM marketing, of course, given that we are blessed with a lot of rich data across the Tata Group. So clearly, what we see is if you match the right product, right journey, we clearly see better conversion ratios, better click-through rates. So that's something that we look at. So it's an ongoing learning process, and that's how you keep improving your CTR and your CVRs by looking at data very, very minutely, stitching your entire value chain, be it job chase mechanism, be it retargeting, without really being very intrusive, but also being more relevant to the consumer. So I think that's where it kind of gets married together.
Yeah, thank you. Finally, I could make it today here, and data did not help me today. I was thinking that recent railway performance was better, but I think today is an anomalous day. Probably that's why.
Happy to have you here.
Yeah, thanks. So I think everyone has spoken about almost everything what I wanted to say, but I want to turn the time a little differently. I can engage with them, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I will take one example, actually not some. Subsequently, I will take other examples from my page. Now, currently, I think how many of have you heard of Colgate? I think everyone has heard, right? Yes. And how many of you have used Colgate? So almost 90%, more than 99%. Now, what it means that this is a very well penetrated product, correct? Now, then how the organization will grow? This is already 95% is penetrated, then how it will grow? Can anybody think about that? So retention is also not bad. We are always bringing new product every 2 years, something. Yes. So I was waiting for that answer. So basically, say this is penetration is well penetrated. We cannot go beyond this. But how we can do the consumption, right? And I have question. The next question would have been, how many of you have do twice brush in a day? Don't be ashamed of it when you do. Because personally, I don't do daily. Okay, so that is the difference. You can understand, right? Maybe 50% around 50-60% does twice brushing in a day. So that is why I'm trying to link the point what you made about data and organizational strategy. So now I'm looking at the marketing in between. So the way the organization we thought when I was there with Colgate. So this is now only main lever for next 5 to 10 years we can grow. In India, in rural India, hardly 10 to 15% only people does twice a brush, and in urban India it is maybe 25 to 30%. Of course, we are different. Something maybe one good segment of people, but 20 to 25% is actually urban consumption of making brushing twice. So that is where now the entire organization strategy moved towards their next level of marketing strategy. How we can increase that consumption. Now that is where we played a role in identifying. Ipsita has mentioned about marketing campaigns and all. Now how we can do the targeted marketing for those specific set of people, and who can be the first low-hanging people who could be converted to brushing twice. Right? So those kind of strategy, how we can adopt to marketing, deploying right marketing solutions and technology. So these are all. It's a very interesting use case. Probably maybe a couple of years down the line. Hopefully, if we are able to increase the consumption across India, I think it could be a use case for one of your sessions, maybe a couple of years down the line. But that is what I'm trying to bring in one very minute aspect, how the strategy and data and eventually the entire marketing landscape can be thought about. So I will not take much time, probably one more panelist.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. So I'm going to take a little longer, maybe a couple of minutes more than what I should have been taking, because first I need to tell you what we do. What they do is known to the world. Okay, so and out of that will flow the explanation about the digital transformation, data analytics, and why we do what we do. So I'm going to link a couple of things which were covered in the panels earlier about importance of digitalization, and then moving on to data, and then moving on to data analytics and how it helps us in marketing. So if I don't explain the journey to you, you won't get it. Okay, so we are into risk management, okay, which is very well understood by those of you who come from a banking background because it implies financial risk, investment risk. But we don't do any of that. So we do risk management in the field of operations, security, logistics, cyber security. And when I joined this profession about 12 years back, the company that I worked for was just a year old. And we said we don't have this in-house, in India agency which does something like this because we got a lot of demand from our potential customer base. Why don't you create a service like this? We call it threat intelligence. So that's what it is. It is threat intelligence. So we started off by hiring a bunch of very smart analysts from all the Ivy League colleges, not just from India, from LSE, from SOAS, Harvard, India, of course, some colleges. We started putting together a very good set of information which used to go out to our potential clients and clients. So that was direct marketing what we were doing. And gradually we found that everyone wanted it, the demand grew. We grew a great service, so I'm very proud of that, and that's why it's there in my LinkedIn profile as well. We did something absolutely from scratch in India, created a service. We have 125 clients today, which is more than the other multinational competitors in India have today, and who've been there for 20-25 years. So once we did this, we did also a lot of things, and one of our primary channels of marketing was events, live events where we were knowledge partners. We didn't host, we partnered and piggybacked with other professional events as knowledge partners because we were seen as thought leaders. When we are seen as thought leaders, then what you put out in the form of a risk assessment is accepted with a huge amount of credibility. Okay, these guys know their business, they are thought leaders, and that was a marketing buzz that we wanted to create. And then hit COVID and all events came to a halt. So here is the jump. So when I say jump, what's the difference between evolution and transformation? Transformation is listed on your board as the theme of this conclave, right? So evolution is doing things differently. Transformation is doing different things. And we suddenly jumped to transformation. We just started doing different things. We took the whole thing service online, and we started hosting webinars on our own. Online webinars, called in global speakers, called in global attendees, and we saw 600, 700 people from all over the world attending our webinars because they wanted to hear what we wanted to say. And it was amazing. We used all the platforms, Zoom, WebEx, Teams, Meet, whatever was there, we exploited it to the fullest. And that's where we realized the power of online marketing. So we went from physical to digital. Then once everything became normal, we said now we can't rely on analysts because our number of customers grew and we wanted to create customized services. So we created an in-house tech team, hired a couple of guys from IIT and started this platform of ours today, what is called Data Surfer. Again, the best homegrown platform in India, if I say so myself, for threat intelligence. And we found people plugging in. People accepted it. We, like I said, 125 plus customers. How do you market it? Because, okay, I'll tell you, just go back in time one thing, like what we do. So it was such an embarrassing thing. I was in the army for 22 years, came out, started doing this for a year or so. My younger son went to boarding school, Lawrence School in Ooty. Okay, so they were allowed phones only once a week on Sunday. So the first Sunday that he went, he picked up the phone. I spoke to his mother, to my wife, and he said, I don't want to speak to him, that is to my dad. So I'm very angry with him, right? So I said, okay, what happened? He says, no, when we joined the school first day, we were asked to introduce ourselves and they said, okay, what do your parents do? I don't know what you do. I said, join the club, even I don't know what I do. So that's why I said we needed to tell the world what we do. We needed to market ourselves well. And that's where we started going into digital. And now that we are there, we are using analytics in a big way to figure out how to do our marketing best. So like people have already mentioned, search, Google search. What are the keywords people are searching for? What are the timings they are searching for information? We market on the website, we market on LinkedIn, we market on, we have an inside sales team, we market on social media, various social media, we of course send out stuff on various other platforms as well, messaging and all that. And then we said, okay, what is the time that people are reading our stuff? So you'll be surprised, like he mentioned, Friday evening nobody reads stuff which is sent. So what time were people reading our posts on LinkedIn? Please read on LinkedIn what we post occasionally. 9 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock in the morning. Why? That's our target customer base. Who is our target customer base? The business continuity manager, the risk managers, the security leadership, the logistic supply chain risk managers, the cyber security managers. These are the guys who are reading our stuff first thing in the morning to understand what's going to happen in the rest of the day and how do we deal with anything that comes up. And the same way, we saw that the US market is reading it in the morning, their time, so we started sending out stuff at 6:30 to 8 in the morning. This is the power of data analytics, time. Who are the people reading our stuff? India, South Asia, Europe, UK. So we said, okay, here's the market. Let's send out stuff which is relevant to UK, US and South Asian market. Let's not worry about the rest. Then why? We did a little bit of analytics into this. Why? Because these are the people who read English. So now our analytics tells us that, and we are already in the process of doing so, start putting out stuff in Arabic. So the whole of West Asia is going to very soon start reading it. Put out stuff in Chinese so that China, Hong Kong, Singapore people are reading it. So this is what data analytics is teaching us about how to market ourselves better. So I'll take a pause here. I have lots of interesting stories to tell you if we have time. Thanks.
On the lighter note, again, I think a lot of us have spoken about the timing. So I'm sure you would have seen the data to arrange the timing for this marketing session also.
So thank you so much. I think that was all of you had wonderful insights, and I'm sure the cohort can also resonate with what I'm saying and feeling here. And so let me begin my questioning with our Alan here. Ma'am, what are some of the most cutting edge use cases that you've seen in data analytics across different industries that you worked at during your time at Accenture?
Okay, so there's lots going on in this space, but before getting to specifically Accenture, I'll probably just talk about a few things which have interested me, right, and what's working. It will probably underline the themes that I spoke about for your last question as well. How many of you have heard about Share a Coke campaign? Anyone? You have, right? Okay, for others don't know, Coke started doing this marketing activity, right, where they would replace their traditional logo with Share a Coke with and a name of a person. So they had this inventory of names. And what do you think that changed? That was creating that emotional connect, right, where there was this entire, there was this buzz that was created. So people started sharing on social media. People started talking about it, trying to find the names of their friends, etc. So again, that emotional connect becomes very, very important. So that's one bit which I feel, irrespective of the scale of what you're doing, it is important to establish this connect with the consumers. I'll take one more example, and that's the Real Beauty from Dove. Are you aware of that campaign? Yes? So see, all of us know about these, right? But what I take out of that is the kind of inclusivity that you're driving. And that's where, for example, I spoke about the beauty products for which I keep getting these emails and campaigns that come to me. And I'm used to seeing fair-skinned women with a certain beauty pattern that I'm seeing there. But today I think the world is changing where we are recognizing that we don't need to restrict ourselves to certain beauty standards. So these, I think, are big examples where we are breaking away from stereotypes to define what kind of messaging should be relevant, should really work with the consumers that I'm targeting. So from an Accenture perspective, again, I'm closer to consumer products and automotive, so I'll take a couple of examples there. One of them would be, again, I try not to name the company, it's again a large consumer products company manufacturing feminine hygiene as well as baby products. And they went along the same route, right, to make sure that the messaging that they were doing were resonating to their target audience. And not just that, they wanted to see how they could cross-leverage the information across the brands that they have. So again, going back to having a single view of your customers, being able to create that profile which you could start leveraging across your brand. So if you know that someone is buying baby products, one, you are probably trying to reach out with campaigns around your sanitary napkins, etc. Look at how you could take this forward as you know the baby is growing. So you have different baby products that you start campaigning for, and make sure you catch that attention of the consumer at any point in time. So that's again from consumer products. Similarly, I'll take another example from automotive, which is where Accenture partnered with Smart. I don't know if you're aware of it. So they launched, I see some people nodding their heads. So the EV vehicles that were launched, right? So there's a lot that goes behind the scenes in terms of analyzing and understanding customer behavior, patterns, etc. Where you're trying to understand who would be the people who would really be interested in buying these kind of vehicles, what would be the kind of personalized messages that would really resonate, and you could make that conversion happen. So I'll keep a couple of examples here, but clearly lot of very interesting campaigns, interesting marketing strategies that are evolving today as we speak across industries.
Thank you so much for that, ma'am. So my next question is directed to Mr. Vikram. So speaking of data analytics, could you please comment on the biggest challenges that you have faced while implementing data analytics solutions for digital transformation? And how do you really overcome these challenges?
See, I think if you look, there are a lot of research organizations, especially in the technology space like Gartner, Forrester, and one of the priorities which they have set up, top 5 priorities which they have set up for marketing as a vertical is essentially how does marketing as a vertical creates the value for organizations. Now traditionally marketing has been doing a lot of activities, but essentially if we can get into one metric at what percentage of revenue does marketing contribute directly to the organization, right? Direct revenue which we are talking about is the metric which is getting kind of changed, especially for our sector, right? Now if you look at from that perspective, there are two biggest data challenges that we foresee. Number one is the channels are evolving, right? Traditionally, even I say that even Google has become a traditional channel now, right? For example, if you search on ChatGPT today, how do you ensure that if somebody is searching on a ChatGPT that what is the technology transformation journey which we try to take? You search answers for questions on ChatGPT, similarly we search for solutions also on ChatGPT. So from that perspective, somebody is searching for a similar domain. How do we ensure that we led into that particular awareness piece as a part of the right segmentation is something which is one of the top problems for us at this point of time. The channels which were considered as a modernized channels are being converted into the traditional channels today. And how do you ensure that from your marketing strategy perspective, you align to that new to newest channels is something which is being worked upon, because whole industry is evolving. But unfortunately, if you don't work on this today, you will not be ready for it after 6 to 9 months. So that's one part of the problem. I think the second part of the problem is essentially more of a people problem. So the people problem is typically that there are some core functions like marketing, sales, etc. Right? Now with the advent of technology, how do you ensure that the people not only just started using the technology, but becoming some part of technologists themselves is the second problem which we are trying to solve, because ultimately both are converging big time. If you read marketing today, if technology is not part of marketing curriculum, then essentially you will not be ready for it in next to 6 months of time. So from a problem statement perspective, one is the new age channels, which is a slightly more data problem which we are trying to solve. And second is more of an organizational problem, that how do you ensure that your the core verticals become imbibed with the technology itself is what we are trying to solve. Now how we are trying to solve is of course from a channels perspective, there are a lot of data evolving piece. The core platforms are becoming much more aligned to the Gen AI technology today. So any technology platform that you select today, if it is not affiliated with the right channel, if it is not affiliated with the right feed, then potentially I think the choices which you are making are not right. So from that perspective, we are making the right choices on that front. And of course, from a people perspective, I think there are a lot of cultural aspects which are being considered. And I think, as I said, traditionally 8 years back, the doctor only used to know anatomy, but if you see radiologists today, he need to know the machine of the radiology as well as he need to know the anatomy. And that is exactly the same way with marketing also. You need to know the marketing. At the same time, please don't be averse to the technology. Because if you don't adopt technology, then potentially you will not be able to leverage the marketing to the full extent. But my biggest problem is the channel problem, actually, if I look at from a core data problem. Otherwise, most of the other problems are being more into execution state at this point of time. This is a problem which is more into conceived state at this point of time.
Yeah, makes sense, sir. When we talk about data, we have to sort of loop in AI and ML technologies. We cannot not talk about that. So I would like to ask Sunil sir, what is the future of digital transformation using AI and ML technology, and could you please share how they're being used in various industries such as BFSI, telecom and manufacturing?
Sure, thanks. That's a pretty interesting question. I'll try to answer that. So before that, just a raise of hands, who all have used ChatGPT? Right, so everybody has used it, right? So I don't have to explain, and I understand why you're using it, right? So there is a use case for yourself to content, right? Most likely that's where you're using it, right? So apart from that, are you using any other tools from AI ML perspective for creating content or anything? Copilot, okay. So that's good. So there are two good use cases which are there. So currently we are working with a lot of clients, and definitely there is a hype curve which is happening, and everybody is trying to do POCs, trying to kind of use cases. And I think wherever there is an ROI, where you kind of get money out of the process, and also maybe to reduce the cost, or it could be convenience, or reduce the mistakes which are happening. So I'll just take two use cases from where we are working. So one is on the invoicing side, right? So if you have situations where you have low volume and high variability, right? So if you do a 2x2, you have a lot of invoices, more than, let's say, 1 million, right? But so all invoices are coming from different vendors, and you have a high variability of the types of invoices. So here you would have a challenge, and AI/ML is one of the use cases we're using. And what we've done is also, this is for a logistics company, where you can actually do edge inference. Whenever the invoices are coming at the gate, you can actually scan it. And instead of the companies kind of putting the data or the invoicing at the back office, you can actually do it at the front office itself. And those invoices can be uploaded where the NLP is used. There would be different formats of the invoices. So what data goes where, so that it's already uploaded to the ERP system. So there it's convenience. You are actually solving the problem for the invoicing at the source where it's happening. So you can check and reduce the issues and so that is one of the use cases we've been working. The second is for a US-based automotive financing company, right? I'm not sure if you would know that US is a very big second-hand car market, right? And India is evolving. And how do you know that what the value of the car, if you're trying to buy, is the right value or not? So there is something called KBB in the US, right? So yeah. So that has been there, and it kind of tracks all the history of the cars, when it was done, the servicing, did it kind of go through any issues, etc. So here, apart from that, we're trying to build another model wherein you take all the images of the car from all the directions and try to kind of come up with what would be the damages on this car, what would be the other parameter points would be the kilometers run, etc. And this data, if you can kind of get and try to propagate what could be the cost, and if you are selling an insurance or sorry a loan, right? So this company can kind of get more users and reduce the risk of kind of one having a wrong value attached to the car, or it could be a cross-sell to the existing users who are already working with the loan company, where you can upsell. And this data is given to the nearest car dealer from where you can buy the car. So these are the two use cases where I can see a complete ROI. Then there are other use cases, definitely. I mean, this video is going on, right? And I see a lot of people taking notes. So there is a tool which is in Teams, and I'm sure it is in Zoom, that automatically whatever is voiced over, you can kind of create the meeting notes, right? So there is low value, but definitely there is a time value of money which you're kind of gaining. So I think there is a big evolution which is going to happen, and all of this requires training data. And the better the data would be, the better the models would be, and the better the outcomes would be. So it is going to take time, and in some scenarios you may get data, you may not have that kind of data, and those use cases may fail. But another interesting thing which is happening in the market, you heard about NVIDIA, is this is the first time that the machines, right? Earlier, if you have to, whatever the DCs or the data centers, which will be like a big 50,000 square feet building, right, who would be churning data. Now that can be kind of converted into a box. Right? If you hear Jensen speaking, so that is going to be, so you have the computing power at the same time the hardware power. So just imagine for any query you are making, it needs the internet. Imagine if this whole data is on a box and you don't need an internet. So you can do it offline, right? And you just have to have data every day, and it's the best day. I mean, it's the best till date data which you can take inference on. Like for example, if you're using the free ChatGPT version, is for April 2022. And if you take the buy-in one, which is April 2024, right? So that's the difference. So just imagine this is updating every time, real time. You have it with you. What kind of transformation it can bring to the daily lives, right? I think that's where I would kind of end my talk. That definitely there is a huge potential, but unless and until it's proven, we can't know how it is going to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was a very comprehensive and insightful answer. So as in the second panel, Mr. Ravi Kumar sir had said that businesses need scale. So I would like to call upon Amrish sir on his experience of building both online and offline businesses, especially scaling D2C businesses. So sir, what are the main challenges and as well as main strategies that you use to scale huge online businesses, D2C in specific?
Sure. That's like filling in my KPI sheet. But on a lighter note, but I can only tell you, whenever you start any business, and currently the phase that I'm in, we are trying to build from 0 to 1 and with aspirations of 0 to 100. And so you kind of look at it, everything from a fresh slate. And I just mentioned in my previous comment that, the stuff that we try to solve for, while we have a super app, we have multiple categories, we have pretty much everything in e-commerce that you can think of. We have travel, we have hotels, we have groceries, we have electronics, and we have jewelry, and we have luxury. And within all of this, financial services needs to find its feet, and within financial services, insurance needs to find a space. So it's not an easy cut to make. But what I just mentioned some time back is first, the beauty about D2C business is, and I've done conventional large-scale distribution businesses, over there, it's about putting in the usual sales metrics, putting in the right cadence, building the right teams, right skill set, which impacts. But in D2C, it is about engaging with your knowledge, leveraging data, which I spoke about, leveraging the right marketing, right technology, everything has to come together. In fact, The only good and the upside is D2C business is something which is, you can't define a TAM. I mean, unlike a lot of conventional businesses where you start off something, you look at what is the total available market, right? In D2C, that's not the case because you can actually create a new market. So something that I've been focusing on right now, and especially related to insurance, is twofold. One is the retail side of insurance, which is the retail products, which is the usual BAU products of motor, health, life insurance. But yes, certainly with a twist is something that we're looking at. How do we differentiate ourselves in the market? Clearly by giving in consumer journeys which are very enjoyable, which are more focused on Gen Z because the younger generation, I mean everything, there's a detailing of it that is done to the creatives that we create to look at would it appeal to you or not. I mean that's the way we think back. So we kind of deliberate within the team and of course do a lot of A/B testing. So to figure out what kind of communication would work and what is that they're eventually seeking. And secondly, there is also a point of new innovation. So there are categories like pet owners. It's a very pet parents is a, I would say, still a fairly recent term and a lot of pet parents have kind of the numbers have increased over the last few years clearly. So we kind of focusing on creating a product which is for pet insurance. Because that's a specific significant need for pet owners. There's click I mentioned, so we're talking about creating watch insurance because people love their watches and they kind of expense a lot very high. So that's the category which we call the embedded insurance, which is sachet, contextual, simplified, one-click products with the right attachment to the core e-commerce category. Essentially, what is insurance expected to do on a platform like ours is to monetize the traffic, create a value prop, create more stickiness, and that's what our continuous focus is at how do we create this as exciting as an e-commerce purchase journey while actually giving a lot of strong value to the consumer. So multiple use cases. I mean, we just launched a cyber insurance product because we believe cyber is a big risk that each one of us lives with currently, digital theft. And we said, what can we make it interesting? How can we simplify it? How can we simplify the claims journey, claims process to simplify it and say that, avoiding the hassle of going to the police station and probably going around the bank. So how do you simplify the process? How do you simplify the purchase journey? And how do you create a value prop which is so lucrative that it's priced at something probably less than $10 and saying that, not even $10, I mean $5. So, how do you make that so lucrative that people think this is good safety to buy? So you have to look at new age products, new age needs, and keep kind of evolving, and that's what we're doing right now.
So what role would say performance marketing would play in say scaling that sort of a app or a?
It's a daily job of performance marketing because see there are essentially, as somebody spoke about earlier, we're driving three parts of the funnel: the top of the funnel, the bottom of the funnel, and the middle funnel. So clearly, performance marketing has to look at what's going to work through CRM, what is going to work through the organic route. Now, within the organic, of course, it's one app, and everybody wants a prime property. Let me be very candid. I mean, between all these categories, we have this everyday issue of saying that I want the hero banner. So I was just asking my team, there's something called a superhero banner on our app, and I realized that my product is going live on that tonight. So that is what really is the performance marketing team that works along with me to figure out how do we get the best properties to get the maximum organic traffic, how do we get the right CTRs clearly with the right creative. So because another panel, I think there was a mention on CAC because one is about the scale, second is about making sure that you are adhering within the cost of acquisition. So clearly performance marketing has a very, very significant role both on driving organic CTRs, organic conversions, as well as inorganic through the retargeting, through external paid marketing, through CRM marketing. And that is where I said that none of this is inseparable, both data. So ultimately what do you need to solve for? How can you get the maximum CTRs which I just mentioned, and how can you get the maximum CTRs? So if somebody can crack the formula of saying I can get 10% plus CTRs, more than 10% CTRs and more than 10% CVRs, I think he's cracked the formula. And then you have to be very, very, very sharp with the data
and the right performance marketing to back it up to say that you're reaching out to the consumer at the right point of time when he needs it. So we did a campaign recently on a more investment linked kind of insurance product. So we realized what is the segment which will lap it up. Typically the segment which is used to investing in SIP. So the product is pretty much a replica of an SIP, and we said who would be that customer persona be? That will be typically your salaried customers, your urban dwellers, typically. So you have to look at the consumer cohort and continue to test, experiment, retarget, and then as I was talking about the bottom of the funnel, we look at which stage do we drop off. So there's a drop off management mechanism which has to be sustained so that your CRM targets them at the right stage. There is an instant message. We target, while we target some of these things off through performance marketing to be in the first fold, and the design has to be in the first fold. We also look at number of clicks, then the speed to call. So if there are 30-second callback, if there are a 5-second message, we're trying to get in a AI intervention to see that can we impact that to leverage our contact center performance as well as also directly engage with the consumer, both through chat, both through voice, and eventually create a very cohesive experience between chat, voice and the human, and truly give a differentiated experience to the consumer from engagement perspective, from even selling for that matter. That's what we're testing out with.
Okay, sir, and I believe when we talk about marketing and all the things that or the processes to set up the processes, we cannot not talk about the MarTech or the marketing technology that is being employed at these businesses. So I would like to ask Mr. Bhargav, sir. Sir, can you talk about how the popular marketing technology or MarTech is revolutionizing digital marketing in today's modern day, and how it assists in capturing real-time data?
Yeah. So MarTech as a whole, I think some of the panelists already touched upon a few areas within MarTech. So it's a big gamut. So we have traditionally we can consider everything like CRM, SEO, lead management, then your website analytics, likewise. It's all 6, 7 to I think 8 to 10 areas are there within MarTech. So now. Of course, I cannot touch each of one in today's discussion, today long discussion. I will try to touch 3 areas from my own experience, how we have leveraged and how it has helped us. So I would let me start with the lead management part first. So I have been working in building material industry almost 5 years, 4 to 5 years in 2 different segments. About 6-7 years back, while acquiring lead, so basically what is building material? You have cement, you have steel, you have interior items and all these things, right? So these all goes into building material industry segment as a whole. Now when we need to sell building material item, now I need to get lead. Where is those constructions are happening? Traditionally we used to have this coverage based network. So it's like my salesmen people go here and there, and they themselves have their own network of milkmen, papermen, and all these things. So they discuss with those people, and then they can come to know where is new activities happening and all these things. That's about 7 to 8 years back. So from that side to today, the way we have evolved in this area, this is also part of kind of a MarTech technology eventually, identifying lead and converting eventually. So this has played a big role in, I have seen in last 6-7 years, it's a big change that has happened. Today, when I am part of XLRI, and our main product is interior, anything you see in the interior primarily. And we have product ranges that goes inside your furniture, which is basically plywood, and then outside whatever you see, all these laminates and designs and patterns. So we have, from the end consumer perspective, we have 2 sets to satisfy. One is the look and feel, touch and all these things. And then from the overall perspective, the basic material that goes inside of making everything is plywood, which is typically people do not care about look and feel of plywood. They mostly care about how much water resistant and all these things they typically care about. Now to get this kind of, now my in this kind of organization, my focus is now on getting this lead from the interior perspective. Right? Now, what we are doing, leveraging, so we cannot always deal on that Khabri network, that's gone out of days, and we also need to expand our business. So we are now creating along with the lead management, we are bringing the AI module and also big data part as well. So we are doing it at the back end, we are creating it kind of a data warehouse, data lake concept for the entire whole India, mapping at level of, even at the level of village level, okay? How much construction is happening, then at what stage, depending on the stage also we can qualify my lead when it is going to be matured and all these things. Right? So that is what we are building, and we are bringing the AI layer on top of that, so that not only I am getting the lead from the digital side, of course physically also we are getting, as I am not saying that we are not getting it, but then bringing this both digital and physical leads together, and then adding the AI layer on top of that. Today I am getting about every month about 3 to 4 lakhs of leads across India, and our aim is to get into almost million level leads, 10 to 12 lakhs of leads in a month, in next couple of years time. And I have to get those leads, of course I cannot depend on people, right? So that is where this concept is coming up. So this is something we are now working on, and already we have started working. Probably in a couple of years down the line it will be full-fledged pan-India ecosystem we will be building in-house. So this is one of the element of market through the lead within the market, the lead management plus AI plus data ecosystem. So this is one thing we are building. Second example I would like to highlight probably on the social management side. I will take one example from my previous organizations when I was with General Mills back 8 to 10 years back. So I was working for US market back then, and we were doing that is actually very interesting issue happened actually. It's like something we discovered out of unexpectedly doing something else. So we have actually launched a couple of good yogurt product, different variant of yogurt product, and we ran quite a bit of social media campaign across Twitter, Facebook, and all. The time just Twitter, nowadays X. Then I think we launched about sometime about March, April time, and with an assumption that okay, summer season is coming, then sales will pick up. And accordingly, we also planned our manufacturing, distribution, everything. Then came a situation in January. We were stock out in January, peak winter. Can you guess why it has happened? Can anybody guess? Yogurt.
Climate change.
Okay, I'll tell you. New Year resolution of fitness. And we did not expect that. And again we went into social media, then we realized okay, that is the reason. So now we have to reformulate and our entire manufacturing, distribution and campaign strategy, leveraging all the social media related data points and analyzing all these things. So these are a couple of things. These are interesting things. Back then we are learning. That is about again 7-8 years back. Now of course social media has evolved quite a bit. So these are a couple of examples. Now coming to one thing I would like to highlight, I think we have not spoken about that within the CRM space, which is we have been talking about consumer, right? But what about customers? So in the industry like us, we have to deal with both. Of course, we have to generate demand by targeting the end consumer like you and me. But at the same time, I have my competitor, they are also doing the same thing. So then, and they are also selling through those customer channel partners only, right? We have dealer, retailers, distributors and all these things. Now how we can influence them eventually. So that is where the CRM on those specific areas of segment of customers is also a big role we are now going. Actually, we are playing it, but we are also bringing a big new element on top of that. What we are doing? So traditionally, of course, consumer focus is always been there. But from the customer segment, the channel partner perspective I'm talking about, traditionally what we have been doing that we are giving them some schemes, some discounts if they sell our product based on some value or volume based segregation, slab and something like that. But every other organization also doing the same thing. So then come the point that what value addition we are giving to them. Ultimately, everyone wants a value nowadays, right? So from that perspective, what we are bringing in the value addition to that customer segment by what it means by helping them growing their business further. Not only doing, let's say, they may be a dealer for paint industry, they may be a dealer for my industry, they may be a dealer for adhesives and all these things. But if I am able to help him in identifying some business opportunity, that is one thing. Second thing, if I am able to help him in doing some of the transaction that he regularly does, like GST filing and all these things, right? So we know that those are not directly linked with us, but if we do value on proposition on those areas, then they will be more inclined to do business with us on our segment. So these are the elements we are also bringing in the CRM tech within the overall martech ecosystem. Okay, I can continue to speak about each and every one. Probably I will stop any question or anything that I can take over.
If I can, taking on to what Ravi said in the morning, so typically in a sales and marketing ecosystem, when you made a use case where you kind of created the sales chart that who has to go where, typically in any organization which is distributor led, right, the sales guy will say, okay, I know where to go to the distributor and meet my targets. But if you turn it around, right, where the marketing is leading the sales, and that's what we learn, right, marketing is the strategy and sales is the execution. I think that if we can implement, it's a very simple thing, right, that could kind of add a lot of value because you know who are the customers who are going to miss out or get lost rather than who is the existing customer who would give you more business. So you can direct your sales team to execute, and once it is known that the marketing knows what's happening on the ground, automatically the sales team would do much better and the throughput will become better.
So just to add to that question actually, I think D2C space is very easy to target customers because we have personas, we have channels, we have Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all of that, and then you can do personalized targeting into the nitty-gritties of the things, right? But when it comes to B2B, things are, how do you make a persona of a business, right? How do you sort of do the targeting and segmenting in a business space? So I just wanted, is there a way that you can make tools around it and in a large scale, like a pan-India tool to just say target a particular category of businesses? So is that possible?
I'll just take a shot at it because I've been in B2B sales selling SaaS solutions, specifically for a very specific segment as you're mentioning. So in the insurance business, open architecture is a very recent phenomenon which came in about 5 to 7 years back, where each distributor was allowed to distribute multiple insurance companies, whereas the regulatory norm about 10 years back was that you could only sell one life insurance company, one health insurance company. Now, while it was easy for the regulator to announce this, but there was no technology solution to get a common API platform. So I used to actually work for an organization and I realized insurance as a business is a fairly high monetizing, revenue generating business for most of the financial institutions, including banks and distributors and so on and so forth. So clearly there was a need at one side, there was a reason for them to look at the technology. So you need to just figure out that if in a B2B sales, I'm sure some of my colleagues will contribute further, if there is a value prop that you can help enhance in terms of revenues, or vice versa, reduce the cost, or improve the efficiency or the perception to the end consumer for the respective B2B. Clearly that is how you look at your TAM and say that, okay, these are the topmost guys, they have serious revenues to be made in this business, and if I can really solve this problem through a technology or a B2B solution, clearly there is money to be made in that partnership and that relationship.
I think I'll just add one point here. See, especially on this side. I think in B2B world, driving segmentation especially tough because there is no standardization, right? So if you see today the technology landscape today, there are platforms available like let's say Zoom Info, Lusha, right? Which gives you that very specific persona information as well as company information. If I ask by the way Lusha, that tell me what type of buyer Amrish is, he will tell me Amrish like commercial more, technical less. He'll also tell me, looking at your past trends, that his average age of closing the contracts is this much. So there are specific, the way to solve B2B problem is also via technology, but there are specific technology problems, especially on the B2B space. It's about how do you make use of those data sets is important.
So sir, coming to you, in what ways did Midcan Advisory utilize predictive analytics to forecast market trends and anticipate client needs?
Okay, that's a good question. So we are also our platform, which is our primary business, I'll say. When I say primary, because that's not our only business, but it gives us about 40% of our revenue. So that was something which was very difficult to market because it's like trying to sell risk. Nobody wants to buy risk. They want to buy good stuff. Okay, how do you sell risk? That was our first challenge. Then second was awareness that such a service or such a platform exists in the world. So we tried to do it in innovative ways. We went to people. I'll take about the marketing part first and then the performance part. So it's like trying to tell people that such a service exists, those who don't know. It's like, you know, a guy who's never seen a bicycle, he's walking every day in the village and suddenly you say, hey, you take so much time walking, why don't you use a bicycle? He says, what's a bicycle? Oh, this is it, really? Let me try it. So he tries it, he finds his speed goes up 4 times. Where can I get one? I'll sell it to you. I'm the only one who makes it in the world. So that's the strategy we adopted. Okay, and we actually found a few guys buying it. Then all the gullible guys got sold, and the rest were still there in the world who said that no, this guy also has it. This guy also has it. So then we put AI into our platform to do our own analytics. So typically this platform sales, our customer lifecycle acquisition is very long and very tedious because first you have to show people what it does, a demo. Then their technical team will come in to say, oh, what if I need an API? Can I plug it in? What about data privacy? What about business privacy? All of that. Then the second part is we have to give them a trial to say, kisi cycle chala ke dekho 2-3 mahine. So then we have to give them a trial. If they are convinced, then they buy it. So we said, how do we reduce this? So we put AI into it and said, okay, look, tell us your location. Say for example, TCS is a client of ours. So they have 125 locations all over India. We plugged that into the platform using geospatial intelligence. Then we said, okay, how many high value travelers do you have moving around the country every day? This is our list. NDA signed, our HR will send you the list every day. So we started plotting those high value travelers. And then those guys saw value in it because the AI transformed that threat intelligence into impact analysis for their assets. The assets were the people and the assets were the locations. And that's where they started seeing value in it and suddenly found marketing, we don't need to do so much of it. Focus on LinkedIn because that's where people go to read about risks. Focus a little bit on the website, keep updating it. 30% ROI improvement we saw in 3 months. And cost of customer acquisition came down by about 10% straight away. So that's the kind of thing we managed to achieve in marketing the platform itself. Now, then we reached a stage where we said, okay, we can't market it anymore. Now, this is a very interesting thing because I don't know how applicable it is to the rest of the people sitting on this panel. We said, let's do a little bit of data analytics. We found social media, LinkedIn was our platform. I keep saying it again and again because that's where we connect with most of our target customers. We did a little bit of analytics. We said, okay, how many followers does our LinkedIn page have? And then we found to our horror that the 3 or 4 of us in the leadership, the 2 founders, me as the COO, our CFO, we had more personal branding and more followers on LinkedIn than the company page itself. So we said, let's piggyback the company page onto us. So every time educative or an informative post was created by the company, I used to repost it. So I had, let's say, my company that time had 5,000 followers, I had 12,000 followers. So now it's targeting straight away 12,000 people. And that's where we use the power of analytics. How many impressions? Who are the people who are commenting on my post? Nobody is commenting on the company post. Who are the people who are commenting on my post? The inside sales team used to jump upon them and go reach out to them. Who are the people who are liking it? So there are those silent observers of social media, right? Who just put a thumbs up or a like and don't want to comment because they don't want to commit or they don't have the time. So that list is also available through the analytics. So we found out those, then we started going to their companies. Okay, this guy likes it, but he's not the decision maker. Who's the decision maker? His boss. Let's go to his boss. So that's how our analytics helped us to improve our marketing outreach. And then we said, okay, now we've reached the acme of marketing. This is all we can do. So let's make the product even better so that it markets itself. And then we started using AI in a big way. So we put in the algo loop, the continuous improvement loop, the data collection, trial, aggregation, curation. We put in machine language. We were getting information. So we take our threat intelligence information from open source, what is called OSINT. We take our OSINT information, which was primarily happening in English. Then we said, let's use ML and get in translation. So today we translate 22 languages into English, which feed into our platform. So the platform on a daily basis picks up 30,000 data points of threat intelligence, which one layer of human analysts converts into 3,000 by eliminating 9/10 of that data. Then it comes down to the next level, 300, and another layer of analyst curates that and makes it into 30. So 30 alerts a day is what is going to our paying customers for the geofencing that they have requested. And then we took this back to them to say, look, now you don't have to do anything. It's coming on your phone, it's coming on your, and we integrated with the, what we call the emergency notification system. We said anything that you need to send to your stakeholders, just put a tick on it, the system will send a message to your stakeholders. And that's where we achieved everything. And we said, now just sit back and rest. Let's do it, but sign the check.
Thank you so much, sir. I think that was a wonderful way to build organic reach and organic across the company's page. So now let's talk about customer segmentation. And I would like to begin this topic with a personal anecdote. So sometime last month, I was in the Bishopur market here in Jamshedpur, and it was around the ICC World Cup time, and that was the day that India won the match. Right, and I was trying to go to this Pani Puri Bhaiya wala, and all the street hawkers, from street vendors to your even small shop owners were glued to their phones and TVs, not even willing to buy us stuff. So that's when I realized, like, the digital population of India is so high. Right now it's around 800 million. We have around 800 million digital population. So amidst this data boom and the democratization of internet, how do companies segment data, and how do then they do targeting of such huge amount of people and personas? Anybody can take it up here.
Okay, so interesting question, and I think even this is evolving, right, in terms of, like you said, the explosion of data that's happening. How do you really pick the right kind of information? How do you funnel it in a way where you are able to go and use that information to target the right kind of customers or consumers? So again, I'll take a tech lens because that's what I'm used to doing. So, and while we are engaging with clients today, a lot of times, I think the tech archetypes that we are looking at, that is evolving, right? And one approach that we are seeing quite a bit of is to say that you have a near brain and a far brain kind of a setup. And I see some of you nodding your heads. But that's when you have your traditional data warehouses, your repository of all of this data, the information that's coming in, which is your far brain. And that is where you're doing the trend analysis, you're coming up with these patterns, trying to come up with the segments, etc. And you have the near brain, which is giving you more instant insights. So if you're looking at, an immediate, there's dynamic pricing, for example, or you need a real-time recommendation to come through. That is where you have data that you can, that can give you these immediate insights that you can reflect and make sure that the consumer is acting on it. But of course, while we are talking about all of this today, the other impact that we are going to keep seeing more of is with Gen AI, right? Where you don't have to really think about how do we manually think through all of this, because starting from generating the content to being able to recommend what is the right target group that you could be looking at, I see there's a lot that's coming in by way of either say likes of Adobe, Salesforce with Einstein, Adobe Sensei or Firefly, all of this coming to the fore. But also a lot of use cases that are getting developed on top of these products that will that would help clients to really get a lot of these things done automatically. Well, of course, the manual interventions don't go away, but it is definitely going to get easier with time. Anybody?
My current role is not very relevant for it because it's more in the B2B space, but I'll take you 1.5 years back when I was part of Airtel Digital. Now, if you see Airtel as an ecosystem today, if anyone, I'm assuming 40% of you would be Airtel customers. So, if you see Airtel app today, on first tab, you're competing with all the telcos. If you go to the second tab, you're competing with all the banks. You're competing with PhonePe, you're competing with Paytms, and I'm sure Tata Digital would be carrying the same ecosystem, right? If you go to the third tab, shop tab, you're competing with all the e-com, right? So potentially, if you look at each of these properties, or if you look at it from a real estate perspective, segmentation is an absolutely important outcome. But segmentation is an outcome. There are a lot of inputs which are required to do the segmentation, right? Now, let's break it into three parts. The first is a source, the second is processing layer, and third is a destination. So from a source perspective, if you see the core sectors today, the sectors which were considered to be not so digital, like telcos, banks, manufacturing, etc., the granularity of data, which was absolutely an input to the segmentation, that granularity of data did not exist at those systems, right? And I think that's touched some of the aspects of the architecture also. So when those systems were undergoing refresh, right, the only part was not to make those systems scalable as a part of the refresh. But one of the important parameters was that how do you make those systems data ready, right? Where the granular data, capturing each and every data, customer requirement, capturing each and every customer transactions, the customer journey legs, right? All those have to come into play. So this was all the work which was required to be done at a source level. I think, but with my understanding of the industry today, 60 to 70% industry has already done this job, right? There are a lot of transformation spent which has been done in past 5 years or so. I think there is a mid layer which is primarily your data layers which exist within organizations, and that is where all your platforms like Hadoop, Confluence come into play. Where how do you take this data and process this at a central layer, right? There's a massive investment which has gone into this place also. Again, organizations have spent into this. But I'm saying they have done good work at the source side. There's a good amount of work which is being required done. Some mature organizations have done it, but some are under progress. The third is a destination. Now, if you've got the data, what do you do with it? And that is the toughest part within the organization, because first two are still the technology problems. Can be solved. There are consultants available. There are SIs available. Can be solved. The third is a problem, which is a complicated problem, because then if you have to figure out what is the data, what you need to do with data, the right cultural aspects within the organization, the right customer use cases have to come into play, the granularity of the data come into play, and then ultimately you populate this as a cohorts, and then ultimately you achieve the outcome of actually the segmentation. And rest is actually the execution of the process. So if you break it down into three pieces, that is where the organization achieves the end outcome of segmentation. However, it is work in progress for most of the organizations. Nobody has reached the nirvana state at this point of time. You would always find at this point of time 60% of organizations still, it's a combination of if-else conditions and nothing else to be at the very bottom. But I think this is what is required from a segmentation perspective. So if you are a marketer, you have to understand all these three layers. If you only understand what is happening in destination, it might not work for you unless you understand what is there at source. Because each organization will have different parlances, different ecosystems. In order to achieve that customer use case, you have to take the whole piece in completion and not a specific piece in isolation.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so I would like to another perspective here. Segmentation anyway is a bread and butter for any organization. Without that we cannot leave it, do our business anyway. And it is not that it is only we are doing currently. It has been in the place for many years. Traditionally we used to have this SSC kind of concept, socio-economic census-based segmentation. At least I am talking about India perspective. I think we have about 8 to 10 SSC segment across India. So I would like to highlight two perspectives here. One is that kind of segmentation, which helps in the overall strategic level marketing decision making perspective. If you remember my earlier example I mentioned about a consumption. So that is how we can target a consumption based marketing strategy. It was initially defined from the SSC segmentation. Now then when I need to get into the targeted level of implementation, that is where this granular segmentation approach will be playing a bigger role. So in case of in one of my earlier experience, what we have done, again I will take one of the example from Colgate only. So we almost sell our product every nook and corner of the country. We have directly about I think 17 lakhs stores we reach, and indirectly maybe another 10 to 12 lakhs, which not from our direct partner distribution. Now, however, what we can control the direct one. So then there where we did a big segmentation exercise. What we did, two things we have did. One is from the portfolio assortment for each of the stores. Looking at the data behavior from my affluency factors, then from my locality demographic factor, how we can figure out that what is that right portfolio product that is most likely to be sold in that locality. And based on that, we did two things. One is of course the assortment for those stores we designed, and the targeted campaign from the Facebook and all these things during that localities, whatever people areas. So that way also we have deployed. So these are a few things I just wanted to add on what has been taken about.
Thank you so much. So as much as we would like to continue this conversation due to paucity of time, we'd like to end it here. Very felt thank you to all our panelists here for this interesting conversation. And now I would like to open the floor to Q&A to the rest of the cohort.
Hello panelists, good evening. My name is Shrideep. I have worked in consulting industry for 6 years. So the problem which we are discussing about the implementation of CRM and the use of CRM analytics in lot of data analytics and personalization. The issue what I've seen in consulting is the CRM analytics is not that mature. They don't have a lot of data, and because of that we are not able to understand what the client needs, and it's more like a very rudimentary data but not very customized. So any alternative or solution to that if you can provide.
I'll try to kind of take a stab on that. So, I mean, it depends. It's case-to-case basis, right? It's not that in all scenarios you would have that issue. But yeah, definitely, if you don't have all the information, you should be talking more to the sales team, or your team should be on the route to kind of understand what are the points which you are missing and update that into your CRM, because a lot of times it is legacy data, right? I mean, just to kind of take an extension to this. You would see large banks, right, and new banks. So large banks are all work on legacy systems, they may not even have that field. And they will just not change because Sunil wants to move to cloud or move to the latest technology. They are taking a decision, build versus buy, based on what is the value. So maybe that could be the scenario. But if that has a huge impact on your sales, which is finally going to be the revenues, then I think you need to talk to the seniors there. But yeah, I think definitely you need to have all the data points, whichever max you can have. I'm not sure if I answered that question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The issue what I've seen is like the data is there, but we are not able to use it, and it's mostly like we are not able to do any type of analytics on that. It's mostly like the center of data. So yeah, maybe we will be able to feed the data more and then probably do some type of.
See, I think that was prevalent in most of the organizations, and that was the reason that data was created as a separate horizontal within the organization. Because as long as you keep on solving the problem of data at a vertical level, you always felt those hindrances. Because ultimately to solve a customer problem at a 360-degree level, one vertical cannot have the complete data, right? You always need to have feeds, and then if everybody started building the feeds, then the whole democratization of data concept goes away. And that is the reason that data teams which did not used to exist within organizations 6-7 years back, in almost all organizations you would find a separate data vertical. In fact, not only find the vertical, but that's the most high paying vertical also, right? So, because ultimately those verticals cannot solve the problem. So problem what you have raised is absolutely genuine. And ultimately those verticals cannot just solve the problem has to be solved at a horizontal levels, whether architecture, design, digital, business also. Even business and product teams are also aligned at a data horizontal level. And that's how the organizations are looking to solve the data problem at a vertical level.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's where we're talking about CDP having a unified view, right? And that would be across the various entities of an organization. But checking on the quality of the data, having a partnership kind of an approach rather than jumping into solving one particular problem, but looking at it more holistically and seeing whether the data is ready for it, are there quality concerns, is it unified across the various, for example, brands or entities, etc., is something that you need to look at, evaluate.
So I'd just like to add that we also face the same problems. We are in the field of consulting. We have an elaborate CRM, the people looking at it. We just trying to figure it out and crack it ourselves. But two things which we decided is, one is intra-vertical collaboration, because if you don't succeed as a company, you don't succeed. So it's not going to be vertical wise. Everyone is only interested in his vertical. Somebody needs to crack the whip and say, let's go to market together. And once we get a deal, we have to deliver together. So cross-functional, cross-vertical delivery, that's really important. Second is that we instituted this system of key account management. So when we say key account management, we picked out the top 50 accounts in terms of revenue and said, look, these are the guys who are familiar with the client's POC. They are going to do the business development using the CRM, using the data from the CRM, but each client key account manager is responsible for his set of 10 or 12. And then he takes all the business verticals along with him. So we are trying, I'll tell you a year later whether we succeeded or not, but that's the approach we are taking now.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe they are not getting the answer, that's why they call you guys, right? So that you can propose that, okay, now you need to build a data layer.
Hello sir, good evening everyone. My name is Murli Krishna. I have experience in project management in both manufacturing and IT. So my question is, since we are very much interdependent on different platforms like CRM and ERP, and every organization is very much dependent on them, are we in a position, because we are heading these organizations, especially in IT domains, are we in a position where our hands are tied up, because it leaves a very little bit of chance for us to switch between these platforms, and platforms take it for granted and keep on exploiting us. So how you are tackling with that? If tomorrow you want to switch between these platforms, are they giving you space, or is it feasible to switch between platforms? And if it is not possible, then new age startups, how they can leverage this issue and come up with new solutions? This is my question.
If
if I can qualify, what do you mean by platforms? Is it a particular tool which you're using within the organization? It's like for CRM, you might be using Salesforce or Zoho. For ERP, you might be using Microsoft or other. Okay. Yeah, so definitely the products who are kind of selling you, they want to kind of make it difficult once you are already in. And one of the things which happen is usually all sell their products, which is good, plain vanilla, but each organization is different. They kind of put a lot of workflows, customizations or configurations onto that tool, right? And then it does a process which is specifically for your organization. And that's the challenge, right? However, all tools, they have to provide it that you can kind of dump the data in a particular format and then move in. But usually it is a partnership, right? So only if in case they are not meeting either your use case or the cost perspective, then only you should move it. Otherwise, definitely, I mean, you need to have a good relationship with your, I mean, it's kind of symbiotic from that perspective. So that's a good opportunity for a sales or kind of a startup, right? Because a lot of companies build this integration from so-and-so CRM to so-and-so CRM. And it could be an XML or any simple JSON-based tool, which kind of, if you are able to map the kind of data of one system to another system. And this is just not in tools, it could happen in any word. You need to understand both the formats, and usually it is more an extension of an Excel file, but just that you need to kind of have a detailed understanding for kind of doing it and then propose it as a solution. However, the challenge I've seen is when implementing is when you do that, the product to which you're moving, they will be kind of open to kind of using you, but when you're moving from this system to the other system, moving backward would be very difficult, right? So you need to be kind of cautious on that.
Yeah, so I think we covered it well, but I'll just add, because a very relevant question in the tech consulting world, right? Where you, and typically even we, and I'm again, answering as a consultant, we typically go with a platform view also to say, okay, I am representing a particular platform, so here's how you can go about it. But I think while we are engaging, we need to have a more agnostic view where we can look at the problem statement, and increasingly organizations are also looking at an approach where it's not wall-to-wall one solution. We're talking about composability, we're talking about having digital core, and then you have a lot of other components that fit in. So for newer engagements, I think that, and what's coming up, I think that's the way to go. But really for organizations which have a lot of tech debt and legacy, typically when we engage from a consulting perspective, we wouldn't recommend a change overnight, neither would we recommend a change if it's not needed, because of course there's a lot of investment. But you would look at it with a more longer term view. You can look at smaller changes that you can bring about with small components. We have a lot of SaaS components today, right? Which bring a lot of nuanced functionality that you could add to their current landscape. So how you could start with making some small changes and then look at a longer roadmap. You may not really move out from your core platform altogether, but at the same time you could bring in new functionality. Now with a lot of other AI and a lot of other components coming in, you can plug that in to at least have a roadmap that is more futuristic. I hope that answers.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nityanand Charan and I come from a retail background. So we discussed about funnels and targeted marketing. So I believe it is relatively easy to target customers who are generally aware of the problems or maybe aware of the products that a company is offering. But there is a large segment of customers who are unaware of the problem itself. So what strategy companies are taking to tap this market? And the second question that I have is related to performance marketing. So recently I was reading an article where I have read that these days we have moved from return on from ROAS to we have moved to customer lifetime value. So my question is with respect to companies that are focusing on impulse buying, so how does these companies leverage data to calculate the customer lifetime value?
I'll take a shot at some of them, what you just mentioned. So, first one that you mentioned is that there's no inherent existing unaware customer about his need and how do you really create that need, right? So, and that's very relatable to the business that I was talking about, which is insurance, because as I said, insurance is nothing that you wake up in the morning and say, decide that you're going to look at insurance today. And hence, there is only a subtle relatability that you create through content, through engagement with the customer to make him realize about any product need for that matter, which is not like it's not like productized or it's something which is not a box product which you can. So typically it happens across multiple category of products where you need to create a lot of content out there, a lot of targeted marketing, relatability to situations, which starts kind of creating a category. So as I was just talking about sometime back in my solutions, there are categories which still don't exist. So cyber is a risk that all of us know. We're just talking on a table, and while we all recognize the risk, but how many in this room would have a cyber cover? Frankly speaking, I would be surprised if there are even 5 of them, right? So we talk about it. So it's about education. It's about content creation. It's about retargeting. It's about engaging with them at appropriate areas. The second one that you spoke about, which is impulse buying, clearly I think in performance marketing that's also critical. So I also do products like device protection, extended warranty. Typically for consumers who we know when did they purchase a specific large refrigerator, and that's going to get out of warranty in the next 20 days. You need to start repetitively sending the right communication to say this is expiring and you could cover this for yourself. So it's about right timing, and the more you then, how do you create a customer lifetime value is through experience, repetitive, consistent experience in what they expect and what you deliver to them, and that's when they start realizing that if you buy from one platform and that has given you consistency in terms of the delivery experience, the purchase experience, the after customer service experience, that's how you start building that trust and relatability with that platform. Otherwise, it just becomes a transaction, and that is not going to run for long. I hope I was able to answer your question.
So it's exactly what I was saying, that we need to tell people that such a need is there for you. There is something in the market for you. Now, if you want it, you can pay for it. So, we are in that business of risk. So for us, crisis is time of creativity. And like you were saying, we create contextualized, relatable posts, information to say, look, X, Y, let's say, a random example, fire in a mall. So we go to our other customers who are into real estate and development and say, how safe are your malls? Have you got your fire safety audits done? Have you got your security audits done? If you haven't, look, now's the time, we'll do it for you. So this is how you step in, and then we are in that business of risk management, like I said, so we are paid to be paranoid, and we tell our people, our customer base, that this is what we do.
Just one point I want to add on your first point, customers who are not aware of, right? So I think about need point, you just mentioned, right? How many of you are using quick commerce, Zepto and all, right? Do you think that were you aware of such need would be there 2 years back? No, right? So how did that happen? So that is one of the example to your first question. So how you can identify the need, how you provide a value proposition, and then how you can define your marketing strategy in and around, it will automatically come. If, of course, customer has to see all these things. So that is how we have to think about giving that, I would say, giving that particular product or service to the unaware people or customer.
First of all, thank you once again for coming to Jamshedpur. Not so easy, except for Ikshita, she has a reason to come back. And very happy to have Sir on the eve of Vijay Divas. So the question I have for this panel is two things. So one is leveraging data analytics for marketing. So across this group, for some reason we have examples more from a data evolved industry, right? But like where you have access to a lot more data, if it is especially e-commerce or especially here. But what happens to where companies are not having that kind of access to data, right? How do you explain, or they're not at the level of evolution, right, of analytics maturity? How do people like you, chief analytics officers or CDOs, explain the need for the investments in data and infrastructure, etc.? Because I could say I am a Marwadi company. I am not interested in putting in money without seeing returns. How do I do that? And especially if you see recently, Goldman Sachs has come up with this interesting thing, right? It's saying that they have put a trillion dollar question mark on Gen AI. They're saying that that's a bubble, right? But on the same side, you have companies like Accenture who sending everybody to a Gen AI training, right? So how do you balance these two? Where do you see, what is Goldman Sachs seeing which others are not seeing, or what, and so on?
Yeah, very interesting question. And I work with a lot of Indian CEOs, and one of the things which could work is with the existing data. First show, okay, what data, with this data, what you can achieve and what decisions you can enable. And if you can show the money, right, I think that's very critical. And it could be a small amount. It could be, like for example, if the category is electronics, it could be kind of a Nielsen, some specific report, or for example, on the Gen AI side, it could be the Gartner report which you can buy and show that, okay, this is the trend which is happening. Now, finally, it's your call, because either you be the market leader or you would kind of fail. So usually, most of the CEOs, they understand, and it has to be data driven, right? Because you just can't make an emotional statement, and not very easy. But yes, if you can make that statement and slowly build on that data, and let's say, for example, you kind of get the data from, let's say, a retail category of beverages from, let's say, Nielsen Shopper Insight, and then you can see which are the brands in that category, what the category is growing, where you are in that particular category, because you would know your numbers, right? You were just looking at what the market consumption is. And if there is a difference, and then you see that, okay, in this location we don't have an office, and you're getting an insight that, okay, if I open an office or a shop here, I can get better returns. So that could be the starting point, and slowly and gradually you get, and it's finally a question of the budget you have. So if you have budget, then the awareness question is also a kind of, the gentleman behind said, is a question of budget, right? If I have a product like Zepto, if I have money to burn from VC, right, I would kind of put ads in newspaper. I have television videos and stuff like that. Everybody would know. But if I'm a Marwadi company, maybe most probably I'll have an influencer who would be friends and families who have 5,000 users, and then they start their WhatsApp advertising. So it could be both ways. So awareness is most important. I'm just trying to answer that question. So that's one. And second is on the Gen AI part, right? That definitely there's hype, and there are two sides of the same coin. And here I think the technology and data, both are moving at different pace and velocity. So it's a vector. I don't know where it's going to meet. But if you see from a data warehousing perspective, the way I see it is most probably from an infrastructure standpoint. Currently, you have the data storage. On top of that, you have data warehouse, right? And you have On top of that, if you can build and dashboards, right? So where you are able to get the existing insight as to what was my say last month or last quarter, and then I'm projecting it forward. But if I can have an AI ML layer which will say, okay, who's the customer whom I should be selling is next month? If I am able to answer that question, I'm sure there would be companies who would invest in that.
See, I think, can I just, sorry. So, and the reason why I'm bringing this example is, so sometime back, I had a friend of mine, he heads national sales in a small company, small SME kind of a company, right? So he came to me saying that I want to recruit a marketing, I want to recruit an analytics guy. Okay. So why? Because we run reports, right? So then I spent some time with them to tell them that what is it that you're going to do, what is the plan that you have, and then what kind of a roadmap are you looking at? Because somebody coming in a small company, his career aspiration is not going to be met by that company, so obviously he's going to go and there'll be loss of, right? So at that time, what I realized is that these companies are one of two categories. One is they're like, okay, everybody's doing, so I'll also put in some money and have somebody there, or completely question it and say that, what is it I'm getting? Because sometime back we had Y2K, there a lot of money, a lot of people put in a lot of money, but you realize nothing big changed. So my question is, have you faced those challenges, right? Have you faced those challenges of engaging with the leadership of the organization and having to present the importance of investing in this, and how did you overcome?
Very recently, I've been doing with my new role. I will tell you some perspective from my experience. There are two things. One is at the management level. First of all, there is a fundamental management buy-in in terms of conviction should be there. That is first level thing. If it is not there, then they have no point doing all these things. Okay. So given today's world, I don't think anyone will not say that data is not required. So everyone is aware of that. Now that conviction is generally available. Now how we can translate that conviction and supplement that with the whatever initiative I am going to take it forward, right? So that is where our role comes into play. What we have been doing, we are also bringing a value framework, value discovery and value measurement framework for all the initiatives. If we can show that, okay, if this is the initiative I am taking forward and this is the value KPI that going to impact, then there is that conviction and then belief becomes more stronger. Just to give you one example, we have been using Salesforce application traditionally. Now we want to bring the next level of AI-led Salesforce application and all these things. But same question came, I was also not very company anyway. why we should invest more than what I am doing already. So then what we have defined, this is one example, there are multiple other examples also. Let's say in your current, by using the current Salesforce application, this is your profile of Salesforce performance, and this is the 25% percentile bottom level people, and this is your top 25% top level people. So if I am able to bring this gap between top 25 to bottom 25 with a new Salesforce application, by giving them more means of interacting, engaging with the finally customers and end consumer, then that will be your success measurement. So they got the point. Similarly, there could other examples also there. So this is how you have to define this is how you have to marry the conviction with a value KPI framework, so that a belief comes, okay, I need to invest it. So this is how typically I am addressing at this moment.
See, whether you talk about technology or you talk about data, right? Ultimately, it depends what your pitch is. Now, whether it's an internal pitch to a leadership or whether external pitch to a customer, as long as you are on the incremental pitches of data and technology, it is a very high likelihood you will not get the money. So the pitch has to be always on the business metric. Whether you are making a technology pitch or whether you are making a data pitch. And first of all, I would like to correct that is not just for the lesser savvier organizations. The same principle is applicable for the higher savvier applications also. So if the pitch is business outcome, definitely the investment will come. The more it is focused towards more business, the more money will come. The more it is focused towards technology, the lesser money will come. So ultimately, if it's a matured organization, not so matured organization, the pitch has to be, whether it's an internal presentation or whether it's a customer presentation, pitch has to be business metric. As long as you can stick to a pitch of business metric, I think you should be able to get some money.
So no offense to the community. So I can replace Marwadi with Chettiar. Essentially trying to say that it's a community which is very business freaking.
No, all the rich classes you can say. All the classes.
Okay, so with that being the last question, I would like to extend my thank you to all the panel members for such an enriching discussion. I'm sure we all as a cohort have learned so much about leveraging data analytics for marketing. And with that, I would like to hand over to our moderators, Mayur and Akash. So host, sorry.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you, Preeti, for moderating the session. And wow, this has been a very engaging discussion. And I definitely will be using the phrase Khabri network instead of salespeople from now on. Jokes aside, the conversation on the use of data in every layer, leveraging marketing campaigns, targeting inclusivity to pull in customers, the importance of affiliation of technology with the direct marketing channel, and creating a need in the market using analytics so you can sell your product have piqued our curiosity about the world of marketing. I would also like to thank the panel for bursting our bubble by telling us that in fact things do not fall in place just after you have built the product. We look forward to applying our newfound knowledge and insights at our journey at XLRI and beyond.
I would now like to invite Professor Sunil Sarami to present the memento to our guests as a gesture of our gratitude. I would like to invite Mr. Sushil Pradhan. I would like to invite Ms. Ipshita Ghosh. I would like to invite Mr. Vikrant Bhargava. Invite Mr. Sunil Palrecha. I would like to invite Mr. Amrish Kher. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Conclave. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Bhargav Datta.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all the panelists. You can take back your seats in the audience. A round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, along with ReEnvision Digital Transformation Conclave, we at XLRI are proud to announce the case competition, Data-Driven Transformation in the Consumer World. I would like to invite Sonal from the Corporate Competitions Committee to share detailed updates and outcomes from the competition that has recently concluded. Over to you, Sundar.
Good evening, everyone. We, the Corporate Competition Committee, conducted the ReEnvision 3.0 case competition as a key event of this conclave. This year, the theme for the competition was Building Digital Resilience and Business Models. It was held in 3 phases spanning over 12 days. We had an impressive number of participants this year, a total of 3,042, with the top 6 teams making it to the final leg of the competition, the case presentation on the 24th of July. This competition brought together participants from some of the most esteemed business schools of the country. The competition was intense, with numerous teams presenting innovative solutions to complex business challenges. It was inspiring to witness the high level of engagement and enthusiasm from all the participants. The level of talent, creativity, and strategic thinking displayed by them was truly remarkable. Now, it is our pleasure to announce the results of the ReEnvision 3.0 case competition. In the second place, we have Strats enthusiasts from IIM Ahmedabad. So these are the second position holder of the competition, and the winner of the competition is Miss Ananya Malik from IIM Indore. Although the winning teams couldn't join us today in person, we'd like to acknowledge their outstanding work on the case. Their innovative solutions and thorough analysis truly stood out, and we congratulate them on their well-deserved victory. We were incredibly fortunate to have Professor Mohit Malhan and Professor Kalyan Bhaskar as our esteemed judges for this competition. Their thoughtful feedback and insightful observations have greatly contributed to the resounding success of this event. We would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to Professor Kanagraj, whose guidance was instrumental in organizing this event. His support and advice have been invaluable in ensuring the smooth execution of this competition. Thank you.
Thank you, team, and congratulations to the winners. I would just like to take a moment and thank our sponsors for the evening. Urban Farms Produce is a small-scale establishment born in August 2021 and is dedicated to bringing the best of Odisha's village farms to urban city customers. They specialize in sourcing unique, nutrition-rich, and organic food products directly from local farmers. Their mission is to provide fresh, high-quality produce while creating sustainable livelihoods for farmers and helping city dwellers reconnect with traditional roots. So if anyone's interested in these products, you can visit the basketball court. They are with us there today. We would now like to invite Professor Sarani to give his closing remarks.
Friends, quite some time ago, the great Spider-Man said something like this: with great power, big power comes big responsibility. That needs replacing. With big data comes big responsibility. And that's exactly what was getting ratified in my mind and heart as I was off and on trying to reconnect and connect back with the wonderful minds that we had, the stellar minds that we had today, to whom we cannot say thank you enough. Having said that, I must tell you, going back in time, this is not the first time that we're looking at data and trying to make sense of the data. Data can, frankly speaking, stop war. Data can save life. Data can really save a lot of agony that mankind has been going through. The example is when from the Bletchley Park of United Kingdom, they were trying to decode, or rather break the code of Enigma under Alan Turing. And they literally the team was falling back on the concept of big data analytics that probably Mr. Sushil Pradhan was so powerfully mentioning. And I was, frankly speaking, was getting transported back in time to the story that I was reading quite some time ago, how the war was brought to an end because of the understanding, insights drawn from data. So in fact, big data and data was not used. The term got coined much after that. But it is also imperative that though organizations are using data and big data, which probably interchangeably I can say with AI and ML, but time has come for us to really look at it responsibly, sensibly, with gratitude, love, and also with greater good, as Father Director in his earlier remarks was saying, and I couldn't really be resonating more with him. So with data, with big data, knowledge, how to really apply the data to create profit, to create more competent organizations. End of the day, it has to be married with ethics, it has to be married with value, it has to be married with what we call the greater good. And I'm sure all of you are wonderful, wonderful minds, and having been enlightened by the stellar performance, stellar insights that probably some of these wonderful souls that we're lucky to have with us today shed light on, I think this journey is going to be richer, this journey is going to be more enlightening. And my last, should I say, understanding on data would be for you to go back to a wonderful document that I have been reading and falling, can't really help falling in love with, is Sense Making by Christian Matzberg, one of the finest sense makers of our time. In sense making, he talks about how data has to be put to use to make profit, but definitely also to save life. And you cannot be really making sense of data by looking at data without putting it in context. So that's the reason he says one of the finest principles is not to look at a lion and draw data by looking at the lion in the zoo, trying to eat meat, saying that yes, lions are normally, they're taking meat, cut fresh meat. No, for understanding data, you have to put it in context. You go back to the savannah to understand how lions eat meat. Yes, with that, probably my time has come to express my gratitude as probably your teacher, as your, should I say, mentor, if I can call it that way. We are grateful to Mr. Satyaki Mukherjee for being here. We are also grateful to Mr. Sushil Pradhan for being here, Ms. Ipshita Ghosh, we have Vikrant Bhargav, we have Digvijay Ghosh, we have Nitin Dhingra, we have Ravi Kumar, we have Ashish Ranjan, we have Bhargav Datta, we have Girish, and we have Ashish Pandey, we have Ram Subramaniam, and also we have had Rajesh Dogra, we have Sunil Palreche, and we have Amrish Kher. Thanks a lot. We really can't thank you enough for your time and taking time out from your busy schedule and spending time with us, and most importantly, my beloved students. Thank you. Thanks a lot for making it a day.
Thank you, Professor. I would now like to invite all the panelists and our powerhouse Preeti, moderator, to click a picture for the cohort and for our audience. Please.
Imagine your kitchen filled with the purest flavors of India, straight from the heart of its land. At Urban Farm Produce, we bring you a piece of this richness with our organic black and red rice, millets, pulses, and spices like turmeric and pepper. all sourced directly from Indian farmers. Each grain and spice comes from the soil that has been cared for by generations of farmers who are committed to sustainable and organic farming practices. By choosing urban farm produce, you're not just purchasing food, you're supporting these farmers and their families, ensuring they receive fair prices and sustainable livelihoods. Picture this: the peppery zest of organically grown black pepper or the rich hue and earthy aroma of red rice in your next meal. These aren't just ingredients. They're stories of tradition and nature, brought from the farm to your fork without any detours. Urban farm produce is your direct link to nature's finest. Whether you're in a bustling city or a cozy small town, these wholesome products are just a phone call away, ready to make a change in how you eat and live. Elevate your
Thank you, Professor, and thank you everyone for the program. And as we draw this incredible event to a close, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to everyone who made ReEnvision 3.0 a resounding success. First and foremost, we would like to express our gratitude to the esteemed speakers and panelists. Your insightful discussions, expert knowledge, and shared experiences have truly been inspiring. We deeply appreciate the valuable insights that you've shared on the role of digital transformation in today's business world. Thank you so much for being with us here today. I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to Father George, Father Don, Father Sanjay Patro, our beloved faculty members, the Corporate Relations Office, and the entire XLRI family for their invaluable guidance and constant support in putting this event together. Your unwavering dedication and commitment has been instrumental in ensuring the success of ReEnvision 3.0. We are also deeply appreciative of our sponsors, Urban Farms Produce.
I see you all smiling there. It's Professor Sanjay Patro. Let me correct her. I hope it's fine. To all our attendees, we thank you for your active participation, enthusiasm, and engagement. Your presence here today underscores the importance of digital transformation. Lastly, on behalf of the entire batch, we would like to thank the Conclave Committee for putting together this great event. As we conclude, let us carry forward the knowledge and insights that we have gained today to foster a future of innovation, collaboration, and growth. Together, we can shape a dynamic and digitally empowered business landscape. Thank you all once again, and we look forward to seeing you at our future events. Thank you.
We'll